All right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate. Switched shifts with Samia today, so she will be working my shift. She's coming in at noon, so she'll be doing the evening shift tonight. So I'm going to take you to a couple political events this morning. A lot going on right now. There's a Democratic event on Capitol Hill. Chuck Schumer just spoke. We also have a hearing right now. Former DHS Secretary Johnson testifying in front of the House Select Committee on Intelligence on the Russia investigation. So I'm going to take you to that first, and then we'll take you to Capitol Hill. Here we go. Thanks for watching.
You can't say conclusively that they took the advice that we gave them.
I can not say conclusively. There are probably others at the staff level in DHS who could give you more details about what we knew they did do.
Okay, thank you. So we've talked today a great deal about election systems and databases that state and local governments oversee and operate, but I want to ask you about our major political parties. The Declassified Intelligence Community Assessment noted that Russian intelligence services conducted cyber operations associated with both major U.S. political parties. The ICA specifically discusses the systematic and relentless cyber attacks that the Russians perpetrated against the DNC. But it does also note that the Russians collected on Republican-affiliated targets. What's interesting is that they did not conduct a comparable disclosure or dumping of campaign material against the RNC. Just this week, the private security firm UpGuard reported its discovery that an RNC contractor left an immense amount of voter data, in fact 1.1 terabytes, according to the report, exposed and unsecured in publicly accessible online databases. The report says the data included information on roughly 200 million Americans. Clearly, neither political party is immune to the pitfalls of online data vulnerability or invincible to malicious hackers hunting for security lapses to exploit. So in light of the preceding discussion about election systems as critical infrastructure, which you've advocated for, do the political parties themselves, their networks, databases, financial and donor information merit inclusion as well?
Well, that's an interesting question. The danger with going down that road is you start to lose clarity about what's critical infrastructure and what's not. The definition that I wrote on January 6th very clearly was confined to election infrastructure and not political organizations, because I thought we needed that clarity so everyone knows what is critical infrastructure and what is not. But I'm not disagreeing with the premise of your question. I think there needs to be greater awareness around the cybersecurity of political institutions in general and political campaigns.
And let me, the next few questions are about consultations or how accessible essentially the resources would be to political parties. So when you were at DHS, was there any discussion in the government about whether campaigns should receive counterintelligence briefings or briefings about the threats to our elections or cyber threats to campaigns? And is this something that you would think is wise to do?
Provided it's done so on a bipartisan, nonpartisan basis, I think that information sharing of the threats is a good idea.
And do political campaigns or the major political parties have the ability to work or contact DHS to obtain cybersecurity assistance or expertise? In other words, can they go forward to y'all and
Yes.
work with you on this stuff?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have concerns about the security and integrity of primary election voting systems or databases?
To the same extent I would for general elections, yes.
And how should we approach the security of the primary elections as integral components of our general elections and the overall electoral process?
I think the same vulnerabilities that exist with respect to general elections exist with respect to primary elections, because to my knowledge, states run primaries mechanically the same way they run general elections, with the same voting machines and the same reporting mechanisms.
All right. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Our unanimous consent order to extend questioning to 7 minutes has expired. I ask unanimous consent that we allow each member to use 7 minutes instead of 5. Hearing none, I recognize Mr. Hurd for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would also like to associate myself with all of my colleagues that have thanked Secretary Johnson for his years of service to our country. Mr. Secretary, I have two sets of questions I'd love to chat with you about. The first sets are what-ifs, and I ask these what-ifs under context of we're trying to figure out what could we have done differently and what should we do in the future. And I know one of the things that you were trying to do during your time as the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security was the reorganization of the NPPD.
Right.
If the NPPD had been reorganized the way you had envisioned it, and let's say that had happened in early 2016, how would that have helped in dealing with this issue that we dealt with in our elections?
Well, it's difficult to say had something been done, the outcome would have been different. I'll say two things. One, I do think that there is strong advantage to reorganizing NPPD into a leaner and meaner organization that focuses solely on cybersecurity and infrastructure protection, because the two are so interrelated. That's something that we would need Congress to do. I know that there are a number of people in Congress who support that idea. I continue to believe it is a good idea. When it comes to the efforts we made to engage state election systems, I was impressed with the apparatus we did have within NPPD to do so and to address all of the states that came in and sought our assistance. And that mechanism would exist whether NPPD was in its old form or its new form. But in general, I think that we need to reorganize NPPD into a cyber and infrastructure protection agency, just simply because there ought to be an agency of the U.S. government dedicated to cybersecurity.
Thank you, sir. And again, the next what if, and I recognize the difficulty of answering what if questions, but the goal is to try to understand how we could do things differently. Had the electoral systems or infrastructure been identified as critical infrastructure by DHS in early 2016, how would that have impacted the situation we just went through?
I can't say. It's something that when I first addressed this issue with my staff and they first suggested it to me, I thought this is something that we should have done a long time ago. Why isn't it? And one of the things they said to me was you could view it as already critical infrastructure because government infrastructure is already critical infrastructure. My view was we needed to publicly declare it to, make a big deal over the fact that we're going down this road for the domestic and international audience.
Good copy. And my next set of questions is really just in the interest of standardizing terminology and make sure that we're all singing off the same page. And our utility system, our grid, that's identified as a critical infrastructure, correct?
Correct. Has
DHS ever taken over a grid or a utility municipal company?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Our telecommunications...
Not sure we have the authority to do that either.
Our telecommunications infrastructure is considered a critical infrastructure, correct?
Correct.
And has DHS ever taken
No.
that system over?
No.
Nor
do we have the authority to do so.
Good copy. I just helping to, baseline what a designation of critical infrastructure actually means. And you've said that many, many times today, and I'm not going to ask you to do it again. But this is, a conversation I've engaged in many times as well. Scanning and probing. Could you maybe give us a quick explanation of what that is?
When I started addressing this publicly, somebody said to me, well, Jim Comey made a statement publicly that there was scanning and probing of voter registration systems. And I said, that's a good phrase. So let's use that phrase, because I thought it captured what we saw. And eventually what we saw was success in infiltrating voter registration databases, which I reported publicly. But scanning and probing is basically looking into a locked box to see what's inside.
Or it's a passive tool that happens millions of times across the United States every single day. Would you agree with that?
It can, yes.
And
I don't know if I describe it as passive, but yes.
The voter registration databases that we've talked about, isn't the information that's contained within voter registration databases publicly available information?
Not necessarily.
But
it may depend on each state.
Because in Texas, you can go down to the county office and get that information. And I'm curious as to why our hostile actors were, and I definitely know that the financial systems, whether it's on the federal level, that is through FEC websites, every state has this information made available. Why would you think a hostile actor like the Russians would be trying to hack systems where the information is publicly available through a portal available to the public?
Well, I don't know that in every case, in every state, the information that was examined was publicly available. My concern was that if a bad actor is doing this, it might be a prelude to wiping out or eliminating voter rolls or altering them in some way.
Good copy. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the time I do not have.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Heck, 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Begin by yielding a minute to the ranking member.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Secretary, I just want to thank you as we come towards the end of the hearing for your testimony today and for your profound service to the country. And I also wanted to acknowledge and thank my colleagues, Mike Conaway and Brad Wenstrup, for the aid they gave to our colleague who was injured during the shooting last week. And we're glad that they're safe and with us, and grateful to have them, and thinking about our colleague and wishing him a very speedy recovery. I yield back.
Mr. Secretary, thanks for being here. I want to talk to you about the future. The IC has assessed, and we regularly hear it from both former and current government officials, that the Russians will be back. They'll be back to disseminate fake news. They'll be back to hack and steal and dump disinformation intended to harm good people. They'll be back to find their way into the very infrastructure we trust to help us choose our elected officials, the very infrastructure we choose or trust to uphold our democracy. And I think more than anything, that puts this entire question into very vivid and stark relief, and it is namely as follows. I'm from the school that says America is exceptional. We're going on nearly a quarter millennium of the longest running democracy in the history of our planet. But it's not just the longevity that distinguishes us, it's our rule by law, it's our free, fair, open elections conducted with integrity, and most importantly, quintessentially, it is the peaceful transfer of power. Nobody else has ever managed this. Regularly transfer power in a peaceful manner. And the winners and the losers accept the outcomes. Why? Because we are ruled by law, because we do have free, fair, open elections. And that is what is at stake here. That which defines us. This goes to the very core of who we are. But my question for you, sir, just to be abundantly clear, will the Russians be back?
I think we have to assume, for all the reasons that have been discussed here, that the Russians will be back, and possibly other state actors and possibly other bad cyber actors
fair to assume you are concerned, if not worried, about 16 and 18 elections and all others going forward?
Yes.
So you did an excellent job in the preceding 2 hours of highlighting what you consider to be the greatest vulnerability, namely the voter registration database. I just want to make sure that people understand that the harm here, the risk here, can be insidious. Because I think when people hear that, their reaction is, oh, the addition or deletion of names. But it's more than that, is it not, sir? Could it not, as an example, include changing the spelling wholesale of a bunch of names such that when those voters showed up at the polling places, they were turned away or denied? Is that not yet one of many examples of how infiltration and manipulation of voter registration databases could wreak considerable harm?
Yes, I think that's a fair question, and I think that's a fair comment. One thing I do want to emphasize, though, we've talked a lot about voter registration databases. When I was at DHS, I always encouraged my people, don't respond to the last attack, try to anticipate the next attack. So I think it's incumbent upon all of those who manage the system to look comprehensively at where there are vulnerabilities. We've focused on voter registration databases. I've focused on them because that is a known exposure that we saw.
And Mr. Secretary, is it also true, to clarify, this doesn't have to be done wholesale voter registration databases. This can be done in select or targeted communities or municipalities. And the undermining of confidence in our system would be, however, wholesale.
Correct. Yes.
I don't know how many times I lost count of the references to the adage that hindsight's 20/20. I don't want to talk about looking back last year. I want to talk about how we're going to look back at some point in the future. I've always believed it's easy to judge those who miss the obvious or the dangerous inflection points. Those who miss that Chamberlain's appeasement at Munich would lead to World War, or those who missed that passage of the Gulf of Tonkin resolution would lead to a war that arguably was unwinnable in Vietnam. But the truth is, there were plenty of people at those times who did know and who were raising their voices and who were ringing alarm bells. It's just that the warnings weren't heeded. My wish, my prayer, literally, is that someday we don't look back on today and this time and deeply regret that we didn't heed the warnings, that we didn't take seriously enough of foreign powers' repeated efforts to undermine our democracy and make America weaker, and to sow wholesale lack of confidence in our elections, such that we do not accept the outcomes, such that we do not peaceably and peacefully transfer power, as is our nation's heritage, and is that which distinguishes us in the history of this planet. Because if we do, it'll be too late. Thank you, sir. I yield back the balance of my time.
Chairman yields back. Mr. Rooney, 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to associate myself with what Mr. Heck just said. I think that was very well said and very eloquent. And I think that if there's any issue that surrounding everything that's going on in Washington right now that should unite, especially this committee and what we're doing, it's what we're doing here today with Secretary Johnson talking about the integrity of our elections. There's one thing that there's a lot of questions out there that remain unanswered, but there's one thing that I don't think is ambiguous at all, and it's that the American people don't have confidence in the way that their vote was cast is actually true and real. Whether our guy won or next time your guy wins, and there's a question out there as to whether or not Russia may have been able to mess with the numbers, then we really do cease being the country that we are. Secretary Johnson, I've known you a long time. I think we first met when I first got elected in '08, and
we first met when I think we're in the House for about 5 minutes.
You're right. So
in Patrick Murphy's office.
I appreciate your work as the attorney at the Pentagon and then as Secretary of Defense. I think that you are a true statesman and somebody that we're all very proud of. Regardless of party, and it's been an honor to get to know you over the years and to work with you. I do think that it needs to be said that, and I've said this before in this committee, that if anybody out there in the countryside believes that Russia is not trying to influence our electoral process, this is your notice that they are and that they will continue to do so. Whether that is just merely propaganda through things like the RT, or whether that's actual cyber intrusion, like changing votes or deleting votes. We've seen no evidence, in part thanks to you, of the latter, but the former and the latter may very well be a real thing moving forward. I certainly think propaganda will continue to do so. I know that I can speak for the rest of the committee when I also say that I'll speak for myself in saying this. So you said earlier that you designating the election systems as critical infrastructure after the election because you were worried that it might drive people away. I think you're absolutely right in that assessment. That may be arguable, but certainly that I think that that's true. I also would say this. I hope that you work with Secretary Kelly in whatever lessons that you've learned and also sharing with him whatever the key factors were that help you successfully protect vote tallying. I know that, some staff might still be there or what have you, but for the sake of our country and for the sake of his success, as I'm sure that you are wishing upon him, that we can move forward knowing that in the next election cycle that he has every tool that he needs to be able to be successful as well. Being that I'm the last questioner on our side, my question is going to be very specific with regard to Florida. Ironically, today, the County of Supervisors of Elections is holding a gathering of all Florida State Associations of Election Supervisors. And we called some of them today from my district and asked them about, your designation. And there is a states' rights versus federal intrusion issue that they're concerned about. But mostly, there's a lot of lack of or just yearning for more information of what does that mean. What are we supposed to do? How do we tell the people of Okeechobee County and Sarasota County and Charlotte County that your local supervisor of elections is in charge of counting your votes, but that this designation that DHS has put out there is somehow this security blanket that's going to make sure that Russia, a foreign entity, isn't changing your votes? What if you were talking to the Okeechobee County Supervisor of Elections right now? What would you tell them that the designation that you made means for them and how their job and the local votes that are cast is safe, secure, and not being mandated by some federal bureaucrat in Washington in any other way other than protection?
By analogy, financial services is critical infrastructure, which includes all the big banks, and I do not run those banks. The CEOs of each of them are responsible for their own networks, their own systems. And what it means, most fundamentally, is that we prioritize helping them when they ask, if they ask. And that's what the designation means. It doesn't mean I get to regulate. I don't have the authority to regulate standards for voting booths and for reporting mechanisms. But there are lots of other critical infrastructure sectors where everybody is responsible for running their own business, not me. It's a matter of providing assistance to them when they ask. It's simply that.
If there is a Palm Beach County situation, of which where I grew up. Is there some kind of a fail-safe mechanism that would come in after, because that was the Palm Beach County butterfly ballot thing, right. I don't even remember the year that was, but 2000. Now that this designation has been made, would there be some kind of a automatic trigger that would happen if a situation like that would happen, where we felt like it was not because of a faulty ballot, but because of actual intrusion by a foreign entity?
The Secretary of Homeland Security would not have the authority to go in over the objection of a local official and do a ballot recount. But the nature of it is that when states ask, when counties ask, we will come and provide whatever cyber assistance they ask for. Assuming we have the resources to do it and the capability, we'll do whatever we can to help them with their cybersecurity. That's it.
Okay, I appreciate your time and your service, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
And if I could say, Congressman, since the day we first met, I have very much been impressed with your service in Congress.
Thank you. Did everybody get that?
Record.
Everybody? Thank you.
And some of the things you've pushed through as legislation, I very much appreciated that.
He's a congressman, not a banker. He can't loan you any money, so I don't know you can brag on him. I wasn't going to say anything about last Wednesday, but since Adam did, one, thank you. But we also can't leave not acknowledging Officers Griner and Bailey that morning, the Capitol Hill police officers, professionals and heroic, and I was right beside them, watching them work to do what they said they would do best, and that's get between a really bad person and the rest of us. And I can't thank them enough for what they did. Heroes to an absolute best tradition of what that really means. And so thank them for that. And appreciate the nation's prayers for Steve and Matt Micah. Griner was wounded as well, and Bailey and Sack. Appreciate that also. With respect to today's hearing, thank you very much for doing it. We appreciate that. The cyber threat is ongoing and will get tougher and harder. We got maybe lucky this time that it was not successful in causing any more problems for our systems that we have. I would hope that the National Association of State Secretaries of State would take to heart your message this morning, and then they would form a working group, a task force, to build that best practice, build that system on their own that would allow themselves then to police it and create it, because there's no one better at doing that than the folks who are actually responsible for doing it. So I hope if they don't already have that in place, that there is an aggressive campaign to build that best practices and/or standards by which they would then hold themselves to. That would give all of us a lot more comfort in making that happen. Again, Mr. Secretary Johnson, thank you very much for being here this morning, and we're adjourned.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. That was former DHS Secretary testifying about the Russian investigation. I'm sure we'll be hearing more from that later on in the show. We appreciate you guys watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. Do want to take you to some breaking news here. I believe this is still the same shot that we've got here. Let me pull this up for you guys live at the scene right now. A police officer was critically injured at the Bishop International Airport in Flint, Michigan. So I'm working on getting more details for you guys. I believe this is the shot of that airport there. Bear with me as I'm working on getting more details for you guys. But again, a police officer critically injured at Bishop International Airport. Yeah, I believe this is the scene still right now that we're streaming live through here on Fox News Now. The airport in Flint, Michigan was evacuated this morning after a police officer was critically injured. Bishop International Airport posted on Facebook that the officer was hurt but offered no details about the incident. Pulling up some more information for you here. Again, we're live here at the Bishop International Airport where a police officer was injured. Also want to alert you to some other breaking news here as well. Let me take you to this scene here. Let me make sure that that audio's down so you guys don't have to hear the chopper feed. But let me take you here, alerting you to some other breaking news. This is another airport situation. A pilot was ejected from a fiery F-16 during takeoff. This is out of Houston, Texas right now. This is coming live from our Fox cameras there. We are working on getting more details for you about this story as well. Again, a pilot was forced to eject from a fiery F-16 plane during takeoff at Ellington Airport around 10:30 a.m. today. That pilot was taken by ambulance to the hospital. This incident has caused a closure of the airport today. Again, this is in Houston, Texas at the Ellington Airport. Looks like that's a bit of a private airport there. And again, he was forced to eject from his plane, an F-16 plane that caught fire. I'll keep you updated on this breaking news, but let's take you back to the scene here at Bishop International Airport in Flint, Michigan, where a police officer was stabbed today. That Bishop International Airport that you're seeing right now is currently closed after an officer was injured at the airport. Let me update that lower third so you guys know what we are streaming here. Now, reports say the airport police officer was stabbed, and Michigan State Police say the officer is in critical condition. Authorities haven't confirmed yet if anyone is in custody. It looks like they are setting up a press conference soon, which is great. We'll be able to hear shortly from a spokesperson at the airport on what exactly happened here. Now, an onlooker says that he was dropping off his daughter at the airport and saw the officer bleeding from his neck. He says he noticed a man detained by police and a knife on the ground. So again, that's a witness saying that he saw an officer bleeding from his neck, and then he noticed a man being detained by police and a knife on the ground. He said, quote, "The cop was on his hands and knees bleeding from his neck. I said they need to go get him a towel." Yeah, it's one of those situations where you're bleeding from the neck, and that needs to be taken care of immediately. And, you have to cover that wound immediately, and I believe that's why that witness was so shocked by that and yelling that someone needs to get him a towel immediately. Again, this witness was just dropping his daughter off, and they had to pull up to this Flint airport here, the Bishop International Airport in Flint, Michigan, and noticed this police officer bleeding from the neck. Okay, so it looks like they did just change the feeds on us. Now this is DHS Secretary Jay Johnston speaking after his testimony today about the Russian election. So we'll take you back to that airport scene a little bit later, but it looks like they have switched the feeds for us. So let's hear what Jay Johnston has to say.
The big issue, and let's not lose sight of the big issue. The big issue here is the cyber intrusions on our democracy last year and how to prevent that from happening in the future for the sake of our democracy. So that's the overriding issue, and I hope that people in Congress, in government, do not lose sight of that picture.
Do you think that it's been kind of, people have been losing sight of it based on the daily confusion?
Well, today's hearing was about that overriding issue. And I hope that Congress and people in the executive branch stay focused on that big picture issue. All right, thanks a lot. Gotta go.
The process played out last year?
Gotta go. Thanks.
All right, everybody, that was former DHS Secretary Jay Johnston answering questions after today's hearing where he was testifying about the Russian investigation and possible voter hacking. Again, that's the former Department of Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnston. Hopefully we'll be able to get that scene back for you at the airport in Flint, Michigan, but it does look like we still have a live feed of the airport situation in Houston, Texas. Completely separate situation where a pilot had to eject himself from his plane, an F-16 plane that caught fire. So let's take you to the scene here. It looks like it's a private airport here in Houston, Texas. Working on getting more details for you, but we do know that he was taken to the hospital by ambulance, but he was forced to eject himself from his own plane, an F-16 plane that caught fire. I'm going to pull up for you guys an F-16 plane just so you guys can get a better idea of what exactly that looks like. So let's see, putting in the upper right-hand corner of your screen here. Now this is an F-16 Fighting Falcon. That's a military aircraft. You can see some of these photos. This is what an F-16 looks like. And again, he was forced to eject himself after the F-16 plane caught fire. So this is sort of an idea of what he was in today that he had to eject himself from. And again, this is at Houston, Texas private airport here that you're seeing. We do know he has been taken to the hospital by ambulance. We'll keep you updated on his condition and what exactly happened as you watch live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. So again, those of you who are just joining us live here on the Fox News Now stream, a pilot was forced to eject himself from a fiery F-16 plane during takeoff today at Ellington Airport, which you're getting a live look at right now. This happened around 10:30 a.m. there in Houston, Texas. That pilot was taken by ambulance to the hospital, and this whole incident has caused a closure of the airport there. Again, a private airport that you're seeing, the Ellington Airport in Houston, Texas, has been shut down after a pilot was forced to eject himself from a fiery F-16 plane. Again, this was just during takeoff, so no word as to why the plane caught fire just right at takeoff. But we do know he's been badly injured and taken to the hospital. Luckily, he was able to eject himself properly and get help from emergency officials. We'll keep you updated on his injuries as well as this airport closure here live on the Fox News Now stream. So I want to correct myself. This is not a private airport, but it's not an airport that a lot of people in Houston, Texas use. It's a public and military use airport in Harris County, Texas, which is in the Houston area there. It's owned by the city of Houston and located 15 miles southeast of downtown Houston, just in the 1100 block of Aerospace Avenue. Again, this is Ellington Airport that you're seeing right now, and it's a public and military use airport. That would explain why the pilot was in an F-16 plane. Again, showing you on your screen here. Let me pull this up in the upper right-hand corner of your screen just to give you an idea of what an F-16 looks like. Now, the proper name for this is the F-16 Fighting Falcon. Showing you some more pictures here of what this pilot was using today. And he had to eject himself just at takeoff here at the Ellington Airport in Houston, Texas, after the plane caught fire. Now, he has been taken to the hospital by ambulance. No word yet on the extent of his injuries, but we're just showing you here pictures of the type of plane that he was using. It's a single-engine, supersonic, multi-role fighter aircraft, originally developed by General Dynamics, and it's designed as an air superiority day fighter, and it's evolved into a successful all-weather multi-role aircraft. Just giving you guys a little bit of background on this F-16 Falcon that he was flying today, trying to take off, but it caught fire. Luckily, he was able to successfully eject himself from that plane. He has been taken to the hospital. No word yet on the extent of his injuries. We don't know if he's in critical condition or just has minor injuries. All we know for now is he's been taken to the hospital, so we'll be sure to keep you guys updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. Again, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. We've been covering all sorts of breaking news for you today on the show, but right now we're streaming for you out of Houston, Texas. A pilot was forced to eject himself from a fiery F-16 plane during takeoff at Ellington Airport around 10:30 a.m. this morning. That pilot has been taken by ambulance to a hospital, and the incident caused a closure of the airport, followed by an evacuation. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. Thanks for watching. Checking the Twitter account for this airline here, the airport, I should say. Not seeing anything yet from Ellington about this situation. We do know it's about 81 degrees and cloudy there today in Houston. And again, this pilot was just trying to take off at this military airport here, and his F-16 plane caught fire. Now, luckily, he was able to successfully eject himself from the plane, but he has sustained some injuries. He's been taken to the hospital by ambulance. We do not know the extent of his injuries right now, but this is the second situation at an airport today. Very different situations, but earlier for you, we were streaming a situation at an airport in Flint, Michigan, the Bishop International Airport, where a police officer was stabbed today. That airport is currently closed after that officer was injured at the airport. Reports say that airport police officer was stabbed, and Michigan State Police say the officer is in critical condition right now. Authorities haven't confirmed yet if anyone is in custody. So that situation was going on. If we get a feedback of that, we'll be sure to take you there. But right now we're on a separate airport situation. This pilot had to eject himself from his F-16 plane. Again, putting in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, giving you an idea of what this looks like. This military F-16 Fighter Falcon is what it's called. And we do know he's been taken to the hospital. We'll keep you updated on his condition as we stream this live here for you on the Fox News Now stream. Reading some of your comments here in the live chat section of our YouTube stream. Beaker's saying an ejection is pretty violent, and it's worse if you're not actually in the air. Yeah, Beaker, I'd love to hear more from you about that. Let us know more in the live chat section on what you know about this. I completely agree with you, and I think that it must have been really tough on this pilot, again, who has sustained some pretty serious injuries. He's been taken to the hospital. No word yet on how he's doing or his condition, but we'll keep you updated on that information. Scrolling up and reading some more of your comments here. A lot of you saying, wow, can't believe it. Yeah, he had to literally eject himself from his plane during takeoff, which, you know, you're not even up in the air yet, and the plane caught fire. Now, we don't know how this plane caught fire. It's an F-16 Fighter Falcon, but the information I'm getting into the newsroom, they're calling it an F-16 plane, so I'm going to continue to call it that, but the proper name for it is an F-16 Fighter Falcon. Now, this is a military airport, so it would make sense that he was flying something like that. Again, pulling up some pictures for you guys just to show you what it looks like. So you can see in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. Pulling up some more pictures for you here. Sewer Voice saying, hope the pilot is okay. Nighthawk saying, I'm praying for him. Cam saying the ejections usually at least give you a backache. Sometimes they can even break your back. Yeah, it depends on how he ejected himself and when exactly it happened. Metaphor saying there are multiple versions of F-16s. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So we can't confirm exactly what kind of F-16 this was, but I'm just showing you some general pictures of what an F-16 type of plane looks like. So appreciate your patience here as we're still waiting on getting more details into the newsroom about this situation. Also want to let you guys know an update that this whole airport has now been evacuated due to this situation. So this airport right now is closed down and has been evacuated. It's a public airport, but it's not the main airport that people use in Houston, Texas. Obviously, you guys know that. This is the Ellington Airport. It's public, but it's really for military use. Lollipop saying prayers to the pilot. Hope he will be okay. And how is the cop that got stabbed doing? Yeah, thanks for asking. We were just streaming that for you a little bit earlier. There was an airport police officer who was stabbed at the Bishop International Airport in Flint. That airport's also closed down. They're still working on getting more details about the suspect. A witness says that he saw a police officer bleeding from the neck, and then he noticed a man being detained by police. So it sounds like they might have someone in custody, but we're still working on getting more details for you about that. Wise Wolf asking, was this a private or a military plane? Moving back to the subject here that we're streaming live for you. This was a military plane, I believe, although we don't have a lot of information. All I know is that it was an F-16 plane. I don't know exactly who it was owned by or what they were doing with it today. I just know that he was trying to take off here at this Ellington Airport, which is a military airport. And the plane caught fire before takeoff, and he had to eject himself from the plane. Now, we're told this was during takeoff. I don't know if that's he hadn't gotten off the ground yet, or if he was in the middle of taking off a couple feet in the air. I don't know for sure. We're still getting more details. Dutch asking, why are there no emergency services? He's already been taken to the hospital, so we're just giving you a live look of the airport right now as it's been evacuated and shut down. It looks like that could be the F-16 that you're seeing there behind that white building. That could be the F-16 that he was using. But yeah, emergency officials were on the scene a little bit earlier. They have taken him to the hospital. Alex asking, where's the plane that caught fire? It could be right behind that white building there, as I said. That could be the F-16 plane, but I can't confirm that. We don't know how big the fire was. Any sort of fire at all, obviously you have to eject yourself or get down on the ground. So we don't know if this was a very large fire or maybe just a small one and it might have been put out quickly. But we do know that he was badly injured enough to be taken to the hospital. One voter asking, how did it land? We don't know that for sure yet. We just know that he ejected himself. So this might have been a situation where he hadn't taken off yet. We're told it was during takeoff. So maybe he was, pulling up. He was about to go up in the air, noticed the fire, and had to eject himself while the plane was still moving. Still getting more details about that, though. I cannot confirm. Daryl saying, weird, the jet is still powered and no one is near it. Yeah, it does look like the jet is still on right now. And it looks like it might be on the grass area. If you look closely, it doesn't look like it's on the strip. It looks like it's kind of on the grass area, so that might have been when he, ejected himself. Hopefully we'll be able to see soon some employees, working to get that plane back on track. Hopefully we'll see some action here as we stream this live view on the Fox News Now stream. Josh saying it would be dangerous to approach a jet that is running. Yeah, Josh, you're absolutely right. Also very dangerous to eject yourself, but you have to in emergency situations like this. So we'll hear soon more from this situation. All right, everybody. Well, we're going to move on to the next top story here on the show. We'll keep you updated on that. As long as we have the feed, I'll be sure to take you back if I see any action. But right now, we're going to take you back to the House. Let's see what they're discussing. I'll get some more information for you guys. This is live on the Fox News Now stream.
Unfortunately, this bill also does it the wrong way. It circumvents and undermines important input from experts and scientists that actually understand the reviews that are being made by the Clean Water Act. It even circumvents tribal sovereignty and the Native American tribes and their sacred lands by overriding their input. That's why a wide spectrum of organizations are opposed, from conservation groups like Oceana and League of Conservation Voters to sportsman groups like Trout Unlimited and Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations. Dozens are opposed to this reckless bill. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit to the record a letter of opposition for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
And this is signed by a number of sportsmen and environmental organizations, the very groups that we would seek to work with, the very groups that actually support, as I do, hydropower, facilitated permitting of hydropower the right way. We need to speed up the process. In Colorado, we've had water projects that have been waiting on a decision for far too long. But instead of going around experts, rolling over tribal sovereignty, why don't we fund the agencies doing the reviews so that they have the manpower and time to look at an application, give feedback, and make a decision quickly? Again and again, we've underfunded the Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA, not acknowledging that that's what's causing and contributing to this very slowdown. We can solve these issues that we're facing. We can expedite permitting for water projects and hydropower. We can allow utilities to do additional work to reduce the risk of forest fires. I call upon this body, please, let's do it in a way that brings Democrats and Republicans together, proudly gets a bill to President Trump's desk in a fast and effective way, involving the input from Democrats and Republicans, not just Republicans. I reserve the balance of my time. Yeah, if I can, I'd be happy to yield to the gentleman from Texas for a moment.
I would just ask you a couple of questions to underline a couple of the really important points you made about the context in which this bill is considered. Because while I think every Democrat agrees with our colleague from Washington, Mr. Newhouse, about the importance of civility and the importance of us each taking responsibility for the tone here, and certainly condemning violence, condemning anyone who would suggest if you come to the rally and you protest that you ought to be beaten up by the people that are there, the kind of thing that happened, unfortunately, last year, that we should condemn all of that. Does the gentleman agree that the House exercising vigorous oversight of the administration when it breaks its promises, when it mixes personal business with public business, that remains an important aspect of our job, in no way suggests breach of civility?
Absolutely. I agree with the gentleman from Texas. This House and the institution of Congress as a separate agency of government in Article 1, Section 1 of our Constitution has the responsibility to exercise oversight of the executive branch.
And I heard a rather bizarre commentator last week in the aftermath of these shootings suggesting that in the aftermath of them, Democrats would be reaching out to Republicans on health care. And I couldn't quite understand how that could occur. Indeed, your comments about this particular set of bills and the health bill, isn't it a part of civility that we have respect for one another and don't try to force through a bill with an all-night unnecessary session, not force through here a bill that Republican members say they didn't have time to read, but then leave it up there on the Speaker's desk for a month before even sending it to the Senate. And if you have a legislative process where the majority leader in the Senate says he won't even guarantee 10 hours to see a huge bill that affects this much of the economy and the lives and the livelihoods of millions of Americans, that in itself is a breach of the respect and the civility that we need to have in this Congress.
It absolutely is, and I want to, sometimes the American people and the back and forth, and they say, hey, why aren't Democrats participating in the health care debate? And the reason, as the gentleman from Texas articulated, is we've never been invited into this room. I would ask the gentleman from Texas, have you seen the Republican health care bill in the Senate?
No, I served on the Ways and Means Committee. We could not see the Republican House bill until hours before it came up. And you'll remember,
isn't that too short a period of time to even come up with a thoughtful amendment?
It was under police guard downstairs so that even Republicans like Senator Rand Paul couldn't get in and see the bill. And then we have an all-night session without a single member of the Trump administration coming to respond to questions about it, while every healthcare professional group that I've heard of opposed the bill, not letting any of those people come to a hearing. I just suggest that that's a breach of civility. That's a breach of respect. It's a breach of the democratic process, which we're all about, and that needs to be on the table as important as whether someone uses strong language here in the House.
And, one more question on that. I'm a member of the Education and Workforce Committee, one of the 3 committees that had original jurisdiction of the Affordable Care Act. The gentleman from Texas is a member of the Ways and Means Committee, one of the 2 committees with jurisdiction under the budget reconciliation for this health care bill. I want to ask, have you ever been invited by President Trump to discuss your ideas for health care reform?
No, I think he's only wanted to listen to one side, and I don't begin to think that even the Republican members of this House can contain President Trump. They seem to have sealed their lips about it, and I wish they'd speak out more. But I think they can affect the processes in this House. And when they pass a bill that President Trump says is mean, they need to go back and look at that process and say, and I see the same thing happening from what you have told us about the 2 bills that are up here. Why is it that we have a process that's designed to exclude almost half of the people in this House, to exclude their amendments, to give them no opportunity to be heard at a markup, to bring in no witnesses to defend a bill or to allow discussion of that bill? That is not only not civil, not the democratic process, but it leads to worse public policy. Even if they have a majority to pass it, their ideas need to be tested, and it allows them to perfect their legislation. That's the way the democratic process is supposed to work. But with all the secrecy, all the forced action, the tight timetables that are applying here, they thwart our democratic process in a way that hurts all sides and certainly impairs civility.
I thank the gentleman from Texas and would just add that, look, fire prevention, expediting water projects and hydropower, these are not partisan issues. And to prove that point, there are bipartisan bills sponsored by conservative Republicans and liberal Democrats that would solve these issues. Rather than moving either of those bills through the floor, they're moving a divisive ideological bill with unintended consequences or perhaps intended consequences that would devastate a lot of our natural resources that sportsmen and recreationists rely on for our quality of life in the Mountain West and across the country. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, the beauty of having a diverse membership in this body is that we have people from all over the country who live and breathe the issues that are before us. And we're privileged today to have one in the young lady from Wilson, Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, here to speak on these bills. And I appreciate her offering to help in these arguments. I'll yield 5 minutes to the young lady from Wyoming.
Young lady from Wyoming is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank very much my colleague from Washington, particularly for calling me young. I appreciate that always, and have enjoyed listening to the colloquy taking place among my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, on the other side of the aisle. We see this repeatedly now, day in and day out, as we work hard in the majority to continue the progress that we've made so far in this Congress, really record-breaking progress of passing legislation, putting bills on the President's desk, having those bills signed into law. I believe, Mr. Speaker, we're now at the point where we have presented more bills to the President and had more bills signed than in any Congress in the first term of any presidency since Harry Truman. And it's a record we're very proud of over here. And it's clear that as we continue to put common sense reform legislation forward, that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle would sometimes like to distract and talk about other things. In terms of the health care conversation that's going on, and the talk of unintended consequences, I would just point out, Mr. Speaker, that we now know the consequences of Obamacare. We've had to live under Obamacare now for many years. We're in a situation where the system is absolutely failing the people of this country. And we have an obligation as a body, an obligation we take seriously here in the House to make sure that we do what's right for the people of this country, that we provide them relief, that we provide them the kind of health care reform that's going to lower their costs, that's going to provide better access to care, and put people back in charge. We've tried the Democrats' way now for the last 7 years and fundamentally seen that the government cannot mandate effectively what people need. It doesn't have the consequences that many on the other side of the aisle thought it would. The consequences have been devastating. And the same is true, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the challenge that we're here dealing with today with these two bills. As my colleague from Washington so eloquently put it, those of us across the West, and Mr. Polis knows this well too, we've had to live under this situation of absolutely devastating forest fires. Forest fires that have been caused in too many instances by a mismanagement by the Forest Service, a mismanagement by the federal government. And these bills, and in particular 1873, which is a bill that I'm honored to co-sponsor with Representative LaMalfa, will begin to impose the kind of common sense reforms that we need so that our power grid is no longer threatened by mismanagement of our federal Forest Service, of our federal forest lands. On our federally managed forests in Wyoming, when we have overgrowth around a power line, it's a direct risk to the people, the property, and the power grid, as well as to wildlife that those on the other side of the aisle claim to care so much about. Our local leaders understand this. Our local leaders are in the very best position to do something about this and to do it quickly. And that's why we put in place these provisions in these bills that will allow the local utilities, allow local officials to make the kinds of decisions that have to be made quickly. H.R. 1873 will allow our utilities to submit their own management facility inspection plans, their own operation and maintenance plans, and it will also ensure that our federal land managers have consistent and accountable policies to reduce hazards in electricity rights of way, including they themselves will be held accountable for managing the land. The bill does adjust the liability framework for these rights of way to ensure that the utilities and the federal government have the incentive to respond quickly and effectively to these hazards. Nobody in Wyoming or in any other state ought to feel that they have to go without affordable, reliable power, ought to feel that the power grid is threatened, simply because the federal government fails to do its job. We've simply seen that too much. Our local co-ops are willing and able to step up to the plate. Solving this problem is crucial to those who live in Wyoming, where bark beetle-killed trees and poorly managed overgrowth of federal forests pose true threats to the safety and health of our communities and to our power reliability. That's why, Mr. Speaker, H.R. 1873 is supported by the Wyoming Rural Electric Association, the Tri-State Generation and Transmission Association, the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, Black Hills Energy, the Edison Electric Institute, the American Public Power Association, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the Western Governors Association, and many others who care so much about our lands out west. Wyoming supports this bill. Wyoming utility co-ops know best how to manage the provision of electricity and how to handle these rights of way, and also how to provide healthy and sustainable forest management as they do so. I request immediate passage of this bill, Mr. Speaker. It's hugely important that we get back on track, that we stop the kind of mismanagement from Washington that has been so damaging for so many years. And I urge my colleagues in Congress to act quickly on its passage. And, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, President Trump campaigned on a promise to bring somehow jobs back home. He said he was going to overhaul the tax code, introduce an infrastructure package, remove barriers to job creation. Unfortunately, we've yet to hear specifics on any of the administration's plans to accomplish that. My colleagues will be happy to hear that in my hand I have an amendment that will help to accomplish this goal by providing tax incentives to companies that bring overseas jobs back home. What a great idea. Mr. Speaker, when we defeat the previous question, I'll offer an amendment to the rule to bring up Representative Pascrell's Bring Jobs Home Act, H.R. 685. This bill closes a tax loophole that actually rewards companies for moving jobs overseas while providing a tax credit to companies that move jobs back home to our country, the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record, along with extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
To discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the rule. Here we are again. We're debating a bill to roll back regulations that protect the public, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Speaker. And I think we're a little bit tone deaf. Here's a news flash. The whole country is focused on defending blue-collar jobs, bolstering our industrial manufacturing base. Americans broadly agree that keeping United States jobs from moving overseas is a top priority. Yet, despite campaign promises, the administration has awarded government contracts to companies that continue to offshore. You can't make this up. So we say one thing, and then we do another. Now look, both parties do it. Neither party's privy to virtue. But let me tell you something. There is a plethora of these before us about saying one thing when you're campaigning and not following through. That's not good. The flow of jobs overseas is not stopping. Just this week, it was announced that Ford is canceling plans to build the Ford Focus in Mexico, ending North American production entirely and making the model almost completely in China beginning next year, as soon as its output ends at a plant in Michigan. Yet right now, when companies move overseas, as the gentleman from Colorado just said.
All right, everybody, we are going to hop out of that to take you to a press conference from Governor Christie. Let's take you there right now.
Population. Of course, Horizon instantly set its multi-million-dollar public relations team into play to mischaracterize the intent of our proposal and mislead about its potential financial impact. What most of us did not know, what their multi-million-dollar lobbyists and secretive management team worked to make sure we wouldn't notice, is that Horizon has been cited repeatedly by 2 state agencies for failing since 2015 in its obligations to the public and to healthcare providers to properly handle the needs of the poor and those who care for them, that it's being paid hundreds of millions of dollars every year to do by the taxpayers. This past Monday, June 19th, the Department of Human Services, Division of Medical Assistance and Health Services, served a notice of sanction to Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield of New Jersey in the amount of $15.5 million for noncompliance with several provisions of its managed care contract involving the processing and handling of hundreds of thousands of Medicaid claims since the spring of 2016. These violations had a significant and detrimental impact on thousands of poor New Jersey citizens and the healthcare providers who treat them, involving New Jersey Medicaid's New Jersey Family Care Program. The DHS sanction notice states Horizon violated the terms of its contract with the state in its non-timely and inaccurate processing of claims, inadequate handling of provider and member complaints and inquiries about these processing mistakes, and inaccurate reporting of its own financial information. Horizon also failed to meet the contract's requirements for abandoned call rates, which refers to when a caller finally hangs up because they don't want to hold any longer waiting to be addressed by someone at Horizon. And it also involved both members and providers not being addressed on the telephone. The source of the problem stems from Horizon's decision to bring many of these functions in-house in order to make even more money at the expense of the taxpayers, and they made them effective April 1 of 2016. Now, prior to the change in December of 2015, Horizon had assured the Department of Human Services that it was fully prepared for a transition of service for these functions. However, Horizon's failure to meet the contractual timeframes was not an isolated incident, and the troubles cited in 2016 continued into the first quarter of 2017, and its backlog of unprocessed claims involving hundreds of thousands of claims concerning the state's most vulnerable people continued. That backlog then ballooned by mid-year of 2016, and by the beginning of 2017, the backlog was still not back to a level at which they started before they made the processing changes on April 1 of 2016. Therefore, the backlog grew tenfold between the first quarter of 2016 and the first quarter of 2017, at the very same time that Horizon was making a $163 million profit off their handling of these very same claims. Through its failure to have a functioning claims system, member and provider information system, and coordination between the two functions, Horizon just brazenly failed their members and the citizens of New Jersey who pay them. The net result was a significant increase in claims that were backlogged, significant increase in unpaid claims, a significant increase in incorrectly paid claims, a significant increase in untimely denial of claims, and a significant increase in the untimely payment of claims. As the notice of sanction reflects, Horizon's incompetence negatively impacted our Department of Human Services' ability to work with providers, members, advocates, the general public, and other governments to improve the quality and the efficiency of New Jersey's Medicaid program. This was a systemic, not an isolated set of failures that touched many aspects of Horizon's Medicaid operations. And because Horizon serves 55% of the eligible Medicaid population, it impacted nearly the entire Medicaid program as well. I'd also like to note that in September of 2016 and March of 2017, Horizon was also sanctioned by the New Jersey Department of Banking and Insurance, resulting in an additional $550,000 in fines to resolve related allegations of mishandling of provider claims since July of 2015. In September of 2016, Horizon agreed to pay the Department of Banking and Insurance $400,000 because Horizon and a vendor improperly processed claims of home health care and hospice providers between July of 15 and March of 16. The issue resulted in Horizon's improper denial of 4,500 claims by home care and hospice patients they were insuring. 4,500 improper denial of claims. Failure to promptly pay claims and failure to pay interest on the late claims once they were discovered. In March of 2017, Horizon agreed to pay the Department of Banking and Insurance a $150,000 fine to resolve problems relating to new claims system for the Medicaid business that was implemented in April of 16. In this matter, Horizon's new system failed to generate almost 9,500 statutorily required overpayment recovery notices to over 1,100 Medicaid providers between September 16 and 17. What this meant was that providers didn't receive any of the legally required notices that they may have been overpaid by mistake by Horizon, and Horizon went in anyway with no notice to them to charge back over $8.1 million in claims to providers who are taking care of the poorest and most vulnerable in our society. I want to remind you something. Horizon's most productive line of business is Medicaid. In 2016, for example, Horizon's Medicaid profits from serving the poor exceeded $163 million. Now we discover that their profit was based in part on improper denial of claims, late payment of claims, failure to pay interest on late payment of claims, and ignoring the concerns of the poor and those who provide treatment to them. We must demand answers. We must discover what else Horizon's well-paid lobbyists and secret executives are hiding from us. We need the greater transparency and additional independent management that our proposed legislation provides to the public. $16 million in fines in 9 months could just be the tip of the iceberg. We should not permit a nonprofit insurer to profit from ignoring the poor and those who give them the life-enhancing and life-sustaining health care that they need at taxpayer expense. Horizon needs to be held answerable to this. The only way to do that, in my view, is through the legislation that we have provided to the legislature that would ensure greater transparency and greater independent governance so that their well-paid lobbyists and their high-paid executives will not go unchecked by a board that is under the thumb of the chairman and CEO. So, questions?
Governor, you recently made two nominations to Horizon's board. Is this related to that?
No, those appointments were up and due, so it's not related to this in any way. Mary O'Dowd, who's currently serving on the board at Horizon, had expressed her desire to not be appointed for a new term. That's when we determined we would appoint Michelle Brown for a new term, nominate Michelle Brown for a new term, and if confirmed, she'd be appointed to the board. And there's been a tradition of 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats on the board. The Senate President recommended to me Mr. Ballantyne for the board, and we have put forward that nomination as well. So it had nothing to do with the announcement today, just kind of normal course of business between us and the Senate and trying to get nominations cleaned up.
Earlier today, Steve Forbes on Twitter accused you of bullying Horizon. Wall Street editorial is calling this extortion. In the case of coming out here and laying out these $16 million of fines over the past 9 months, is that, does that lend credence to their argument?
No, these are actions, independent actions taken by the Department of Banking and Insurance last fall, before I ever made any recommendation regarding what to do with Horizon, and the independent actions of the Department of Human Services going back to 2016. So these are the facts, Matt. Now, Horizon doesn't like the facts, but when you've been hit with $16 million in fines in 9 months for incompetence or worse, depending upon what the motivation was for this, has nothing to do with bullying. Fact is that the most important parts of that legislation are the issues regarding transparency and independent governance. And as I've said before, as far as the financial situation is concerned, none of that money would inure to the benefit of this administration. If it happened, we've said that we don't want there to be any decisions until February or March of next year regarding what amount of their surplus should be taken to be placed in this fund. That would be decisions that would be made by the next administration, not by us. So the things being spread out there by Horizon's lobbyists are simply not true. What they really fear, Matt, is greater independent governance and greater transparency that's required in this bill, and that's why they're fighting it so hard.
Governor, can you talk a little bit more specifically about the transparency and governance that's in your bill?
Sure. Well, it's first of all adding 4 more public members to the board. Right now, there's 15 members on the board, 11 appointed by the chairman of Horizon and 4 appointed by the governor with the advice and consent of the Senate. The legislation would add 4 more members of the board, public members of the board, 2 appointed by the Senate President directly, 2 appointed by the Assembly Speaker directly. That means there would be 4 gubernatorial appointments and 4 legislative appointments. And it would bring the board back to an 11-8 balance. Still, more members appointed by the chairman than by the public, but it would make it a much closer vote on those things, and would bring 4 new sets of eyes to the board to question things and to challenge and demand answers. Where right now, the overwhelming majority of that board is appointed by the chairman, and they're under his thumb. No question about that. On transparency, we're talking about a number of different things that would now have to be put publicly on the website. Compensation that's being paid, response time, things that the public has a right to know since they're paying for so much of what goes on at Horizon. They have a right to know these things. And if you try to get some of that information now from Horizon, it's a labyrinth. The public can never get to it. Some of it's absolutely withheld. And you can see right now they had a Supreme Court case yesterday where they were arguing that they should not have to reveal in the Omnia plan why certain hospitals were designated as Tier 1 and others were designated as Tier 2. They say, this nonprofit public insurer is saying, we don't have to tell the public why your hospital is a Tier 1 hospital, which is in the network, and you get lower co-pays, but Charlie's hospital is a Tier 2 hospital, and he's going to have to pay higher co-pays if he goes to the hospital closest to him. And folks are saying, well, we want the rationale as to why. They were arguing before the New Jersey Supreme Court in the last day or two. They shouldn't have to reveal that information. And so these actions of greater transparency and greater independent governance, I think will lead to a better operation there, and certainly an operation that's more responsive to the public, that provides them with 55% of all health insurance in New Jersey is written by Horizon, and over 50% of our Medicaid population is handled by Horizon. They should not be able to operate in the dark.
Governor, you met with the Senate President and the Assembly Speaker yesterday. Did you make this Horizon bill and the lottery proposal a condition to agreeing to their school funding and budget plan?
I don't talk about the negotiations that I have with the Senate President and the Speaker. And it has been the practice of the Senate President and the Speaker over time not to talk about negotiations with me. So I'm not certainly going to engage in that. If we have an agreement to announce or a disagreement to announce, I'll be happy to do that at that time, but I'm not going to talk about it before.
Did you broach any of this information to them or let them know that this was coming?
We had a full and complete conversation yesterday on a whole broad range of issues. We talked about nominations yesterday, judgeships, we talked about the budget and lots of different aspects of the budget, including the additional $320 million in spending that they want to add on to the budget. We talked about a full range of issues yesterday. It was a good meeting. It was a positive meeting. And I'm confident in a meeting that will lead towards some positive resolutions for the people of the state.
Does this proposed legislation affect Horizon's reserve funds at all?
Well, it does, because if there is an excess surplus, as determined by the Commissioner of the Department of Banking and Insurance, he can sweep that excess surplus and put it into this wellness account to deal with drug and alcohol rehabilitation treatment and other health care issues for the underserved, the poor in the state of New Jersey. But all of that money that went in there, whatever amount it was in any particular year, it's not mandatory that the Department of Banking and Insurance take that money. It's discretionary on the part of the commissioner. And secondly, any expenditure from that fund has to be part of the appropriations process by the legislature. So this is no way that any governor, I can't even go near the money because I won't be here then, but any other subsequent governor can do it without an appropriations process from the legislature. It would not be a fund in the discretion of the governor. It would be a fund that's available for appropriations for those purposes by the legislature with the approval of the governor.
Governor, you use the term excess surplus, but Commissioner Bottolato in the hearing acknowledged that there is no such defined term within the regulations.
Well, no, the way it's defined is it's not within our regulations. It's defined by the Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield, the Blue Cross Blue Shield agreement among all their members, which is 550%. If you must have 550% surplus to be able to be certified as a blue.
But that's
No, 550% above that is an excess, and these folks are sitting on in excess of $2.5 billion in reserves, and it's much too much money for them to be keeping. And when you understand that they only have two profitable lines, Medicaid and investment on income. That's the only other place where they made profit last year. They're and holding back the payments, as they've been now found to do by the Department of Human Services, improperly holding back payments to providers in the Medicaid program is another way for them to keep that money longer and make more on their investments. It's absolutely unconscionable to do that to the health care providers who provide help to the most vulnerable in our state.
Governor, Bob Marino, the CEO, has said to NJ Biz, I believe, that if the legislation were enacted, an individual might see a policy hike of $600 and a family of four, $1,700. If that were to happen, would that be a success?
No, it's absolutely untrue, first of all, and he knows it. Bob knows it's untrue because no surplus would be determined until after they had already set their premiums for the next year. This is a look back. It's not prospective. It's a look back. So after everything is done and they make all their business decisions in the spring of the next year and certify their financials and set their premiums for the year, then and only then can you determine whether surplus is excessive. So they would already have set their rates. And so the idea that this would cause a rate increase is absolutely untrue, and Bob knows it. He knows it's untrue because it would be set in the spring of the next year after they'd already set rates. And it's in that context that you determine what's excessive. If they need to use some of that surplus to keep rates down, they can do that and would do it before there would be any sweep of the money. So it's completely, Bob's wrong. It was a pathetic interview. I don't know which of his PR guys that he pays hundreds of thousands of dollars to encouraged him to do that interview. But it was a fairly pathetic attempt at trying to justify his $4.5 million in compensation.
What about a credit rating downgrade? You know, S&P has warned about. Would that hurt consumers?
S&P hadn't even seen the legislation when they did that. So maybe they should see the legislation first, and if they did, they would know that it wouldn't lead to any downgrade because they get to determine rates, salaries, and everything else before this is swept. This is a retrospective. It's a look back. It's not prospective. It's retrospective. So everything is done already for that year. It's not going to affect the next year. It's what happened in the last year. And they've already set rates for the next year. So if S&P had taken the time to wait for the legislation before opining, but this is not the first time that S&P's kind of jumped the gun. That's why they got sued as much as they did in the aftermath of the mortgage crisis. Matt?
So, Governor, can you explain, you said patients were hurt. Were patients were hurt on Medicaid since they're not paying their claims? Was anybody denied care?
Well, we can't tell that, Matt. But what we know is that providers were not being paid for the services that they were providing. So now what impact that had on those offices, whether those offices could continue to function at the same level. But the bottom line, Matt, is they have a contractual obligation to do this. They got the money from us, right? So that's like, you know, I give you $10 to go down the street and you're going to buy me a sandwich. And you keep the $10 and I never get the sandwich. Then you come back 2 days later and say, oh, here's the sandwich. I go, what happened the last 2 days? They had the money in their hand and they kept it. And I believe the reason they kept it was that they could make even greater money on their investment income. The longer they keep it in their hands and out of yours, and they invest it, as we see from some of their reports, aggressively, the more money they can make. And that's a lot of the money that goes towards paying their lobbyists millions of dollars and paying their executives millions of dollars.
Quick question on another topic. There's footbridge from the State House parking garage to the river that you announced last week. For years, there's been plans for a broader reconfiguration of Route 29 to connect all of Trenton to the riverfront. Those plans never had a footbridge from the State House parking lot to River 29. So two questions. One, where did that idea come from? And two, do you see that as the first part of a broader reconfiguration of 29 and more opening up to the waterfront? Or is that it? We're done?
No, as I said last week, I think it's the first step. Secondly, that idea came from meetings that we had with the city. And we've been working with the mayor over a course of time about ways to enhance things here in the city of Trenton. And so that's where the idea came from. It was a product of those meetings. And I think it's just the first step. It's to develop park land right along the river for people to use and be able to access. And I think a greater configuration of 29, as you might expect from looking at it, it would probably take the better part of 5 to 10 years to get done. So that's something that the next administration will have to decide. We see this as a first step. And we hope that, given that we've now provided, an 8-year program of $32 billion between state and federal funds for transportation improvements, that this is something that they'll have the resources to do. And we hope that whoever's in the next administration will take a strong look at the reconfiguration of 29 now that we have the resources to do it. But we see it as a first step.
Governor, Speaker Prieto had previously said that your Horizon plan, there's not much of an appetite for it in his caucus. I know he's meeting with him now and talking to him about this again. But if he comes back and says the same thing and won't move, what then?
Well, I'm not going to discuss hypotheticals with you. Why would I?
Getting back to the 29 plan for a moment, I've lived here in Trenton for 13 years or so. I mean, this is a city that can't keep West State Street striped. It can't control traffic at this intersection right outside your office. That strip of land you're talking about has flooded catastrophically. 2 times, maybe 3, since I've lived here. Is this the best use of money for Trenton?
Listen, it was done in conjunction with the mayor's office, and we have a number of things, as you know, if you've been covering us, that we're investing money in Trenton. This is just one of them. and I believe it's a good thing to do. Yeah.
Governor, back to the Horizon legislation. So you originally proposed it in May, and then in the weeks following that, you said that we would see legislative support for the plan, but there has not yet been any sponsors or introduction of the bill. I mean, have you spoken to people?
Yeah.
Who are we going to see sponsoring this?
Well, when they announce it, they'll announce it. I don't announce sponsors. Sponsors have to announce themselves. They like to put out those press releases. So I'm not going to jump the gun on that.
So you do have sponsors?
Yes. Other questions? Hey, Dustin.
As far as transparency goes, this bill specifically, I'm not disputing any of the facts that you said, but now you're asking for a bill to essentially, because of the timing, where we're at, it's going to get rushed through the legislature if you can get support for it. No public hearings.
Listen, we have 9 days left. Lots of things happen in Trenton in a very short period of time, Dustin. You know that. It's not, listen, I put this proposal out there in February, okay? I cannot set the legislative schedule. I can't, and I've dealt with this for 8 years. They go dark from February to May. You have to talk to the legislative leadership about that if you have concerns about it. The governor can't change the way they set the calendar. But what happens at the end of every session in June and December, so you can't look at me and act surprised, is that lots of things happen in the last 10 days of each session. If you don't like that, write your legislator and tell them you wish they'd work more year-round. I work year-round. I wish they would do it too. But the fact is, I'm not going to sit around and say, well, no, now I'm not going to get things done when they're ready to get things done. Because, by the way, June 30th, they leave. They're not coming back till after the election. So, I proposed something in February. You think that I'm going to willingly wait until after the election? I don't think that's necessary. There's been lots of conversation about this from February forward. And lots of people have had both public and private conversation about it. So, you all have written a lot about it. So, I don't think this is something that's in the dark. The proposal's been out there. It's been out there with some measure of specificity. And just because the legislature decides to really get moving on things in the last 10 days of the session, there's nothing I can do about that. I would prefer, believe me, because I'll be sitting here in July with 50, 60, 100 bills on my desk. They go home, and then I got to go through all these things. In July and August. So it wouldn't be my preference to do it that way. I'd rather have a steady flow all year, but it is what it is. I got to live with the way they conduct business.
If I can follow up on that.
Sure.
You mentioned a $400,000 agreement from 2015?
No, 2016, September of 16. That concerned conduct that went back as far as 15. Okay. It was September of 16, and I'll have to look back at my notes again, but
all right, and I think that was there were two different.
We'll give you all that.
Agreements, but why did we find out from the governor about these agreements?
They've been on the website. They've been on Dobie's website since then. Okay. I'm just reminding you all. But if you had gone on Dobie's website, you would have found them then. They've been posted on Dobie's website since they were agreed to. So I'm bringing those back together now, but they've been publicly available on Dobie's website since the time they were put into place.
Then if you said that, then why wouldn't DHS have put out?
It just happened on Monday. And DHS is not DHS's standard practice to put those things on websites, on their website. That's just DHS's standard practice. If asked for, it's publicly available, but they don't put things on their website in the same way that Dobie does. It's just different practices by different departments. I intend to make sure those practices are standardized, and I'll have more to say about that going forward. But DHS does not normally put these things on their website.
One follow. So there's 5 Medicaid managed care organizations that operate in the state. Have any of the other insurers been sanctioned?
Well, you have to go take a look, won't you?
But they're not on the website.
No, well, they could be sanctioned by Dobie, too. There's 2 different sets of sanctions. And you could ask, you certainly, I know you all know there's this law called the Open Public Records Act. And you probably don't use it all that often, but to the extent that you do, you can certainly file those requests with the Department of Human Services. And Dobie regularly puts that stuff on their website. Right?
The lottery plan, have you gotten any constructive criticism back from lawmakers? And what's your sense of whether you got support for it?
No, I think we've got great support. We've got bipartisan support. You see Senator Sarlo and Senator Bucco sponsoring the bill, Assemblyman Scher sponsoring the bill. So we've got great bipartisan support for the lottery proposal, and I'm very optimistic that the lottery proposal will be done, because it's in the best interest of pensioners in this state, and it's in the long-term best budget interest of the state as well.
Assemblyman Chair was actually critical of it today and questioned whether
He's criticizing his own bill. Apparently. Well, listen, it's the last 9 days in Trenton. Things get a little bit wacky, but he's agreed to be a sponsor, so I would assume that means he's going to vote for his own bill. Maybe, I remember Senator Whalen had some of these problems too, going back on the Atlantic City bill, I think it was, where he sponsored at one point, then said he was against it, and legal notices, I think, as well. He was a sponsor, and then so people in the legislature tend to hop around on these things, but when they sign a bill as a sponsor, I tend to take that as a sign that they're supportive of it.
Governor, the legislature the Senate Judiciary Committee had a hearing this week on marijuana legalization. You know where you stand on that. You're opposed to it.
Right.
Have you given any thought to what it would take for you to change your mind on that? Do you see yourself?
No, I won't change my mind on it. Absolutely not. Nope. And there was nothing that was said this week that would make me change my mind on it. Senator Scutari had a dog and pony show with all the people who are going to profit from poisoning our children. It was a good show for him, but it doesn't change my mind. Oh, Charlie, come on. You're a veteran. Oh, well, all right. Well, then just put it on vibrate, would you? Because, it's hospital, but he hit ignore, so I got to know. You heard it, but then you didn't take it. Yes. Phil.
Governor, I know you won't mention the specifics, but following your meetings with legislative leaders, you're still confident a budget will be in place by June 30?
Yes. Charlie, you have something? Or is it about the hospital? You want me to take the call, Charlie? Whatever you need. Any way I can help. Yeah. Then he hit ignore on. It's great.
Put it on speaker.
Yeah.
Now, during your budget address, you said, shame on us if we don't come forward with a new school funding formula.
Well, good school funding formula, Charlie, not just any.
Consider what the Democrats have.
As I said before, there's parts of it that there's parts of it that I find encouraging. There's parts of it that I find discouraging, and so we're working.
But it's basically a tweak of a maintenance of the current formula.
Well, I understand that, Charlie. You're not going to get a new formula out of this. You didn't really think I was going to get a new formula out of this legislature, did you? I mean, come on.
That is what you're asking for.
Well, Charlie, I'd like a pony too. I'm not getting one of those either. Okay, so there's things you ask for that you're not going to get because you're trying to set the tone and the outlines of a debate. But there are things about the changes that they have proposed that are encouraging to me. There's things about the changes they proposed that's discouraging to me. And so now we're trying to work through negotiating some type of amicable resolution.
Do you see any possibility where you might veto that plan if you
Oh, you're going into Hutchins hypothetical land, so no, I don't go there. Yes, Sal?
Horizon's well-paid public relations team has responded in real time to your comments.
Yes.
And they say that...
multi-million-dollar team.
Well, they say that they weren't permitted the opportunity for the customary appeal and review of this $15 million.
They absolutely have. It's laid out in the letter. They have an absolute right to appeal it. The sanctions been put on. They have a right to appeal it.
And they suggest that your comments suggest that this is retaliation for not agreeing to the...
Well, of course that's what they say. But this has been going on, this investigation into what they have been up to have been going on since April of 16. My proposal was made in February of 17. So actions that have been being taken by the Department of Human Services since April of 16 can hardly be called retaliation for something that was done, that was proposed in February of 17. So unfortunately, tell Mr. Kastner to redo his math. He was never very good at that when he was an assembly staffer either. Anything else? Good. No more questions. Thank you all very much. Thank you for coming today. I'm sure we'll see you again very, very soon.
All right, everybody. That was Governor Chris Christie speaking in New Jersey about his Horizon bill in budget talks. Taking you to the next top story here in the show, giving you a live look of the Capitol building right now. Give me 1 second while I pull up the next event for you here live on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys. I have a couple events that I do want to take you to. Let me pull this up for you here. Thanks for joining me live here today on the Fox News Now stream. We do have a press conference. It was fairly short, but I do want to take you guys to this because this is breaking news today. A police officer was stabbed in Flint, Michigan at the Bishop International Airport there. And we do hear from an airport spokesperson. I just received a push alert, though, that this is being treated like a terrorist act. They're investigating it like a terror act. So we're going to hear from the spokesperson here at the Bishop International Airport on what exactly happened today and why this police officer was stabbed. So let me make sure that this volume is up, good to go. All right, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, how are you? Apologize for the delay in getting with you. If I could get everyone's email addresses or business card, what I'm going to do is administer a written statement for everybody, and then in some time here, hopefully within the next 2 hours, we'll have a press conference, okay? Where we'll have the agency heads as well as the special agent in charge of the Detroit division of the FBI come out and address the group.
Can you speak to us now in just regards to that written statement?
Give us an update now? Yeah, what I'd like to do is just get everyone's information so that I can get that together so we can push that out to you right away without any delay. So, all right. We'll just kind of make our round. We have some folks here that can help out. If you guys could just pass the cards there, then we'll get that written statement out to you right away.
Thank you. I'm getting my shoulder not in. They know. They got my number.
Here, I already gave some.
Trust me, they can help me now.
Clearly. Also, if you want to send an email to me so that you can make sure that you're on that list in case we miss a card, it is T as in Tim, P as in Paul, Wiley.
Okay, everybody, I'm going to see if I can scroll through here until we actually start hearing from him about this situation. Looks like right now he's just speaking with reporters, getting ready. Let's see if we've got it now.
Is that press conference coming later? Do you have I'm going to narrow down that time a little bit better for you so that we have that. I'm hoping within the next 2 hours or less.
So you're making absolutely no verbal statement right now?
The only thing that I will say, and again, I want to make it brief because I want to make sure that I get you the information that you need. Again, Tim Wiley with FBI Detroit Public Affairs. I want to let you know that this is an FBI-led scene at the moment, and we are working together with our local, state, and federal law enforcement partners to ensure the safety of all. And that's where I'm going to leave it for this point in time. Make sure we get you that written statement. Make sure that you have that, get that out to your viewers, and we'll be back and provide some more information.
There's a lot of reports flying around.
I appreciate it. I want to make sure that I get that information out to you. Thank you.
That was Tim Wiley, FBI PIO. That was a question over there.
Oh. Yes, Tim Wiley with FBI Public Affairs. And if you just want to let your viewers know in the meantime to make sure that they avoid the airport at this point, it is closed down. The airport at this point in time is closed down. They're going to be giving some regular updates on their Facebook account at the Bishop International Airport. You can check that out on Facebook, so they'll talk a little bit about the closure time and how long that's going to last. But for right now, just to avoid this area, especially with some traffic congestion. Thank you.
I saw one plane land. Do you know if they're landing?
I'll get more information as that becomes available. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, so not really a press conference. They kept it pretty short. Looks like they're really trying to finish the investigation before they give us any more information. Again, a police officer was stabbed at the Bishop International Airport today in Flint, Michigan. No idea why this police officer was stabbed yet. We're still waiting on more details, as you can see, but I do know that they are investigating this as a terror act. So we'll hear more shortly, but A witness there said that they were dropping their daughter off at the airport and they saw a police officer bleeding from the neck on his hands and knees, and then he noticed a person being detained by police, and they also noticed a knife on the ground. So it looks like they are handling the situation. Looks like they might have someone in custody, so we'll hear more throughout the day. But that is really the big story of the day right now. That's the breaking news, so hopefully we'll get some more press conferences throughout the day, everybody. Giving you a live look of the White House right now, pulling up the next top story for you here in the show. Earlier today, Mike Pence was speaking, as well as Jeff Sessions. Let me pull this up for you guys. So Vice President Mike Pence and Attorney General Jeff Sessions were making remarks at the United States Department of Justice National Summit on Crime Reduction and Public Safety. So let's hear what the Attorney General has to say about crime reduction, as well as Vice President Mike Pence. Here we go.
I've gotten in the hallways. It seems very positive, but we want constructive criticism as well. This is something we hope to continue to do. So please find me or find one of the staff or send us an email and let us know what worked and what didn't, because we certainly aim to improve upon this product. But I just can't thank you enough, especially all of you who lined up very early to be here. Obviously, we have an incredibly special guest with the Vice President joining us. So thank you for that. It's great to see a full house. It's now a privilege for me to welcome Attorney General Sessions back to the podium. As you heard directly from him yesterday, you will find no bigger champion who will work hard for you and support your mission as state, local, and federal law enforcement than the Attorney General. I've had the privilege of traveling with the Attorney General to cities across the country. Some of you I see in the crowd today. I can tell you unequivocally, this is your law and order Attorney General. In front of the cameras, in the communities, behind closed doors, and everything in between, Attorney General Sessions has your back. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Attorney General Sessions.
Thank you all. It's so good to be with you. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your friendship and your affirmation and support for, I believe, a common sense policy for law enforcement for America. You know, I sometimes want to tell these folks that don't quite understand it, hadn't been in the pits like you and I have been. Here, oh America, the criminal justice system in this country is one. It is one entity, a monumental apparatus designed to make our communities safer, more secure, for our children to go to school without fear, to play in their yards and their communities, to resist the spread of drugs and death that we're seeing today, and do the right things. And each one of you have given your lives to that process. We need to work better every day to get better. And I hope this conference will accomplish that. I hope that we can identify the kind of proven techniques and policies that reduce crimes and make our community safer. I believe we can. And the more the departments and more the cities and local and state and federal people work together to achieve those policies, the safer we can make America and do our job better. So I hope that's what this conference is helping you to do. You can be sure that our team is on board. We've got a lot of our top people here. Some 30 United States attorneys have been present. We're learning together. We're hearing from you, and we're going to make some changes. Already we've had ideas and suggestions that need listening to and need acting on. So I would share with you that the President Trump, understands this. He believes and has said boldly he is a law and order president. He's backed us up fully, and he's directed us to reduce crime in America, and that's what we all want to do. I'm grateful for that leadership, grateful to him and to Vice President Pence for what they've done. They share our strong belief that every American, no matter who they are or where they live, have the right to be safe in their homes and in their neighborhoods, free from crime and violence and drugs. Vice President Pence is a man of integrity, decency, and honor, who is committed to making America a better place. And he was born and raised in wonderful Indiana, the heart of land of America for sure. The people of East Central Indiana elected him 6 times to represent them in the United States House of Representatives, where his colleagues chose him as the chairman of the House Study Committee. And that is a matter that shows principle and courage if you know how the study committee works. And then after that, he was elected to the leadership in the House Republican Conference chairman, a very important indeed. In 2013, he was elected the 50th governor of the state of Indiana, and last November, the American people elected him as Vice President of the United States of America. We are honored that he is with us this morning. I am honored to be able to introduce him to you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you to Attorney General Sessions for that warm welcome and warm introduction. And let me say thank you. Thank you to this Attorney General for your leadership at the Department of Justice. Attorney General Jeff Sessions is a law and order Attorney General. And I and the President are proud and honored to have him at our side. Truly an honor to be here at the National Summit of Crime Reduction and Public Safety, and I bring greetings this morning from a tireless champion of the men and women of law enforcement in the United States of America, the 45th President of the United States, President Donald Trump. From the very start of this administration, President Trump has promised to support, in his words, the men and women of law enforcement and to support you strongly and to protect every American's right to live in safety and in peace. And since literally the first day of this administration, President Trump has been busy keeping that promise to the American people and to all of you. In one of his earliest acts, the President established the first ever task force on crime reduction and public safety with the goal of fostering collaboration between federal, state, local, and tribal law enforcement to improve the safety of our peace officers and the safety of the American people. This very summit is an extension of the President's leadership in that task force efforts, and the discussions that you're having will impact the policies of this administration and impact this country for years to come. The President and I are pleased also, as all of you learned yesterday from Attorney General Sessions, that 12 cities have already joined the new National Public Safety Partnership with the Justice Department. The resources that will be available through this partnership will empower cities to identify the best tools and the best strategies to take on gangs, to take on the drug dealers, and take back their cities from the scourge of violent crime. Let's take a moment to congratulate the 12 chiefs of police who are here with us today, who are providing that leadership in these 12 communities in America. We thank you. And let me thank you all for attending this historic gathering. At every level of American law enforcement is represented here, and many important community groups are part of the discussions that will take place. Allow me to express the pride and appreciation to the dedicated public servants of the Justice Department in particular who are here with us today, from the DEA, the ATF, the FBI, the United States Marshal Service, and of course the United States attorneys. Can we give them a round of applause? We are proud of these public servants and the service they provide to the American people. And to all the advocates here today, especially the advocates for victims and the advocates for those who have fallen in the line of duty and their families, thank you. Just thank you for your compassion. Thank you for being here today. And thank you for pouring yourselves into the lives of the families of our fallen and those who have suffered the weight of violent crime in America. You make a difference every day, and your efforts, in my heart, are treasure in heaven. Let's give them a round of applause. And lastly, thank you to all the police chiefs, the sheriffs, the detectives, and other members of local, state, tribal law enforcement who've traveled near and far to attend this summit. You are the best of us. And on behalf of President Donald Trump and the American people, thank you for the service that you and your families provide every single day to keep American families safe. Just last week, the entire world was awed when two of your kind, in the midst of a terrible attack on a congressional baseball team, demonstrated the courage that men and women in law enforcement demonstrate every week across this country, as officers do all across America far too often. These two heroes rushed into danger without regard to their personal safety. It's truly remarkable to hear the story. I was speaking yesterday to a senator who was there on the scene. He talked about how the gunman rounded behind home plate. And there was literally nothing in between him and a dugout where there were members of Congress and even the child of a member of Congress, with nothing between them and the gunman with a semi-automatic weapon. And those two officers, both of whom were injured in the assault, simply ran straight at the gunman and took him down. You know, as my wife and I told Officer Crystal Greiner and her family last Thursday at the hospital, her extraordinary courage and the courage of Officer David Bailey saved lives and prevented an even greater tragedy. You know, we honor these heroes, but we also honor all those, like those of you gathered here today, at every level, who stand in between us and the violence that besets our families and communities. Let's give these heroes a round of applause. You know, we support them by speaking of their courage, but we also support them by standing with them and standing with all of you each and every day. And make no mistake about it, President Donald Trump stands without apology with the men and women of law enforcement in America, and he always will. President Trump knows that to keep our streets and cities safe, our law enforcement officers need two things: resources and respect. And this president has taken decisive action to restore the tradition of respect and honor owed to law enforcement. Speaking at the Peace Officers Memorial Service just last month, where we honored 234 heroes who gave their lives in the line of duty, President Trump denounced attacks on law enforcement, in his words, as a stain on the very fabric of our society. And he's working every day to bring it to an end. President Trump has directed the full force of the federal government to protect you who protect us. And under the leadership of Attorney General Sessions and the Department of Justice, we're already taking every available action to ensure the safety and security of our law enforcement officers. In the budget he sent to Congress just last month, the President called for more than $500 million to support federal law enforcement, including the hiring of more than 300 new attorneys and judges to tackle violent crime and support immigration enforcement. And President Trump also called for more than $5 billion in grant funding to support the men and women of law enforcement at the state, local, and tribal level. We will not rest until we ensure those of you who wear the uniform have the resources and the training to keep our families safe and go home safe to yours. You know, it's maybe more important now than ever before. Truth is, last year saw actually an increase in many of the very worst types of violent crime. In our largest city, crimes like robbery, rape, aggravated assault, and non-fatal shootings all rose in 2016, in some places by double digits. And the year before that, the murder rate saw its largest increase since 1968. And in many urban areas, it continues to climb. Statistics don't tell the story, though. Those of you who wear the uniform, those of you who walk a beat, those of you who are victims advocates know this. These aren't numbers, these are people. These are families, these are shattered lives. The President said not long ago, this violence must end. And under this administration's leadership and the President's determination, and through your courageous service, we will bring this violence to an end. President Trump has taken decisive action to restore law and order in our communities and keep our families and our children safe. It all, of course, starts with simply enforcing the law. President Trump has made it clear that it is the policy of this administration to enforce the laws of this country, no exception, no apology. At the President's direction, the Department of Justice will no longer let the worst offenders off easy. We're once again pursuing in the most serious, readily available, provable charges for drug traffickers and violent criminals. With the courageous efforts of all of you gathered here, our administration is also getting the most dangerous criminals off of America's streets. A strike force in Denver recently took down one of the major drug trafficking groups in the western United States. A coordinated effort across 5 states caught more than 75 members of the Bloods, and a 3-month campaign in San Diego took more than 140 gang members out of that community. And as President Trump has pointed out, MS-13 is being decimated and going directly to prison, including more than 40 members of that vicious cartel who were arrested in New York City just a few days ago. Under this, President's also made it clear that America's borders are now closed to illegal immigration, to illegal drug and illicit drugs, and anyone who dares to threaten the well-being of the people of this country. He's backed it up with action. In the South Texas corridor, one of the main highways for illegal drugs, federal agents have seized more than twice as much cocaine and nearly 3 times as much heroin compared to this time last year. Across the entire border, there have been at least 87 major drug seizures in just the past month and a half. And thanks to President Trump and the efforts of law enforcement across the American Southwest, illegal crossings at America's southern border are down nearly 70% since January 1 of this year. Now, the gains we've made because of your service and courage are encouraging. But the truth is we still have a lot more to do to make this country safe again. And I can assure you this administration is firmly committed to working with each and every one of you, to the agencies and departments that are represented here to get the job done. President Trump has vowed, in his words now, to work with you, not against you, to support you, not undermine you. And I can assure you, serving with him every single day and knowing how he feels about the men and women of law enforcement, that's a promise you can count on every day at every hour under President Donald Trump. The Attorney General, at the President's direction, has already ordered the Department of Justice to support state, local, and tribal law enforcement partners in your joint mission to reduce crime and ensure safety. He's also ordered the Department to review its agreements with your jurisdictions to promote local accountability and local control. But these are only the first steps, not the last. We're just getting started. To confront the violence besetting our streets in too many American cities, we must continue to strengthen the partnership between every level of law enforcement, from the federal government down to the smallest cities and towns and townships, and also with the community and advocacy groups that care so deeply about our people's safety. This very gathering is a testament to the President's dedication to build a strong relationship with all of you and with the communities represented here. Your input is vital as this task force continues to craft its recommendations, which the Attorney General will present to the President in the coming months. We want to work closely with you as we implement those recommendations in the months and years ahead. We want to listen to you. We want to learn from you. And we want to advance the security of the American people because of you. President Trump is supporting and standing with law enforcement at every level because he cares so deeply about the safety and security of the American people. And he knows we can make this country safe again. This is about stopping drugs from entering our schools so that our children can shape their future. It's about kicking gang members out of our parks and alleyways so our families can live and play and walk their streets in peace. It's about protecting and respecting the courageous men and women who put on the uniform of law enforcement to serve our communities and keep us safe. You know, this is very humbling for me to stand before you today. And it's somewhat personal to my family. You know, I've never worn the uniform of law enforcement, but I grew up with an uncle who was a cop in Chicago. He was one of the heroes of my youth. And when we would travel from our small town in southern Indiana up to Chicago, one of the people we would be most excited to see was my uncle in uniform with his sidearm. And we would see that resolve as he'd walk out the door of my grandparents' home and go to work. We were filled with pride and, frankly, in awe of my uncle and the courage that he showed every day, putting his life on the line for people he didn't even know, and then coming home as though it was just a job. Truly inspiring. It shaped my youth. It truly did. And I've always had that view of law enforcement officers ever since. You know, I'm mindful of a story in the old book that it was an encounter that took place between a centurion and a Nazarene. It's a great story where the centurion had approached the Nazarene in a little place called Capernaum. He had someone in his household who was sick, and he asked for help. And as the Nazarene started to walk with him, he said, "You don't need to come with me." He said, "I'm a man under authority." He said, "I tell one person to do this, they do it. Tell another to do this, he does it." He says, "You only say the word, and that young one will be healed." And it said in that moment words that I thought I could relate to as he stood and he looked at that peace officer with a sword at his side. It said that Jesus was astonished. You know, when I see people that put on a sidearm every morning, men and women who walk out, give their families a kiss on the cheek and walk out to protect our families, I feel the same way. I'm just in awe. I'm in awe of people who answer a call of service in their life that puts the interest of others, the very lives of others, ahead of their own. When I was governor of Indiana, I was never more humbled than when I stood at a swearing-in ceremony. I was never more grieved than when I attended a funeral of one of those deputy sheriffs who had been sworn in on an occasion that I attended. The American people are deeply grateful for the service that all of you render. So to all of you here today, to police officers, sheriffs, detectives, deputies, agents, prosecutors, and every other member of the law enforcement community, just know that whatever happens in the public debate from time to time when tragedy strikes and people sometimes assume the worst, that this president, this administration, and the people of this country know you are heroes all. You have the appreciation of the American people. And I promise you, you have the gratitude and resolve of our president and our determination to give you the resources you need and the respect you deserve as you protect and serve. And you have our prayers for all of you in this room and all that you lead back home and all the departments and all the agencies. May God protect you as you protect our families. We've got a lot of work to do, but I say with confidence. With President Donald Trump in the White House, with the extraordinary service of the men and women of law enforcement in this country, and with God's grace, together, we will make America safe again. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
All right, everybody, that was Mike Pence and Attorney General Jeff Sessions speaking at the United States Department of Justice National Summit on Crime Reduction and Public Safety. Very long title, but basically discussing how to reduce crime. We appreciate you watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Happy Wednesday, everybody. We're halfway through the week. A lot going on today, though. Samia's coming in at noon. She will be working my shift tonight, so she'll be with you this evening, taking you into the next few hours of the show. You never know what happens on the evening show. Usually there's a police chase, a lot of breaking news that happens at night, so you should definitely tune in for that as well. But this morning, a lot going on with politics. I do want to take you to the next event that we have for you here. Let me pull this up really quickly. Get this ready for you guys. More live events coming in. We might get the White House press briefing, also a briefing from the State Department. So we'll be sure to pop in and out of this event as well if anything breaks. But right now, this is Defense Secretary Mattis receiving the Ohio State University Award of Excellence. This is at the OSU's Lyn Glenn College of Public Affairs, and this is the 2017 Excellence in Public Service. So he's receiving the Public Service Honoree Award at the National Press Club in Washington. So let's hear what he had to say as he accepts this award.
I want to welcome and thank you all for joining us this evening in honor of the 2017 Excellence in Public Service Award, honoring recipient James Mattis, U.S. Secretary of Defense. My name is Katie Hogan, for those of you that don't know me, and I oversee the Washington Academic Internship Program for the Lyn Glenn College of Public Affairs right here in D.C. WAPE allows Ohio State undergraduates to spend a semester in Washington, D.C. to live and intern while receiving academic credit. I'm pleased to share that this summer we have our largest WAPE cohort ever with 32 Lyn Glenn Fellows. I would like to take a couple of moments to recognize a couple of very important groups that we have with us in the room tonight. I would like to recognize and thank the OSU DC Alumni Club, who is an important partner for WAPE in the Lyn Glenn College in Washington, D.C. The OSU DC Alumni Club is an important partner because they assist us with placing our students in quality internships and matching our students with alumni mentors while they go through their program. Students also enjoy events with the OSU DC Alumni Club. Most recently, we partnered with the club, the Black Alumni Society, and the Glenn College for a group viewing of Hidden Figures. I would also like to recognize the Glenn College DC Outreach Committee, which serves as a steering committee for WAPE here in Washington, D.C. Thank you. Thomas is in the back. He's our chair of the DC Outreach Committee. Very excited. What's most impressive about this committee is that they meet once a month and serve as a support system to continue to improve WAPE programs and student support. This year, I'm very proud to share that they worked to raise 4 full housing scholarships for this year's WAPE crowdfunding campaign, allowing 4 of our Lyn Glenn Fellows to be with us this summer in D.C. without the burden of the cost of housing. I would also like to recognize and thank a very special group that we have in the room, which is the alumni of Senator Glenn's staff. This group has a very important connection to our group. They meet with the WAPE students every semester to share their precious memories of Senator and Annie Glenn and talk about what a model for public service he was. They also graciously host our students in internships and serve as their mentors, and we're so grateful to them to be connected in this way. Thank you to the alumni of Senator Glenn's staff. These are only a few examples of the incredible ways that alumni and friends contribute to making WAPE an excellent program and making the student experience in Washington exceptional. If alumni would like to get involved, you can do so by mentoring students, hosting students for internships in your office, hosting the entire cohort to your office for a study tour, or even simply taking a student to lunch or coffee to share more about your career with them. We are so grateful to all of our alumni and friends for the many ways that you pay it forward, and WAPE would not be the program that it is without you. So thank you, alumni and friends, once again. I would now like to introduce the Dean of the John Glenn College of Public Affairs, Dean Trevor Brown. Dean Brown has been with the John Glenn College for over 15 years, serving as director and now dean, when the John Glenn School became the John Glenn College in 2015. His areas of expertise include public management and government contracting. Among his many accomplishments, he served as the U.S. project manager to the Parliamentary Development Project, which provided technical assistance to the Ukrainian government. He is a fellow with the National Academy for Public Administration, and the Institute for National Government Purchasing awarded him Scholar of the Year in 2013. Not only is he an accomplished academic and a well-respected leader at Ohio State University, but he is one of the biggest supporters of our John Glenn Fellows in the Washington Academic Internship Program. Shortly after every Glenn Fellow is admitted to WAPE, they participate in a mandatory on-campus orientation where they learn about expectations for the program and how they'll get an internship in DC. Dean Brown always makes it a priority to attend these orientations, and he is one of the first to welcome them into the WAPE program and let them know how proud he is that they'll be representing the John Glenn College while in Washington, D.C. He also makes a deal with them. He tells them that they need to become very good networkers. Of course, I agree. And evidence of this would be if they obtain one of the elusive Ohio State pins with the Capitol building in the background, like the one I'm wearing tonight. You wouldn't believe how seriously the students take this. They make it one of their #1 goals while they're in Washington to obtain one of the Ohio State pins, a testament to how much they respect our dean. Please join me in welcoming Dean Trevor Brown.
You're not getting mine. It's right there. Well, good evening, everyone. As you heard, I'm Trevor Brown. I'm the dean here. I'm proud to welcome you all to a wonderful and celebratory event. Katie did such a fabulous job recognizing so many of the groups that are such a part of the Washington experience for the Glenn College, but I just want to highlight 2 others. The first is we are tremendous partners with Ohio State's Office of Government Relations here in Washington, D.C., and I'd just like to point out the relatively new director, Stan Skokie, over there. So if you haven't had a chance to meet him yet, please do go up and introduce yourself. We wouldn't be able to do what we're able to do here in Washington without the assistance of the Office of Government Affairs. I'd also like to acknowledge somebody else who made the Glenn College, and before that, fundamentally the Glenn School, possible. We're honored to have in attendance the founding director of the Glenn School, Dr. Charles Wise, who's sitting right over here. So please join me in celebrating Charlie. And then finally, I would be remiss if not to celebrate the accomplishments of the person who stood up here before me. Katie Hogan does such a tremendous job at creating such a first-class experience for all of our students. So please join me in thanking Katie. So in addition to fundamentally conferring this wonderful honor tonight and describing a little bit about the honor, it's also my duty to just give you a very brief update on the college that bears Senator Glenn's name. And I really want to focus just briefly on the wonderful things that we're doing here in Washington, D.C., in large part because the senator would be so proud of what we've accomplished here, given that so much of his service has been here in Washington. So as you just heard, we have had our record number of applications and enrollments for our Washington Academic Internship Program with 32 fellows here this summer. Raise your hands, folks, so you know who they are. Okay, that's good. And so when we finish, as you heard Katie said, it's their job to mingle, and it's your job to make them mingle with you. So don't be bashful. Go up and say hi. I also want to thank all the mentors and intern hosts that are in attendance as well. The program is largely a success because so many organizations across Washington, D.C. Have felt a need to create opportunities for young people to experience Washington. So thank you to all of those. So WAPE is our real anchor here in Washington, D.C. We've been running this program for quite a long while, several iterations of this program have come since the founding of the Glenn Institute, when the senator gave his papers to the university. In addition to WAPE, we have been active in hosting events here. Some of you were able to attend our event in the spring with Dr. Herb Asher, a renowned political scientist from Ohio State University, who came and offered his thoughts on the first 100 days of the Trump administration, which was a fascinating insight into a view of someone from Ohio about what's been going on in the first 100 days. Back in Columbus, we've brought Washington to Columbus through a new partnership we started 2 years ago with the Moritz College of Law entitled Congressional Conversations, where we bring a sitting legislator to come and speak with Moritz students in the law school and Glenn students to share sort of the intricacies of the policymaking process. So we've had Sherrod Brown and Rob Portman and Pat T-Berry and Nancy Pelosi who've come and spoken to our students. On campus, we have a new Bachelor's of Science in Public Policy Analysis, a new certificate for working professionals in public sector leadership. We just finished the 5th year of our Public Safety Leadership Academy, which trains law enforcement officials for positions of leadership. And next week, we will welcome 25 young African leaders for the Mandela Fellows Program that will take place in Columbus. Now, it was a wonderful year of activity. You can see that the Glenn College has been very, very active and growing. But we also said goodbye this year. We said goodbye to the namesake of the Glenn College, Senator Glenn. And we did that in a celebratory memorial that started at the State House of Ohio, where the senator lay in rest for a day following his death, and then was carried by the Marines up to a memorial service on campus. And that wonderful ceremony, for those of you who were able to attend, you know it mapped to the career of the senator in terms of his service to the military, the space program, the Senate, and then finally higher education. He was then buried on April 6th here in Washington at Arlington Cemetery in a stirring service at the Old Post Chapel. He's just down the slope from the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, and I want to thank all of those of you who've gone and paid your respect to the senator since that time. Now, this brings us to this award tonight, Excellence in Public Service. The passing of Senator Glenn caused all of us in the Glenn College, or those connected to the Glenn College, to think deeply about his life of service and public leadership. And I was often asked in the wake of his death about whether there would ever be another Senator Glenn. And that's an easy question to answer on the one hand, because it's no. I mean, there will never be another first American to orbit the Earth. And while in the future there will likely be someone older than Senator Glenn who ventures into space, that person will probably not likely be the only senator to carry 4 terms in the state of Ohio, and the oldest person to travel in space will probably not have been the only office holder in Ohio to win all 88 counties. All of this after serving his country in World War II and Korea as a Marine aviator. But upon reflection, there are lots of people who are imbued with the same spirit of service as Senator Glenn. Service to something grander, something bigger, something more impactful than oneself. That spirit is the basis of this award that we bestow for now over 2 decades. Excellence in Public Service, the name of the award, honors someone whose career has demonstrated that same commitment as Senator Glenn to the advancement of the common good. All of the winners of this award in the past, over several tens or 20s of them, all of these winners have decorated resumes. And this year's winner has a similarly decorated resume, which in brief includes decades of service as a Marine, a general, and now the Secretary of Defense. But lots of people have decorated resumes. In the immediate wake of Senator Glenn's death, I think the truly defining characteristic of this award is that all of the winners share a similar commitment to service and the set of values that underlied everything that Senator Glenn did and stood for. There's been a lot of press coverage about this year's honoree, and much of that has focused on his decorated resume and how well that has prepared him for the vexing military challenges and threats before us as a liberal democratic society. But there's also been a lot of coverage of his character and his demeanor. He's studied, he's thoughtful, he's resolute, he's loyal, he's honorable, and fundamentally, he's committed to serve. When Senator Glenn joined Ohio State in the late 1990s and created the Glenn Institute, his stories and talks, of which he gave many to students, to young people, to faculty, to community members, to staff members, were largely about his Senate service. Now, I remind you, he had just left the Senate, so those stories were fresh in his mind. Several years later, those stories changed. He still talked about the Senate every now and again, but he became more expansive about his years in the space program and his love of exploration and discovery. But in the last couple of years, and it was, for me at least, only until those last couple of years, he talked less and less about those momentous experiences in the Senate and in space, and more about what were perhaps the most profound experiences for him, his service as a Marine in war. Now, Marines are special. My father-in-law is a Marine, and he shared with me that only 3 to 4% of all of the armed forces have served as Marines. But nearly 25% of all Medal of Honor winners are Marines. In Vietnam, around 8% of those who served were Marines. But if you go to the Vietnam Memorial, you count the names, and about 30% of those are Marines. They are the first to fight. Senator Glenn was quietly very proud of being a Marine, and he was buried as a Marine. And as he approached the inevitable end, and he knew it was coming, he had a list of things that he wanted accomplished. Now, I want to be clear, it wasn't like it was a bucket list or anything like that, but as the person who happened to be sitting in the chair with the title of the dean of the college that bore his name, I felt the pressure that there were some things he would like to have accomplished, even though in his quiet way he never directed me to do them. One of them was foremost to solidify the higher ed institution which bore his name. And it was not for any grandiose sense that he should have something that bears his name. No, on the contrary, it was because he believed so fundamentally in the mission of the college to inspire citizenship and develop leadership in the public sector that he knew that the college would be his institutional legacy. So task one was to solidify and embed that institution within the university, hence becoming a college. Along with that, he wanted a band. He always thought that if you were to become a college, you got a band. Now, I had some minor influence on us becoming a college, but I'm of lowly stature within the university. I did not have the ability to secure him a band. But what we did come to realize, and I think Lyn, who's going to share some remarks here in a moment, has known perhaps all her life, is that the senator loved music. Lyn may offer more insight of this, but part of it, I suspect, is his love and admiration for Annie. And Annie was an accomplished musician. She was a music major at Muskegon College, where they went to college together. And so as we planned for the senator's memorial service and his burial, much of his desire and wishes were around the music that would be played. If you attended the memorial in Columbus or were able to watch the burial online, you had the opportunity to hear some of the music that the senator relished. So we didn't get him a band, but we did send him off with songs that were the ones that he wanted. Lastly, he also wanted certain people who he respected tremendously. He wanted those people connected in some way to the college. And at the top of that list was Secretary James Mattis. I've never had the privilege of meeting Secretary Mattis before this evening, but I feel as if I have a very strong sense of his character by virtue of having served Senator Glenn. Senator Glenn was a remarkably vibrant person throughout his life, but like any human being, he flagged towards the end. He tired. His energy was dissipating. However, on those days when he came to the office and he talked on the phone with Secretary Mattis, he lit up like a Christmas tree. He really just awakened. We saw that energy and that passion come back in him. And it was, again, not because he was necessarily talking to somebody of importance, but rather because he was talking to somebody that he admired and respected. So there's no question that Secretary Mattis is deserving of this award tonight on its merits, but this is in part a way for the college to fulfill its commitment to the senator to bind someone he revered in his life to the life of the college. So before we hear from Secretary Mattis and hear him offer his thoughts on service, I want to invite Lyn Glenn, the senator's daughter, to offer some remarks on behalf of the Glenn family.
I think many people, when they start to speak, they say good evening, but I'm going to say good day because today's the longest day of the year. So when we exit this evening, we'll all go out into wonderful daylight. As Trevor said, Dad had great admiration for the person I've called for years General Mattis, and I'm just getting used to Secretary Mattis. And if Dad were here, I think I know just a couple of things that he might say. Not just that he's a Marine, Secretary Mattis, and also, as Trevor has said, he's a tremendous patriot and has been a patriot like Dad for his life. That's been his commitment. But Dad was also extremely impressed with this man, when he moves from place to place, has thousands of books that move with him. He is a scholar, and he's a student of history and a student. Dad used to refer to him as tell people about that. And another thing that was, Dad would refer to him as a soldier scholar or a scholar soldier, because that's how Dad honored Secretary Mattis. But another part of one thing that Dad knew about Secretary Mattis that absolutely touched him so deeply. When General Mattis retired, General Mattis became a civilian, and his mother lives in Seattle. And so he was going to go drive across country to see his mother. But the detail of that is that Secretary Mattis made a list of the Gold Star mothers across the country that had, I think most of you know what a Gold Star mother is, and he went to those people to pay his respects. And Dad was so touched by that, so deeply touched. And that to me speaks to the character of the man who now is Secretary of Defense. Another part that speaks to me about the Secretary is that he did stay in touch with Dad through the years, but also when Dad even started to dwindle a bit, he kept in touch. And after Dad died, we certainly didn't know, and what Trevor said was true. I mean, I can't tell you, Dad would literally rise to the moment when I would say to him, or someone would say, well, General Mattis is on the phone, and he was just so, that meant more to him than I think General Mattis or Secretary Mattis can ever know. Not just because they're both Marines, but they are both patriots as well. But more than that, on a personal level, I don't know how many of you saw when Dad's burial occurred. The service, as Trevor said, was in Ohio, and Dad was not buried until April 6th. And that was Mom and Dad's 74th wedding anniversary. And that's why we chose the day. And it was pouring down rain. And I had been told that Secretary Mattis would be there, but he'd be sitting in a certain spot. And when I stood up to make brief remarks, I noticed that that's where he was. But this Marine patriot human being came to the graveside for the burial and was there with all of us and got called away for some business that involves being Secretary of Defense. And in addition to that, Mother and I went back to Ohio the day Dad was buried. We thought that Mother at 97 would like to be at home for a bit after all the activity around Dad's burial. Mother's home, and the day after the burial, April 7th, the phone rang. I was sitting at Dad's desk and the phone rang, and I said, hello, and this voice said, may I please speak to Annie? And I said, may I ask who's calling, please? And he said, well, this is Jim Mattis. And I said, Mr. Secretary. I was kind of floored, and he said, no, call me Jim. And we talked for quite a while, and at the end of the conversation, he said, now, where are you? Where are you and your mother? You're out here, aren't you? Aren't you out in Potomac? And I said, no, sir, we flew back to Ohio yesterday. And he said, oh, he was very disappointed because he wanted to stop by to visit Mother the day after my dad was buried. A small town sort of thing to do, but also something that a genuine, more than thoughtful, compassionate human being would do. And so I think some of that is what Dad would share with you. And another story, and you might not understand where I'm going with this, but many of you might know that Mom and Dad, when Dad would go off to some of his exploits, very life-threatening, and you know the various things he did, to say goodbye, Dad would give Mother a stick of double mint gum. And he would say to her, I'm just going down to the store. I'll be back. And she kept that. Dad gave each of us in the family a stick of double mint when he went back into space when he was 77. And I was trying to think, there were people who became so incredibly helpful, more than helpful, pivotal to Dad's service in Ohio and also here, and also just the meaning for some people through Dad's life these last many years. So I decided, for some people, I wanted to give them something. Will you please come up, Secretary Mattis? I made double mint gum for different people. It's needlepoint, and I do a bit of needlepoint. It can be hung on a kitchen cabinet, a Christmas tree, be used as a bookmark maybe. But I made this for you, Secretary. The first word you will see is, of course, your name, and then it says Semper Fi, which is from Dad. And from me is my name and the date, because the human being you are is so, you are a man of my dad's nature, sensitivity, and sensibility, and I'm so proud to have known you through him. So have a stick of gum and come back safe.
Thank you. Lyn, thanks so much. Just a flood of memories come back as you spoke. Only in America could a guy with 3 years of college be standing here recognized by a college like one of the Ohio State University. But Dean, Dean, to be here today, just think what happens to you when you say the words John Glenn. Just think of what comes to mind when you hear those words, a gentleman whose name alone was his passport to the trust of the American people. And I would just say here in Washington, D.C., I was talking to some of the young students earlier, a town that sometimes has a wonderfully rambunctious partisan air. But Republican or Democrat would make no difference when you say those two words, John Glenn. The trust is there, and we look upon someone like that with such awe today, but we never thought, even when we were around him, just to take him for granted, because there was just a power to John Glenn and what he represented. And I do not have, I will tell you right up front, ladies and gentlemen, I do not have the words to fully express my admiration and respect for Lyn's father, for Annie's husband, for a man who did what he did. You know, we all need role models in this world. We all need them because they inspire us to listen to our better angels. They remind us, if we look at someone like this, that we can always be better the next day. And there's a song that I still remember. I didn't understand it much at the time, and it's so old today you have to listen to National Public Radio to hear it played. But it was by a group called Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And it kind of goes, you, when you're on the road, must have a code that you can live by. I didn't really understand it, but we're all on a road, we're all on a journey, we all need a code. And the role models we choose to remind us of what we can be in this country that gives us so many beautiful opportunities. Among mine, as I looked at the world that I was so fortunate to live in, John Glenn shone very brightly. And for you students here tonight, you're going to have to look long and hard to find a more decent role model, one who lived by virtue, a word that is often not used in today's America, but in fact, if you go back to McGuffey's Reader, if you go back to the 1800s, if you go back to Abraham Lincoln, you find it much more common as we look at how do we evaluate not others, but ourselves, how you evaluate yourself. And I remember a Marine barracks parade one night, Lyn, when your father, I was the hosting officer there, and as it gets toward evening, everybody goes and sits in the stands, the Marines are lined up in the dark, and there I was with Senator Glenn and I standing there together in the shadows waiting to go out front, as I told you, young people there, and act important. And as we stood there, John Glenn was reminiscing. Dean, it won't surprise you, he was looking back on his time as a Marine. He said, you know, he said, Jim, I was a Marine for 23 years. Wasn't nearly long enough. Interesting comment for a man who rose to the heights he did in the space program, in the Senate, and certainly in the hearts of us all. And you think of a man who fought in World War II, became an ace during Korea, the first man to orbit the Earth, his time in the Senate for a quarter of a century, and he exemplified, I think, the expression which is so dear to the American Marines of Semper Fi, Semper Fidelis, always faithful, because he was always faithful to his country, to his Marines, and certainly to his family and to his childhood sweetheart, Annie. And certainly with his kids, too, and Annie at his side in person when he was stateside, and in spirit when he was at war or when he was in outer space. He would even paint their names on the side of his airplane when he went into combat, which says something about the link that would never be broken, the physical space notwithstanding. I got to know him, excuse me, and Annie, thanks to my former boss, Deputy Secretary of Defense Rudy De Leon, who joined us here this evening. I was Rudy's senior military assistant, and he was quite aware that I swore I will never set foot in the Pentagon again when I leave your duty. Be very careful what you proclaim to yourself or the world, I will warn you. But he was also, for many years, with Senator Glenn on the Hill, and a noted public servant in his own right. And I would tell you, too, that he taught me a bit about Senator Glenn, and then I was, of course, exposed to the senator, and I would get him talking on many occasions on the phone or in person. And when you think of a man born in 1921, and humankind had barely really gotten its aviator wings in the air at that time, and eventually he would actually take us into outer space. And I think that he always excelled. He didn't just dabble in things. And for you young folks, again, to pick out something that you really love, that you really want to throw yourself into and excel, is a part of having meaning in life. So pick wisely and work hard. Flying in Korea, you know, one of the greatest stories I think I ever heard was when he talked about what it was like, the disappointment he felt when he flew a mission and he didn't run into the enemy. He was actually disappointed about that. Eventually, the ground crew painted on the side of his aircraft, MiG, Mad Marine. In other words, he loved going after MiG so much, they thought he was crazy. But he was always faithful to his fellow Marines, and in that war in Korea, a Marine reservist who was making a lot of money, the finest baseball player of his era, one of the finest ever, Ted Williams, came back on active duty when his country called. He didn't try to get out of it. Came back on active duty, and guess who his wingman was? None other than Lyn Glenn. What an all-American story that is when you think of these two flyboys up there together. And he was, you know, granted in his later years, especially some of Ted Williams' language was somewhat uncouth, but Annie could walk into his house with the senator, and as soon as she heard the first bad word, she'd say, "Now, Theodore, stop that." And the finest baseball player in the world immediately kowtowed to Miss Annie and carried on listening to his better angels. One time, Ted Williams was hit by enemy fire and his plane on fire. You know, he's coming in and everyone's telling him to punch out. And of course, in those days, the way you punched out was very injurious. He knew he'd probably never play baseball again if he survived. So he rode the plane in. And I think all the way in, it was Lyn Glenn coaching him in to land a plane on fire without its wheels down. And you can imagine that's just one more time that cool hand Lyn Glenn was able to be there, always faithful alongside others. And you'll notice a theme here that he sticks with you. The tough times to him are just times to get tougher. You don't fade away. And after serving in Korea, becoming a Navy test pilot, he got interested in space, and you all know what happened. He excelled once again, strapping himself to the head, to the nose cone of what was then an intercontinental ballistic missile that could launch him into outer space. And some ladies with slide rules had figured out, yeah, we think we can bring you back, too, if you do this and that. And wouldn't you know, something went wrong. And for those of you who've been to the third floor there and looked at that little handle of what he had to bring, it looks like something out of the 1970s video game or something, you know, or no, we didn't even have video games then. And to think he was able to bring her home like that, and a 14-year-old Lyn watched her father, probably holding her breath, for somewhere around several hours, hoping that Dad would get home. So he comes out of NASA, he becomes this celebrated leader on the Senate floor. When Lyn Glenn spoke, he was listened to. There was not just a gravitas, there was an actual mastery, again, of what he was doing, and a deep and abiding love for the people he represented and for the Senate itself, something to remember when we're in a town that sometimes takes cheap shots at an organization that so much is riding on. He was a man who rode for the brand, as we say out west. He stuck with it, and in good times and bad, you saw him keep his honor clean. He kept cool, and Annie withstood it all right alongside him, right on through it all. So you give this stature of this man and his family, and you have to say, at Ohio State, the Glenn College faculty and students, the Buckeye community, I would just tell you right up front, I am humbled by this award, and you can understand why. When I think of standing here and being recognized in the words of the dean and the words of Lyn, his beloved daughter, I would just tell you that it's about public service. It's not about me. It's not about me, and I'm not being falsely modest here. It's about public service. We're trying to build a country here, and it's noble work, and it's never done. Up here, I think it's about an hour's drive northwest of here, there's a battlefield cemetery at a place called Antietam, and there's a Union soldier up on a pillar there, a statue of one. He's overlooking his comrades, but that pillar is inscribed with the words, "Not for themselves, but for their country." And you think of that long-held tradition and how simply it was portrayed by the man we call Senator John Glenn. Not for himself, but for his country. It was not even a burden for him. It was truly a pleasure when you met with him and talked with him. I was up in New York City when I first met him for the July 4th ceremony. We were on a U.S. Navy aircraft carrier, which is pretty wonderful. And Annie Glenn just thought it was a hoot that my date that night was Dr. Ruth. You young folks don't know who that is, and that's a good thing. But Annie she couldn't get over it. She'd never let me forget it either, I might add, about what a delightful date I had that night. But
just told that story.
I'm not surprised that Lyn's mom just told that story. It has caused me no end of grief, I will tell you that. But I would tell you, too, that as we build this country in John Glenn's image, ladies and gentlemen, it's good to remember it doesn't matter where you do it, where you contribute, your family, your parish, your school district, your county, your state, your country, the military, civil service, the intelligence agencies. Wherever it is a noble mission. And you have to remember that, especially when the going gets rough. And it's gotten a little rough here in our beautiful country. I would just tell you, too, that we give an awful lot of authority to young officers, for example, in the military. We don't always give them enough authority, and we do that on purpose to remind them when we give them the responsibility and not enough authority, it's going to be your teamwork. It's working with each other in public service. It means putting aside petty grievances. It means accepting the humanity of the people standing and working next to you, not characterizing them by a certain political stripe or another, rather by their humanity, by their being the mother of a girl trying to get into college, the father of a son with MS. It's by remembering we're more connected than we are separated by those issues that have to do with our vision for this country as we all work together to turn it over in as good a shape or better than we received it. That's our obligation to the next generation. I think, too, that when you look at John Glenn's friendship with those of us that he impacted, it always amazed me that he drew no distinction between those of high rank or low. We were sitting in New York's best deli, and a young girl came up to us. It was very crowded, you know New York, you know the delis, okay, you get the picture. And she comes up, she's knee-high to a duck, and she's got her napkin, and she puts it up and asks, "John Glenn, can I have your autograph?" And of course, guess what happened then? The line formed and they're coming up. Well, we had the Deputy Secretary of Defense, and guess what? There's always these guys with earphones and guns, you know? So at one point, I asked the senator, if you want, we can have the bodyguards take care of this. He said, no. He said, these people all paid my paycheck for my entire life. The least I can do is sign a napkin or two. Modest, humble. Everybody counts, doesn't matter where they're from, doesn't matter a bit. They're human beings, they have a divine spark, and he's going to connect. And that has got to inspire us to be better ourselves each day and for the rest of our lives. And so please make sure as you work, and sometimes you get frustrated because our country is imperfect. Thank God she's imperfect. It gives us all something to roll up our sleeves and do. But as you get sometimes worn out a little bit by it all, just remember, John Glenn didn't get worn out by it. He didn't suck his thumb. He kept at it, he kept at it, and he kept at it. He held the line on his honor.
All right, everybody, looks like we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty with that awards ceremony. Getting a live look of the Capitol building right now. Samia Khan coming up next to take you into the next few hours of the show. She'll be up at 1 o'clock. Unless any news breaks, then she'll hop up here early and stream that for you guys. So she'll be on at 1 o'clock. We're going to take you to a live look of the Capitol building. Samia Khan is coming up next, everybody.
Hello everyone, Samia here. I am just checking in with you all. We are going to take a break here on News Now, but if there's any breaking news, you can be certain that I'll be breaking in with that here on News Now.
details of our participation in it. I would expect that we are playing a key role, but I'll have to get back to you with those details.
Is the civil rights division, is that where the funds lie to address this issue? Or I noticed that there wasn't any sort of specific language on this in the budget request, so I was just curious whether there's any funds specifically dedicated to combat this.
So we don't rely on funding from the Civil Rights Division, but obviously we work the cases with the Civil Rights Division at DOJ. And our funding, of course, it's part of our overall criminal program, and how we divide those funds up within the criminal program. The Assistant Director of the criminal program is responsible for keeping that moving forward. And it's in the base resources request.
Okay. I wanted to follow up on the question from Chairman Rogers around cybersecurity. We certainly hear about that a bunch. Congress passed the Cybersecurity Act in 2015, and you know, a big focus of that was on information sharing between industry and law enforcement. I think you know, one of the pieces of feedback that we get from industry, large and small, the comment around small businesses, I agree with, is a concern that sometimes feels like more of a one-way street, where industry may feedback what they're dealing with, but don't necessarily get a lot back from the government. I guess I'd love to just get your sense of how you assess the progress of that law in bringing industry stakeholders to the table with information that could prevent cyber attacks from happening, and then in the other direction, what's the FBI doing to strengthen the flow of information to industry stakeholders?
Yeah, so it's a great question, and it's one that we get very often as well. I think we're, in summary, I would say we are better than we've been, but we're clearly not good enough. We have all the traditional challenges that we always face in sharing information, particularly in the cyber area when so much of it comes to us through classified channels. It's hard and slow to cull out that which we can share to be effective, and so often our sharing is not timely, and the private sector, you know, moves at a much quicker pace. So that's really where we need to work. I think the interactions that we have with the private sector are more productive today than they were 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, but we still have a long way to go. There's many reasons why our private sector partners don't wish to share with the FBI or anyone else for obvious economic and productivity and reputational reasons. So it's been a slow kind of chipping away at some of that resistance. And also adapting our own approaches to be able to get on site to help them handle a crisis or an issue in a way that's as discreet as we can possibly be. So I think those are the areas we have to work on. I think the legislation gives us good footing to start, but we clearly have a lot of work to do.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thank you for being here. I'm represent Southern West Virginia, and like Chairman Rogers from Appalachia, the drug epidemic has just ravaged many of the communities. You raised a point ago when asked about the southern border, and you specifically talked about 5 field offices, and I think you were sending the message that we're kind of have a footprint, we're boots on the ground where it's most needed.
Yes, sir.
I think 4, if I'm accurate, 4 of the highest overdose counties in the entire country are in my district. We don't have a field office of the FBI really down deep in the hardest hit areas of West Virginia. And through a discussion with Special Agent Johnson, I understand there's at least some willingness and openness of the FBI to look at putting a field office in the hardest hit impacted areas. Can you update me on your assessment of that, and is that a possibility? Because I certainly hope it will be.
Yes, sir, it is certainly a possibility, and it's one that we are discussing actively right now. As you know, we formerly had not a field office, but a resident agency, so that's a kind of a satellite of us reopening that RA. Once we've made our decision, we communicate that, of course, to DOJ. We work with OMB to get that done. And so I can assure you that we will continue to push. But we recognize the significant challenges that your constituents are facing with the opioid epidemic. We also know there is no presence of other federal agencies, other federal law enforcement agencies in that area, and we see that as a massive gap.
I appreciate your interest to it and the sincerity to attack crime where it is happening.
Yes,
and
sir.
this tragic opioid epidemic has just ravaged our area. I was looking at your Going Dark testimony, and I was struck by the emphasis on talking about crime. Like probably every other state, but I led the effort to actually require sex offenders, once convicted, to turn over to the registry their online screen names, passwords, etc. And our state database created a system where a parent empowered to try to go in and say, here is a username or a screen name that's communicating with my son or daughter, to identify whether or not that was in the database. I'm all about trying to create tools, whether it be at the state level or federal level, to empower parents to help protect their children. We are struggling in this world, as you talk about online pedophiles. What, at the FBI level, what sort of tools that you can talk about that are in place to take these even convicted sex offenders and make sure we empower parents and try to protect our kids?
Yes, sir. So great question. That is a threat and a space within which the threat operates that gets more challenging every day with the profusion of anonymity through things like the onion router and the use of encrypted communications. All those same things that challenge us in the other areas of our business challenge us there. And it is one that impacts us so deeply, not only as FBI agents, but as parents ourselves. So we remain absolutely committed to doing everything we can. Unfortunately, that has required, in the last several years, a new cutting-edge technical approach to many of those problems. And so it gets back to the same challenge that we have in the cyber area, in the CT area, in the CI area. And it's getting the right talented computer scientists, very highly skilled folks engaged in that fight and helping us get through those walls of anonymity so we can see actually who's on the other side interacting with our children in damaging ways. So we are absolutely committed to that work, but it's getting tougher and tougher as the ways in which people communicate over the internet become more protected and more remote.
I look forward to working with you in addition to the investigatory identification work that you are engaged with. I'm looking for those tools to empower parents to also do what we can as engaged parents to try to help create a safe environment. We know it's a challenging world. We appreciate your commitment to it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Ms. Main, please recognize the gentleman from Long Island.
Thank you, Director McCabe. On June 27, 2016, the DOJ announced a new department-wide training to help agents and prosecutors learn how to recognize and address unconscious biases, those subtle associations that some individuals might make between groups of people and stereotypes about certain groups. What is the status of these trainings at the FBI, and what percentage of your agents have received this training, and when can we expect these trainings to be completed?
Yeah, so I'll have to get back to you with the numbers on the exact percentages and when those are completed. I know that we've done a lot of work in the last year on getting that training out to our folks. I know that it's been mandatory for all of our folks. I know that our executives, I know because I attended it with our entire 7th floor team a few months ago. So it is out. Our folks are getting it. I'll just have to get back to you with the numbers.
Last September, former Director Comey, while testifying in front of the House and the Senate, committed to the creation of a nationwide database to gather information on police-involved shootings. He committed to seeing this project through for the length of his term as FBI Director, and he stated that the database should be up and running in a year or two. What is the status of this database, and when can we expect it to be up and running?
So we have continued to do that work with the Use of Force Task Force, and it is moving along well. We, in fact, just stood up the pilot of the database that you referred to, I think just within the last few weeks. I have that correct? So our commitment to that effort continues, as does our commitment to the NIBRS, National Incident-Based Reporting System. We, across the law enforcement community, need better data. I think most people recognize that now. It's challenging in terms of resources and commitment to get folks to sometimes to do the work that we need to get there, but we're committed to staying on that timeline and having this done by 2021.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Ming. Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for being here, Mr. McCabe. I want to ask a question about the kind of the authority and independence of the FBI.
Yes, sir.
I'd be interested in your take on the matter. While the FBI operates as part of the Justice Department, of course, due to the nature of its work, it has historically been seen as relatively independent. The FBI director is also considered one of the most independent officials in the federal government. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. McCabe, several measures have been put in place to preserve the independence of the FBI, including the 10-year term for the director. My first question is, do you believe that maintaining a relatively independent FBI is important to the integrity of the work that you conduct?
Yes, I do.
The constitutional reality is that if a government official is appointed within the executive branch, that official serves at the pleasure of the president. But unofficial norms emphasize that law enforcement should be politically neutral. What's your take on how you reconcile those two realities, Director?
Well, I think we have a long history of pursuing our work, the level of professionalism and independence from political influence. I have no reason to believe that that approach will discontinue. I believe, as you stated, it is vitally important to have a politically independent FBI, and I have no reason to believe that that won't be the case.
Are you aware if it's written down anywhere what the conditions would be under which the president would relieve the FBI director of his or her duties before the 10-year term is up?
Well, I don't know where it's written down specifically, but my understanding is it's the president's privilege to relieve any political appointee for when he chooses to do so.
Do you have a view about what conditions would be appropriate for the president to relieve the FBI director before the 10 years is up?
Well, again, sir, I think I would. I don't really have a view on that. I'm not going to weigh in on presidential privilege and how the president decides to remove his appointees.
Well, you look like a smart man.
Looks can be deceiving.
Well, I know the dedicated public servants in the FBI will continue to do their work regardless of political pressures and turnover in the director position and whoever happens to be in the White House. But I want to ask you, how has the removal of James Comey affected morale at the FBI, if you can comment on that?
Yeah. So as I said at the beginning of our hearing, Director Comey enjoyed a great relationship with the men and women of the FBI. So his removal took many, many people by surprise. It was a shock. It's something that we have all had to come to terms with. However, as the organization responsible for upholding the Constitution and being dedicated to nothing other than the rule of law and protecting the American people, we understand the rules and how they work, and we understand that it is the president's privilege to remove the FBI director or any appointee whenever he chooses to do so. He's chosen to do that. We know we are getting a new FBI director. It's been my challenge to keep folks focused on the mission during this time of transition, and to prepare the ground for the new director whenever he or she gets there.
So other than morale, what other effects do you think that removal has had on the ability of the FBI to carry out its crucial functions?
The FBI continues to carry out its crucial functions, and we will continue to get that work done. You have my word on that.
I'll take it. Thank you, Director. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. They've called votes. There's about 8 minutes left. I want to just very quickly ask you, Director McCabe, if you could, insider threats are very dangerous. Leaks of classified information can be immensely damaging to this country, as we saw with Edward Snowden. I was very pleased to see an NSA contractor, Reality Winner, being prosecuted. Would you please speak directly to everyone in the federal government and tell everyone out there how serious a crime is it if you leak information about an ongoing investigation, and give us the assurance that the FBI will pursue every one of these leakers and seek their prosecution to the fullest extent of the law?
Yes, sir. So the leaking of classified information is a federal crime, and it is one that we have the jurisdiction to investigate, and I assure you we will do so in every single case that gets referred to the FBI by the Department of Justice. That's, of course, how that process works. It is absolutely vital to the safe functioning and the national security of this country to be able to handle classified information in a responsible manner in the way that it was designed to be handled. And when we have folks who are mishandling or leaking or sharing classified information in ways they should not, we will investigate those matters as they should be investigated.
How many years in prison can people face?
Oh, that's a good one. I think, well, it depends. You have most of the cases either come down to mishandling cases or actual espionage cases, and so there's a wide range there. Espionage, of course, could get you life in prison. Mishandling cases, I'm not sure exactly what the sentencing range is. We have to take a look at the statute.
It's a long time.
It's longer than you'd want to be there.
And you're going to hunt them down?
Yes, sir, we will.
Aggressively. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Serrano.
If I could submit this letter from Epic Org for the record. Thank you. The Attorney General has taken some troubling actions in the past few months, in my opinion, to undermine the civil rights responsibilities of the Justice Department. This includes reducing the use of consent decrees and limiting the priorities of the Civil Rights Division. Has there been any instruction given to the FBI to limit investigations into the certain civil rights related complaints? What about into certain voting rights complaints?
No, sir, we've not received any direction like that.
None on either one?
No, sir.
How many civil rights investigations has the FBI opened this year, and how does that compare to the last 5 years?
You know, sir, I'd have to take a look at those numbers and get those back to you.
Well, I have, Mr. Chairman.
Director, we sincerely appreciate your service to the country. We'll have other questions that we will submit for the record. I again want to thank you and all the men and women of the FBI for what you do to keep this nation safe. This subcommittee will work together to make sure that you have the resources you need to continue to do your job. We thank you very much for being here with us today, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And again, thank you for all the support the committee's given us over the years, and look forward to working together with you to keep that going.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Subcommittee stands adjourned.
All right, everyone, so that was the tail end of that budget hearing. It just wrapped up. Since we didn't watch it from the beginning, I do want to go ahead and show you it. It's not too long of a hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and rewind to the beginning.
Whether the topic is terrorism, cyber threats, espionage, or international organized crime, the FBI leads anti-terrorism, counterintelligence, and national security efforts, while also combating gangs, financial fraud, human trafficking, and public corruption. It is the indispensable partner to state and local law enforcement agency and our liaison with federal law enforcement partners. We are very grateful that the FBI is leading the investigation into the Wednesday morning shooting at the Congressional baseball practice. We are deeply grateful for the work that your officers do every day and for looking into this terrible tragedy. We're very, very grateful for the courageous work of the Capitol Police, the law enforcement officers of Alexandria, who saved a lot of lives that morning, and for all the first responders who came out to help. Our thoughts and prayers are with our whip, Majority Whip Steve Scalise, Zachary Barth, Matt and Micah, Special Agent David Bailey, and Special Agent Crystal Griner. who are the victims of this senseless crime, and we pray for their quick recovery. The threats that face our country, Director, and the safety of all Americans appear to be growing and range from terrorist groups such as Al-Qaeda and ISIS, espionage, cybercrime, international organizations who traffic in both humans and drugs and violent crime. Particularly concerned about the terrible epidemic of human trafficking, which unfortunately Houston, Texas, and Interstate 10 has been a hub for far too much of that. There's too many young women whose lives have been destroyed in this terrible traffic. And I look forward to visiting with you about what the FBI is doing, and what this subcommittee can do to help support your work to fight human trafficking and the exploitation of young women. Above all, the men and women of the FBI to know how immensely proud this subcommittee is and the Congress is of their work, and that we will work together, Mr. Serrano and I, arm in arm, to support you, to help you with the resources that you need to continue your important work to protect this great nation. We are, however, facing a difficult budget situation. Mr. Director, there's unrelenting pressure to trim budgets. We have also to ensure our constituents that their hard-earned tax dollars are being spent wisely and frugally and effectively. We are immensely grateful to you, sir, for your service to the nation, and pleased to have you here with us today. And before we proceed, however, I'd like to recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Serrano, for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to join you in welcoming Acting Director McCabe before the subcommittee. This is a turbulent time for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, for reasons not of the Bureau's making. I think it is important, however, that we take a moment today to thank the rank and file of the FBI for their hard work and service to our nation. Please, Mr. Director, pass along our gratitude to the FBI agents and professional staff around the nation and abroad. As a career FBI employee, I am glad that the Acting Director has a chance to testify before us this afternoon. I believe that your insights into the agency in the wake of the Director Comey's firing are vitally important in helping us to understand the impact of that action and subsequent statements by the President on agency morale. The FBI's fiscal year 2018 budget request includes a slight reduction of $44.6 million from the amount in FY 2017. This is somewhat ironic given the fact that a majority of the FBI budget falls under the defense spending side of the ledger, where the President has proposed a $54 increase. Apparently none of that increase is for the FBI. Given your important role in protecting our nation, this is very troubling. I'm also concerned that the Justice Department is in the process of giving less priority to critical civil rights and voting rights protections that have long been upheld by the department. The FBI plays a crucial role in investigating violations of our federal civil rights laws, including under the Voting Rights Act, Civil Rights Act, and the color of law violations. And it is important that your ability to maintain these important roles is maintained. I hope we can discuss your ongoing efforts today in the context of the policy changes being put forward by the Attorney General. Additionally, I'm interested in discussing your execution of the NICS system, which conducts criminal background checks of firearm purchases. You have requested 136 fewer personnel to conduct background checks in 2018. This is problematic because this reduction will increase delays, allow more sales to go forward after 3 days without the necessary check, and likely increase overtime for an already overworked staff. This proposed cut seems like an unwise decision that will harm public safety. Lastly, I think it is important to discuss the ongoing investigation into Russia's interference in last year's election. I am curious about how your work in this area dovetails with the ongoing investigation by the special prosecutor, and whether any FBI personnel or resources have been detailed to Director Mueller. Thank you for your service, sir, as Acting Director and in other parts of the department. I look forward to your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Director McCabe, we're delighted to have you with us today, and you're recognized for an opening statement, which will be, your written statement will be entered into the record in its entirety without objection. And if you could keep your remarks to 5 minutes, we'd be very grateful. Thank you for being with us today, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sorry about that. Is that better? Again, thank you for your support to the men and women of the FBI. We could have all the money in the world, all the best technology, but without the amazing people of the FBI, we won't be able to keep the American people safe. I'm proud of these individuals, and I'm grateful for their dedication and their hard work. And we are all grateful for your continued support to our mission. As you know, the FBI is in a time of transition, and it has not been easy on any of us. Director Comey was a thoughtful and inspiring leader. He fostered a number of priorities to make the FBI better and stronger, from improvements in the way we collect and use and share intelligence, to our cyber programs, to leadership and diversity issues. We're going to do our best to make sure we continue to make progress in all of those areas. The threats we face are constantly evolving, and we too must continuously examine the way we can do business to ensure that we are doing everything we can in the best way that we can. I firmly believe that the FBI maintains a sacred trust with the American people to protect them and uphold the Constitution. And we do that with the precious resources that those people and this committee give us. So a fundamental element of that sacred trust is making sure that we are always good stewards of the taxpayers' money. We have tried to be good stewards of the funding provided, and we've been conservative in our budget requests. We ask for what we need, and when we need extra in certain areas, we don't hesitate to tell you. And yes, I have a few of those extras to talk to you about today. The FBI's budget request this year proposes a total of $8.7 billion for salaries and expenses. This will support 33,533 positions, 12,484 of which are special agents, 2,950 of which are intelligence analysts, and 18,099 are professional staff. We need every single one of those people. They are the lifeblood of the FBI. They are over and beyond everything else our best and most impactful resource. Now, to be clear, the FY 2018 budget represents a decrease of more than $400 million from the FY 2017 levels. This will result in a net reduction of over 1,600 positions and more than $44 million for salaries and expenses. So let me shift briefly to program enhancements. I'd like to highlight a few of the things we've requested. First and foremost, in cyber, we've asked for $41.5 million to build on our cyber capabilities. These are investigative capabilities, collection capabilities, and analytic capacity. The frequency and impact of cyber attacks on our networks has increased dramatically. We need to shift from reacting after the fact to preventing such attacks before they occur. We've got to collect the best intelligence, and we have to share it with our partners, both in law enforcement and in the private sector, in real time. And to do that, we have to hire and develop the best cyber talent. In the counterintelligence area, we are asking for $19.7 million to counter threats from foreign intelligence services. We will also use these resources to focus on insider threats from trusted employees and contractors. In the area that we refer to as going dark, we've asked for $21.6 million to address this problem. And I can tell you, sir, this is more than just getting into locked devices or communications, which is certainly a part of the issue, but it's not the entirety of it. Going dark is impacting our ability to execute lawful court orders on electronic devices across the spectrum, and that is a growing problem. Of course, we still have our priority of violent crime. Violent crime remains one of our highest priorities for good reason, and it is one of the things that challenges our partners at the state, local, and tribal level every single day. We are asking for 33 positions and $3.4 million to implement recommendations from the Attorney General's Task Force on Crime Reduction and Public Safety. In the surveillance area, we've asked for an additional $8.2 million to sustain our surveillance capabilities. As you know, sir, that period of time within which a counterterrorism target proceeds from merely being radicalized to deciding to operationalize their intent has condensed over the last several years. And as when you're most concerned with modalities that include vehicles and bladed weapons, and some of which we've seen, in fact, earlier today in Michigan, that will further compress that time that we refer to as from flash to bang. One of our best tools against that threat is lawful surveillance. And if you'll give me just a minute, I'll talk about one of our highest legislative priorities for this year, truly our most important legislative priority, and that is the reauthorization of FISA Section 702. As you know, Section 702 gives us the authority to collect foreign intelligence from foreign persons who are outside reasonably believed to be outside the United States. And this intelligence is incredibly important to us. It's a tool that the entire U.S. government benefits from, and it's one that if we lose it, this country will be less safe. Without it, we don't have a window into the activities of the terrorists, the spies, the weapons proliferators, and other foreign adversaries who may be coming after us. We don't know what they're planning, we don't know what they're recruiting, and we might not know what's coming our way. As you know, the program undergoes vigorous oversight from the executive, legislative, and judicial branches, and that's just the way we want it to be. We're also asking for resources to disrupt transnational criminal syndicates, to process increased number of NICS checks per year, and to maintain our biometrics technology center. These enhancements are important and necessary, and we know that we can always count on the resources we need to keep the country safe. And as I said, we're very grateful for that. In conclusion, our leadership has changed, but the fundamental things about the FBI will not ever change. Our commitment to keeping the American people safe, our fidelity to the Constitution and the rule of law, and our core values of respect, compassion, fairness, integrity, accountability, leadership and diversity, and of course, adherence to the Constitution. These are the values that have made the FBI what it is today. So we will stay focused on the mission. We'll keep doing great work with your support because the American people deserve no less. And with that, I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Director McCabe. Your salaries and expenses request this year is $45 million below the enacted 2017 appropriation, and although I know this is the result of the assumption that the OMB made that we would be under a continuing resolution, which fortunately did not happen. I don't want to get you crosswise with OMB, but the request appears to leave the FBI with a hole to fill, and help us assist you with that. I wanted to ask how would this reduction affect the FBI's ability to address terrorism and homegrown violent extremism, and how would it impact priority investigations?
Sure. So it will certainly impact us in many ways. It is a broad and deep enough reduction that it will touch every program, it will touch headquarters, and it will touch our field offices. It is a reduction that is not possible to take entirely against vacancies. It's a reduction that will touch every description of employee within the FBI. So we will lose agent positions, we'll lose analyst positions, and of course professional staff. As you know, sir, we went through a period, sequestration a few years ago, where we reduced by 3,000 positions during the course of sequestration. It's taken us quite some time to hire our way back up to full strength. We are on target to be at very close to full strength by the end of this year, and the reductions that you've described will take us backwards a step.
Those are, of course, just a recommendation. This subcommittee will have the final word on that, and you know how strongly we support your work, and we'll do our very best to help you.
Thank you.
Deal with that. Make sure you don't have any adverse impact. The FBI requested an $8 million increase for surveillance of high-priority targets. Why is that a priority, and how is the FBI meeting your current surveillance needs?
So as I said, sir, we're in good shape right now. That $8 million is all personnel funding, and it essentially enables us to protect about 78 positions that would likely have been added to the reductions that we have discussed. surveillance, the demands we've placed on our surveillance teams over the last several years have just been enormous. As the number of homegrown violent extremists, the number of counterintelligence targets grows, those folks that we need to keep a very close eye on, sometimes on a day-to-day, 24-hour basis, those resources become all the more important. So a reduction in that area is particularly tough for us.
We have, and as I mentioned in my opening statement, a real concern in the Houston area. It affects the whole country, but unfortunately, because of ITN and Houston's location, we have a terrible problem with young women being exploited and sold into slavery. It's just a catastrophic and heartbreaking situation. Could you talk to us about the work the FBI is doing to help fight human trafficking?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so particularly down in the southwest border area where we have, as you know, 5 field offices and 11 RAs that address border issues. We've made a significant investment in terms of our Safe Streets task forces, in terms of the work we do with our partners at DEA, at DHS, CBP, and others. Frequently, we find ourselves looking at the same transnational organized crime groups that are engaged in narcotics trafficking. They also are engaged in human trafficking. And so it is that combined work that we do in the task force environment that lets us be as productive and effective as we possibly can be. But we recognize that as a growing threat, and it is an area where we want to keep focused very closely and make sure that we have the right folks doing that work.
Is the budget request satisfactory in this regard? What can the committee do to help ensure that what additional resources do you need to really be to beat back this terrible epidemic?
Yeah, I think the best thing, the most valuable thing for us at this point, sir, would be to try to restore those reductions that we are likely to sustain in 17.
What are the main challenges? What are the main challenges the FBI is encountering regarding the supply chain, particularly with the concern we all have on backdoors or Trojan horses being built into hardware?
Sure. Yeah, incredibly important area right now, and in one that we've really tried to expand the amount of outreach that we're doing across the government and across the private sector. You know, we are in a unique position to see those threats coming in from the work that we do on the counterintelligence side, particularly. And so we've tried to spread that word, to utilizing things like the best practices document that I know you're familiar with, to let folks know that these are the threats they need to be aware of, particularly across the government as they acquire high-tech infrastructure for their systems. I think it's also important. It's been great to see in the last several months that the new administration has a deep interest in addressing some of the things that we've seen from the CFIUS program. I think there's a lot of areas, a lot of ways that we can be more effective in terms of monitoring foreign investment, particularly in our high-tech industries, that'll also help in that area.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Serrano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am concerned that the special counsel you appointed to investigate the ties between the administration and Russia will not have adequate resources. Is the special counsel being provided with full access to all FBI resources needed for investigation?
He is, sir. He is. I can assure you of that. I've had many, many interactions with the special counsel and his representatives. In fact, we are meeting in the next 24 hours to discuss exactly that. We have a great number of folks who have already been detailed to that team, and I have assured Director Mueller that we will do everything necessary and meet to deliver the resources and to meet the needs that he has to do that work.
Thank you for your answer. Is the FBI investigation continuing concurrently with the special counsel investigation, or have all resources and necessary personnel been transferred to Director Mueller's office?
All the resources necessary to conduct the investigation that Director Mueller is now responsible for have been assigned to that effort under Director Mueller. It's important to note, though, sir, that the FBI continues to maintain responsibility for counterintelligence issues writ large against all of our foreign adversaries, and certainly including our Russian adversaries. So we still do work in the Russia counterintelligence space, but we're careful to leave what is the special counsel's to the special counsel.
To make the lead-in as short as possible for my question, Director Comey had felt uncomfortable, he said, and told General Sessions about meeting with the president. So my question to you is, have you met with President Trump? How many times and when were those meetings? Who else attended those meetings? And would you feel uncomfortable meeting alone with the president?
I have met with President Trump on very few occasions, and those have all been occasions where there were many other people present. I have not felt uncomfortable in those meetings. I'm sorry, what was the rest of your question?
If you would feel uncomfortable meeting with the president alone.
So, as you know, we have a well-developed and long-known White House contacts policy between the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the White House. And I am aware of what that policy is, and I do everything I can to ensure that my contacts with the White House, be they with President Trump or anyone else, are within the scope of that policy. So I have talked to the Deputy Attorney General about that, and any contact that I have or would have with the President would be approved by the Deputy Attorney General first.
Thank you. These are questions that have to be asked because they're on the public's mind, and we need to know. Have you been asked for a loyalty oath by the President? If not, what would you do if you were?
So I'll answer the second part first, if that's okay. So I have taken an oath already to the United States of America to protect and defend the Constitution. That is the only oath I will take, so that's not really an issue for me. Now, regarding specific conversations that I've had with the President, I don't think it would be appropriate for me to discuss in this forum.
One last question, because my time is running out. It's something that came up the other day, and we were thinking when Mr. Rogers from Kentucky was chairman of the committee, and I was his ranking member right after 9/11, we gave a lot of money to the FBI, and rightfully so. I went along with it. It was a lot of money. Years later, I asked Director Mueller at another hearing, do you think, and I have to word this properly because terrorism is our main focus, but did we play more heavily on the terrorism part and give a pass maybe to white-collar criminals, to drug dealers, to public corruption and so on? And at that time he said that there had been an emphasizing on the part of terrorism. He said it carefully because we knew what he meant. But are we back to a situation where you can handle both, where the department can deal with both, so that the guy selling drugs in my community or supplying the drugs to my community is not getting away with it?
Yeah, so I think I can best answer your question, sir, by saying I think we are in the right place now in terms of the emphasis and the resources that we put on those very divergent programs. There is no question that our criminal threats continue to bedevil this country in the same way they do the FBI, and we will constantly, we exercise constant vigilance against those threats. We're constantly reprioritizing where we need to put our precious resources and our personnel. Could we do more with more? Sure, but we understand that the resources are finite, and that the committee has many different agencies and programs they have to support. So at the same time, I think that period that you referred to after 9/11, we were standing up really our capability as an intelligence organization and our response to a terrorism threat that really required a very quick and a broad and deep evolution in our approach to it. I feel pretty comfortable to say that we have done that hard work. We're in a very different place today than we were about terrorism 10 or 15 years ago.
Well, rest assured that I will support the chairman in making sure that you continue to have the resources to be able to do both, because they're both important.
They are, sir. They are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Serrano. It's my privilege to recognize the former chairman of the full committee, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Former chairman of this committee as well.
That's right.
Which I thoroughly enjoyed. Mr. Director, welcome.
Thank you.
I want to talk to you briefly about transnational criminal organizations and the impact of those groups on the flood of narcotics coming into our country by way of Mexico primarily. What can you tell us about what you're doing to try to disrupt those criminal organizations and the finances that is generated thereby to allow them to do bad criminal things?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we see it the same way that you do. We're looking at...
Use the microphone better.
Sorry? Is that better?
Can't hear you.
Hello? Is it working? Yeah, good. I'll try. I'll try to speak a little louder. It's late in the day. Maybe I'm a little hoarse. So we see it the same way that you do. We think that's the place for FBI resources to focus in this fight. There's a lot of work being done across the country, particularly by our state and local colleagues. But the place where we can add the most value is by bringing our enterprise theory of investigation to those sorts of transnational organized crime groups. We have done that by doubling the number of task forces that we have working that work. We have done that by bringing our white-collar experts into this fight, by looking at the having agents specifically addressing the abuse of prescription opioids and how that leads to heroin abuse and the overdoses that are plaguing so many of our cities. We've done that by activating our LIGATs in places like Mexico City and other places on the other side of the border to help us to better liaison and interact with our colleagues where some of these groups are emanating from. So,
well, it's not working.
Yes, sir.
It's estimated that these illegal profits from transnational criminals is $322 billion a year and growing. And we all know the narcotics problem is exploding in this country, practically all of which is coming to us through Mexico, and including fentanyl from China. It's coming through the same gangs in Mexico. What can you tell us that would encourage us to believe that we're going to get control of this thing?
Sir, what I can tell you is this is a problem and an issue that we will not police our way out of. It's going to require a whole of government effort, but I can tell you what the FBI has to contribute to that, and it is the investigative experience, it's the connections with foreign partners, and it's the ability to bring our federal law enforcement and state and local law enforcement together in that fight. There are border security issues, there are diplomatic issues, there's a lot tied up in that problem right now. That's how we see our part of it.
Well, you're correct. You're only a part of the solution. We got the DEA and we've got the State Department and numerous other agencies that are working on pieces of the problem. But it is a bad problem.
Yes, sir.
And it's eating this country alive. And we've got to redouble our efforts. Let me quickly, Mr. Chairman, switch briefly to another topic, and that is cyber.
Yes, sir.
Crime, cyber attacks. According to CNBC, cybercrime costs the global economy $450 billion annually. In 2016, over 2 billion personal records were stolen. Over 100 million Americans had their medical records stolen. 5 out of every 6 large American companies were targeted by cyber attackers in 2014. A 40% increase over the year before. At the same time, 60% of all targeted attacks strike small and medium-sized businesses, which typically have fewer resources to invest in cybersecurity. Enormous problem. Cybercrime in the public and private sectors continues to pose an enormous risk to our economy, not to mention our national security. Forbes reports that cybercrime cost to the economy quadrupled from 2013 to 2015 and may again quadruple by 2019. As the lead federal agency in this space, what are you doing to get in front of these threats?
Yes, sir. So it's a great question. Cyber is the issue that challenges us the most deeply. It hits every program that we're in, and it changes every day. So cyber, as you know, we are the lead for threat. We have the lead designation for threat response. So we are the folks who will go in, of course, with our partners to figure out who did it and where it came from. In order to do that, I need the right people with the right backgrounds, the right talent and technology to put on that problem set, and that's what we are doing right now to ensure that our folks have the tools they need, we're hiring the right people, we're able to keep them on board and on target. The second thing that we're focused on is taking those cyber investigative skills and those tools and that capability and making sure that we are pushing that out across our other operational programs. So I need my criminal investigators to be looking at social media, doing network analysis, understanding cyber threats. I need my CT folks to be doing the same thing, my CI folks as well. So we are engaged and constantly rethinking how we are approaching the cyber target set. I think we have a strategy that we've been deriving for the last year or so. We have the right people on it, but it is a threat that continues to change, and we've got to stay agile to stay in front of it.
Godspeed to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Mrs. Lowy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Acting Director McCabe, I'm very concerned about the morale at the FBI in the wake of the proposed budget cuts and the disparaging comments made by President Trump. In your opinion, was the FBI, quote, in disarray, end quote, as the president claimed prior to firing Director Comey? Did Director Comey have the support of FBI leadership and workforce prior to his dismissal?
He did, ma'am.
Thank you.
It is not my opinion that the FBI was in a state of disarray. It is my opinion and has been my observation over the last several years that Director Comey enjoyed a deep and positive relationship with the men and women of the FBI.
Thank you. In June 2015, we saw the lethal consequences of incomplete background checks when critical information was not discovered within the 3-day limit and a firearm was purchased by Dylan Roof. He later went on to kill 9 people during a prayer service at the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charleston, South Carolina. He should never have had that gun. Your budget proposes reductions to the staffing for background checks at the FBI. In the bipartisan omnibus spending bill, we provided an increase in funding, part of which went to hiring 136 additional workers to conduct background checks. This budget would cut those additional staff. This is inconsistent with this administration's claims to prioritize violent crime reduction. How would this budget impact the ability to complete background checks within the 3-day limit? Does this jeopardize the ability of NICS NICS examiners to confidently identify any disqualifying records?
The short answer, ma'am, is yes. Having fewer people to do NICS checks will make it harder to get the NICS checks done within the 3-day requirement. As you know, the numbers for 18 are significantly behind where we were in 17. We are experiencing historic rises in the level, the number of NICS checks every year. We have every reason to expect that that will continue. So fewer resources will hurt our folks there. We try to cover the increases in work by extending large amounts of overtime and things of that nature, but that's not a sustainable way to keep the workforce on target.
Following up on that, because it's concerned me for quite a while, and I'd love your opinion as an experienced person at the FBI, what percentage of cases, background checks, do you wish you had more than 3 days, 4 days, 5 days? I've heard some of the experts say they would even include the number 9 days. Could you comment to us on this?
Ma'am, I don't know if I can give you that percentage right off the top of my head, but I certainly will take that back and get back to you. There are, it's just, I think folks don't understand the logistical challenge of corresponding with the many different jurisdictions where you have to reach out to confirm arrest histories and conviction histories and dispositions of criminal charges and things of that nature. And it just takes longer many times than 3 days to get responses on some of that work. So by definition, some percentage of that work lapses past the 3-day period, and we'd be better off if we could get that done.
I appreciate that. And if you could get back to us I think it's important when we're making policy to understand the hard work that the FBI does. And it was my understanding at a previous hearing that in many cases, 3 days just is inadequate. So you're agreeing that in three days may not be adequate, and you'll get back to us as what percentage of the case you need more time and more staff to do the work.
Yes, ma'am.
So cuts certainly aren't going to help us
That's
when
right.
it comes to background checks.
That's right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lowy. However, the individual's name stays in the system. If something pops up after you've run the check and they have a problem, ATF is directed to go after them and get the weapon, correct?
They are. So we have, I think it's 88 days. Is that right? So 88 days to continue to look at those files that go past the 3-day mark. And if we get the response within that period and the gun has already been delivered, my understanding is a referral is made to ATF to recover it.
Yeah, just important we recognize there's an 88-day safety net there to catch any mistakes, because we're all human. Judge Carter.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Acting Director McCabe, welcome.
Thank you,
Glad
sir.
to have you here.
Thank you.
Homeland Security has developed the Southern Border and Approach campaign to concentrate resources on transnational criminal organizations responsible for the majority of crime along the border. In this budget, you have requested funding for hybrid squads to bring a threat-based domain view of these dynamic, multifaceted criminal enterprises. How do these hybrid squads operate, and are you working together with Homeland Security on this? And in addition to the border liaison officers along the southwestern border, what has been the most effective means to combat transnational criminal organizations on the border, and what can this committee do to help you on that issue?
Yes, sir. So as you know, in that vein, we've asked for $6.8 million in this budget, all personnel to restore 65 positions to do exactly that work. The hybrid squads are ones that I don't know that I can describe it much better than you already have. It's an ability to bring our intelligence folks together with our case officers, our special agents, and our task force partners, which invariably include many different elements from the Department of Homeland Security, state and local officers, all those for whom the criminal issues at the border have an impact on their communities, on the folks that they protect. So that is, as in all the work we do, as in the work that we do in the counterterrorism area and every other area, we are stronger through partnership. So having the right folks in those places to link up with our partners and do that work, that's the way forward for us. And so to have the people to do that is really the biggest way that you can help. And I cannot overstate the importance of having a robust, well-trained, stable population in our LIGAT office, particularly in Mexico City, because you can't work transnational organized crime just from within the borders of the United States. You've got to be able to build relationships and work those issues with your partners overseas.
And I agree with that. I agree with Henry Cuellar, who, my colleague on Homeland Security. We need to push deeper and deeper from the border. The first line shouldn't be defense shouldn't
That's
just
right.
be the border.
That's right.
So I agree with that. Any resources? Your role is in coordinating these groups. Kind of, you all work together, and you're the coordinating agent.
That's right. That's right. It is, and of course, we think that we're well positioned with the resources we have, which is why, cuts that will touch our field offices, our headquarters elements, in the way that the 1,600 for 2018 are likely to do. That's where the things start to get tough for us.
Well, let us know what you need.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Another issue that you mentioned in your opening statement, going dark. In this budget, you've requested $21.6 million in funding for operational technology investments to counter what is called going dark, and as I understand it, that's encryption, dealing with encryptions.
In large part, yes, sir.
I understand the FBI has limited access to 3,000 mobile devices linked to various crimes that you are unable to search, even though you have court-ordered legal authority to do so. Could you elaborate on how the FBI plans to reduce these barriers? How do these barriers affect your ability to conduct counterterrorism investigations? And how can this committee help you on that? And please tell me more about the 80 new positions you plan to create to combat going dark on this going dark issue. Will these new positions specifically support intelligence analysis to combat the problem?
Yes, sir, they will. So let me touch on going dark, the issue, to clarify some of the facts that you've referred to. So far in fiscal 17, we have received approximately 7,000 devices with court authorization and the request most times of our partners to help them open up those devices that they need primarily for their criminal cases in cities and towns across this country. We are currently able to get into about 48% of those devices, so a little less than half. As incredibly effective encryption becomes more well-known, easier to get, and easier to use, that number, that 48%, will continue to decline. So that is probably the best example of that piece of the going dark problem. The resources that we've asked for will be folks that are specifically addressed, who will specifically face those challenges. So we're talking about some special agents, we're talking about electronics engineers, we're talking about computer scientists, and we're talking about what we refer to as CART agents, so folks out in the field who have the ability, who have the tools and the training to help try to get into those things and assist our partners on site. So that's where those resources are going. It'll also go to help us maintain systems that we now depend upon to allow our investigators to conduct the work they need to do on the internet in a way that's not attributable to the FBI, because obviously we have to be as good as our adversaries. We have to be on the dark web. We have to be in all those places where we're going to find the threats that face us. So going dark is a multifaceted problem. It's one that will call for kind of pretty tough choices across society in terms of balancing security and privacy. It'll call for pretty substantial work, I think, ultimately here from Congress, addressing some of the legal frameworks that we have to work with. But day to day, it impacts my investigators and analysts in that way.
Thank you. I find that a real challenge.
It is, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Judge Carter. Mr. Kilmer.
Thanks, Chairman, and thanks for being with us, and many thanks to the men and women who work for the Bureau.
Thank you, sir.
In recent months, we've seen an unprecedented rise in hate crimes. According to one report, we saw 1,800 hate crimes in the U.S. between November of last year and March of this year. I noticed that the FBI budget request doesn't explicitly mention any additional funding on this front. I also would point out in May, I received a letter from the Department of Justice stating that the Attorney General has directed the formation of a hate crimes subcommittee of the Violent Crimes Task Force to highlight the importance of these efforts. So my questions for you are, one, what funds or resources will the FBI allocate to combat the rise in hate crimes? Does the FBI have a role in that hate crimes subcommittee? And if you can give me any indication of the status of how the FBI is engaging with affected communities that are dealing with this proliferation of hate crime.
Yeah, so our folks do an enormous amount of work dealing with the communities that are touched by hate crimes. It is one of the requirements that I put on all of our special agents in charge to build those sorts of relationships into the communities that are going to put us in a position to be able to help them in many ways, but certainly in that one. Hate crimes are a very big part of our civil rights approach, to include color of law issues, clinic access issues, and many others. So it's a vital and ongoing effort that we remain completely committed to. With respect to the DOJ subcommittee, that one I'll have to take back to get you the exact details of our participation in it. I would expect that we are playing a key role, but I'll have to get back to you with those details.
Is the civil rights division, is that where the funds lie to address this issue? Or I noticed that there wasn't any sort of specific language on this in the budget request, so I was just curious whether there's any funds specifically dedicated to combat this?
So we don't rely on funding from the Civil Rights Division, but obviously we work the cases with the Civil Rights Division at DOJ. And our funding, of course, it's part of our overall criminal program, and how we divide those funds up within the criminal program. The assistant director of the criminal program is responsible for keeping that moving forward. And it's in the base resources request.
Okay. I wanted to follow up on the question from Chairman Rogers around cybersecurity. We certainly hear about that a bunch. Congress passed the Cybersecurity Act in 2015, and a big focus of that was on information sharing between industry and law enforcement. I think one of the pieces of feedback that we get from industry, large and small, the comment around small businesses I agree with, is a concern that sometimes feels like more of a one-way street, where industry may feedback what they're dealing with, but don't necessarily get a lot back from the government. I guess I'd love to just get your sense of how you assess the progress of that law in bringing industry stakeholders to the table with information that could prevent cyber attacks from happening, and then in the other direction, what's the FBI doing to strengthen the flow of information to industry stakeholders?
Yeah, so it's a great question, and it's one that we get very often as well. I think we're, in summary, I would say we are better than we've been, but we're clearly not good enough. We have all the traditional challenges that we always face in sharing information, particularly in the cyber area when so much of it comes to us through classified channels. It's hard and slow to cull out that which we can share to be effective, and so often our sharing is not timely, and the private sector moves at a much quicker pace. So that's really where we need to work. I think the interactions that we have with the private sector are more productive today than they were 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, but we still have a long way to go. There's many reasons why our private sector partners don't wish to share with the FBI or anyone else for obvious economic and productivity and reputational reasons. So it's been a slow kind of chipping away at some of that resistance. And also adapting our own approaches to be able to get on site to help them handle a crisis or an issue in a way that's as discreet as we can possibly be. So I think those are the areas we have to work on. I think the legislation gives us good footing to start, but we clearly have a lot of work to do.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmer. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thank you for being here. I'm represent Southern West Virginia, and like Chairman Rogers from Appalachia, the drug epidemic has just ravaged many of the communities. Yes, you raised a point ago when asked about the southern border, and you specifically talked about 5 field offices, and I think you were sending the message that we're kind of have a footprint, we're boots on the ground where it's most needed.
Yes, sir.
I think 4, if I'm accurate, 4 of the highest overdose counties in the entire country are in my district. We don't have a field office of the FBI really down deep in the hardest hit areas of West Virginia. And through a discussion with Special Agent Johnson, I understand there's at least some willingness and openness of the FBI to look at putting a field office in the hardest hit impacted areas. Can you update me on your assessment of that, and is that a possibility? Because I certainly hope it will be.
Yes, sir, it is certainly a possibility, and it's one that we are discussing actively right now. As you know, we formerly had not a field office, but a resident agency, so that's a kind of a satellite of us reopening that RA. Once we've made our decision, we communicate that, of course, to DOJ. We work with OMB to get that done. And so I can assure you that we will continue to push. But we recognize the significant challenges that your constituents are facing with the opioid epidemic. We also know there is no presence of other federal agencies, other federal law enforcement agencies in that area, and we see that as a massive gap.
I appreciate your interest to it and the sincerity to attack crime where it is happening.
Yes,
and
sir.
This tragic opioid epidemic has just ravaged our area. I was looking at your Going Dark testimony, and I was struck by the emphasis on talking about crime, like probably every other state. But I led the effort to actually require sex offenders, once convicted, to turn over to the registry their online screen names, passwords, etc. And our state database created a system where a parent empowered to try to go in and say, here is a username or a screen name that's communicating with my son or daughter, to identify whether or not that was in the database. I'm all about trying to create tools, whether it be at the state level or federal level, to empower parents to help protect their children. We are struggling in this world, as you talk about online pedophiles. What, at the FBI level, what sort of tools that you can talk about that are in place to take these even convicted sex offenders and make sure we empower parents and try to protect our kids?
Yes, sir. So great question. That is a threat and a space within which the threat operates that gets more challenging every day with the profusion of anonymity through things like the onion router and the use of encrypted communications. All those same things that challenge us in the other areas of our business challenge us there. And it is one that impacts us so deeply, not only as FBI agents, but as parents ourselves. So we remain absolutely committed to doing everything we can. Unfortunately, that has required in the last several years a new cutting-edge technical approach to many of those problems. And so it gets back to the same challenge that we have in the cyber area, in the CT area, in the CI area, and it's getting the right talented computer scientists, very highly skilled folks engaged in that fight and helping us get through those walls of anonymity so we can see actually who's on the other side interacting with our children in damaging ways. So we are absolutely committed to that work, but it's getting tougher and tougher as the ways in which people communicate over the internet become more protected and more remote.
I look forward to working with you in addition to the investigatory identification work.
All right, everyone. So I just wanted to show you some of this testimony that occurred just moments ago, earlier today, the FBI budget hearing. As you know, we don't officially have an FBI director right now, so the FBI acting director, Andrew McCabe, was testifying before the House Appropriations Subcommittee there. This wraps up my brief portion here on News Now. Mary Kate will be joining you with more News Now ahead in just a few minutes.
All right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. We do have a police situation that our chopper is heading to right now. We're hearing that's an officer-involved shooting. As soon as the chopper gets there, we'll be sure to stream that for you guys. But for right now, we do have a press conference out of New Orleans where they're discussing the weather situation there and how they're preparing. So let's hear what they have to say.
Everybody, thank you for coming again. I'm joined by Aaron Miller, who's the Director of Homeland Security, Police Chief Michael Harrison, Fire Chief Tim McConnell, Dr. Elder, who runs Emergency Medical Services for it, Cedric Grant, Executive Director of Surgeon Water Board. We have representatives of Entergy with us, and of course other deputy mayors and folks that have been working very, very hard with us. This morning, the National Weather Service has lifted the tropical storm warning for New Orleans, but as you can see from watching TV and the weather forecast, we are not in the clear yet. We are still under tornado watch until 7 o'clock p.m. Unfortunately, we now know what that means potentially for the city, so being on alert is really important. We will still see heavy rain and localized flooding. There is still potential for heavy bands of rain to hit us tonight that would cause flooding. We expect an additional 3 to 6 inches of rain over the next 48 hours. And we have thunderstorms that are expected over the weekend. So again, we could stay on the fortunate side and that rain could come over a period of time, but if it all comes at one time, we expect to have localized flooding throughout the city. So I want to ask the public and our citizens to stay alert and to be prepared. Yesterday we experienced up to 4 inches of rain and we had some flooding. We saw a rise in tides which are impacting Venetian Isles and Lake Catherine communities. Currently, Chief McConnell has the fire department positioned and ready should there be further need in this area, along with EMS and the police department. Last night at peak, there were 7,100 homes that were out of power. Entergy informs me that all of those are back up and operating save for 150, and that, of course, is barring any other outages that may happen today, but they will speak more clearly to that, and those 150, I am told, will be back on by 2 o'clock p.m. The following streets are closed, and we ask people not to try to access them. That would be Highway 11 between Chef Mentor and I-10, Chef Mentor between Highway 11 and Venetian Isles, and of course Lakeshore Drive between West End and Seabrook is closed because it's experiencing flooding right now, so we would ask people to stay away from that area. This morning, Governor Edwards declared a state of emergency. The city of New Orleans is not under the state of emergency, but our Homeland Security Emergency Center is activated and will remain open 24/7 until there is no further need. We're going to continue to monitor and provide updates when conditions change. It's critically important that the public pay attention, to stay alert, to get the alerts that they need, and to just be prepared. We have learned many lessons from many other storms and unfortunately have paid the ultimate price in some instances for not staying vigilant. So we just need to, again, use common sense. If you're in areas that all of a sudden have inundation and water, please don't try to drive through them. If there's an absolute necessity to do that and you know the water is low, please don't go fast because you will drive a wake into somebody else's house or to somebody else's business. It's everyone's responsibility to be prepared and have a plan. We've been fortunate in the last couple of years, but it's important not to become complacent. Again, we hope this doesn't happen, but we are predicted to have a large number of storms. This is the third one that you see has moved from not anything into a cyclone, into a tropical storm, and then back again. So the weather is very mercurial, and we have to do everything that we can to make sure that we're prepared. Again, I want to ask everybody to report non-threatening issues, non-life-threatening issues to 311. That center is open and will continue to be so. I want to also encourage everybody, again, to go to ready.nola.gov for any updates that they may need or directions about how to prepare. And I want to make sure that everybody just continues to stay in touch with their neighbors in the event that there is an issue so we can help each other out. Also, one of the things you can continually do is to clean your catch basins. Also, as I said before, and this is really important, don't drive through standing water. And then finally, follow us on social media at NOLA Ready. for real-time updates. So I want to thank everybody for the cooperation. We've done really well as a community so far. We just want to stay vigilant, stay alert, and make sure that we do everything necessary to protect all of us by being good citizens, using common sense, being courteous, and working together. So I thank you all for your time, and now I want to have Erin Miller come up and give us some more specifics. Erin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. The Emergency Operations Center remains fully staffed with federal, state, and local partners assisting in both monitoring the storm and responding to incidents within the city. We're prepared for additional rain, and we will remain activating the Emergency Operations Center until Tropical Storm Cindy makes landfall and is well inland. One of the things that I want to remind everyone is to visit ready.nola.gov for regular updates. Our folks in the Emergency Operations Center are taking that information that we receive from our residents via 311, from our public safety services, and from our state, federal, and local partners, posting that information online and providing regular updates through @NOLA-Ready.
Thank you. Senator Grant.
Good morning. All of our pumping stations are fully staffed and operational, and all of our sewer stations are operational. And all of our job sites have been secured, so all barricaded, so that there's no work going on today in relation to sewer, water, and drainage repairs. Our power plant is fully operational, both 25 and 60 cycle power. And as of now, we have no flooding reported at any of the 12 underpass stations and inside the flood protection.
Melanie Stewart from Entergy and Councilmember Gray.
Melanie Stewart, Entergy, New Orleans. Thus far, Orleans Parish has fared very well. At the height of the storm last night, we had about 7,100 customers out, and as of right now, only 150 customers out. As the mayor mentioned earlier, those customers will be back on by 2 p.m. today. We're continuing to monitor the weather, and we will respond as needed and as outages occur. We have over 1,200 restoration workers available across the state. Of that, 400 are currently working in the New Orleans metropolitan area. We also have additional crews available in Arkansas and in Mississippi that can respond as quickly as needed. Customers can get outage restoration information in a couple of ways. We encourage you to download the Entergy app. You can sign up for text alerts, and you can also visit the EnergyStormCenter.com, not only for outage information, but also for safety information. And as always, safety is our #1 priority. Please stay away from downed power lines. Call 1-800-9-OUTAGE if you do see a power line down. And remember to use any generators outdoors, not indoors. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Gray.
We have a well-prepared team. We have good marching orders, and if we follow those orders, I think we're going to be okay. A lot of rain fell last night and a lot of wind blew, but we're doing fine, and I think we'll continue to do fine. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, a couple of other following things. First of all, some of the wind is fairly high and will remain that way. It could get upwards to 60 miles an hour. You can see from the cone on TV that our fellow Louisianians in Southwest Louisiana are taking the brunt of it, especially with a lot of coastal flooding around Cameron and Lake Charles. So our thoughts and our prayers go out to them. The second thing to remember that we're learning again from this storm, which is new, is that just because we're not in the cone doesn't mean we're not getting the impact. We're used to seeing the cone for the hurricane and think that's the zone of impact. That's not true with this particular storm. And you can see that everything on the east side of it is going to get the wind, the rain, and for us, the potential flooding in the event that the rain comes. So we're not out of it yet. We'll keep, we'll be vigilant, and we'll keep giving you updates. It's just another thing. Don't panic. Just be prepared. Be smart. Use common sense. And I think that we will be okay, God willing. All right. Any questions?
Back in 2005, the city was.
You really want to go? You really want to go all the way back there?
There was Arlene Cindy Dennis before Katrina, and a lot of people were somewhat lulled into a, well, we survived those storms, there are much to do about nothing. Do you have a concern that, given the fact this is going to be maybe a rain event for New Orleans, that if a future storm comes this way, people have this sense of, well, we went through Cindy, it was really much to do about nothing, we can stick around?
Well, first of all, yes, I always worry about that. Most of the storms are much ado about nothing. We've had thousands of them since our 300th, since we're talking about our 300th anniversary. We have them all the time. But I think we've learned that being complacent can get you in trouble. It's better to be prepared. It's better to lean forward, again, without panicking, which is I'm hoping nobody's going to do that because we don't think that it rises to this level. But it is a good chance. This is a good opportunity for us to check your plan, to really think through whether you have what it is that you need in the event that it turns bad quickly, or if this doesn't, God forbid, that we have another one that does. So again, that's why we're trying to be very measured here. I think we're in a good place in the city. I don't want people to let that...
Okay, everybody, we're going to break out of this to take you to a press conference about that airport stabbing from earlier today in Michigan.
In just a few minutes, and again, I appreciate your patience, your emails, and all of your correspondence, and getting the most accurate information out to each one of your viewers. That means a lot. So just a few more minutes, and we'll have this going for you. All right, thank you.
False alarm.
So as you heard, in a few minutes, that press conference will be starting, which is great news that we did not miss anything. This is going to be the press conference on the stabbing that happened at the Bishop International Airport in Flint, Michigan earlier today. A police officer was stabbed in the neck there. A witness says that he saw a police officer holding his neck, bleeding on the ground, and that they also witnessed a man being detained by police and noticed a knife on the ground. That's coming from a witness there who was dropping off his daughter at the Bishop International Airport in Flint, Michigan today. We've been told that they are investigating this situation as a potential terrorist attack. So we're going to be hearing first from the spokespeople here at this airport and the police officers on more about this situation. This is the big story of the day. We'll keep streaming for you live on the Fox News Now stream. Again, if you're just joining us here live on the Fox News Now stream, an officer for the Bishop International Airport.
We do not have any ETA on when that would be, but we do have a podium shot, so we will put it up as long as we do.
All right, everybody, just listening to an alert that was coming into the newsroom. As I was saying, an officer for Bishop International Airport was stabbed today in a possible terror-related incident in Flint, Michigan. The attacker allegedly shouted before stabbing Lieutenant Jeff Neville, who was bleeding from the neck. The officer is a father of two who has worked at the airport since 2000 and is a member of the airport's Department of Public Safety and a retired County Sheriff's Department lieutenant. Law enforcement officials said the suspect is from Quebec and has a Canadian passport, but the stabbing happened outside the TSA area, meaning the suspect did not get through security with a knife. 4 senior law enforcement officers are reporting this information to us, and in a statement released by the FBI, officials said it's still too early to determine what motivated the attack, but they are questioning the suspect. Statement reads, quote, "We are aware of reports that the attacker made statements immediately prior or while attacking the officer, but it's too early to determine the nature of these alleged statements or whether or not this was an act of terrorism." And again, we're just waiting for this press conference to begin shortly. He apparently was yelling out terrorist-like statements right before stabbing him, so that's why they believe it could be an act of terror. Now, officials also say they believe the attack was an isolated incident and that there is no specific credible threat to the Flint community. Michigan State Police initially tweeted that the officer was in critical condition, and just after 1 o'clock, officials confirmed that he was out of surgery and was upgraded to stable condition. So that is great news to hear. Earlier, we didn't have much information on his condition. Now I can report for you, which is great news, that he is out of surgery and he's been upgraded to stable condition. The county commissioner there said, "I spoke with his family at the hospital and he had completed surgery. He was still in recovery when I left the hospital." A friend who worked with this police officer said, quote, "I'd say we are feeling relieved that he's in stable condition. This is something that police officers across the country have to deal with every day." Now, this police officer had a very successful career at the sheriff's office, earning several awards before climbing the ranks with the airport police. A coworker said that he is probably one of the nicest individuals you'd ever meet. He's always quick to help and to try and help people who have problems. I literally don't know anyone more like that than him. Again, that officer was stabbed today in the neck at this airport here, Bishop International Airport in Flint, Michigan. We are working on getting more information about this for you guys, but we will be hearing from a press conference shortly and get the real answers soon. We also have our Fox chopper heading to a officer-involved shooting here locally that we will be streaming for you as well, keeping you updated on all live events here on the Fox News Now stream. Looks like it's starting now. Let's turn up the volume.
All right, here's Tim is coming to the stand right now.
Again, folks, Tim Wiley with the Detroit FBI,
Okay, they're doing it right
Public Affairs. Thank you again for your patience. We want to make sure we have the most accurate, up-to-date information for you, and we appreciate your accuracy in reporting. I would like to introduce to you the Special Agent in charge of the Detroit Division, which covers the entire state of Michigan, Special Agent in charge, David Gelios.
Good afternoon, and I'd like to thank you all for your patience throughout the day today. You'll excuse me to defer to a few notes here because I want to give you as accurate information as I can. we have had a very busy day, and I know we've kept you waiting, and we wanted to wait until we had a point that we could come out here and provide you a little more information than we might have been able to do had we done this an hour or two ago. So before I start, though, I just want to say that you all are aware of the incident we had out here today where Lieutenant Jeff Neville was stabbed. And before we get to any details of the investigation and what happened here today, I would like to turn this over to Chief Chris Miller of the Bishop International Airport Public Safety Department to give you information on what's most important, and that's the current health condition of Lieutenant Neville. Chief?
Good evening, everyone. Lieutenant Neville is in satisfactory condition. As you all heard what happened to him. He's doing fine, and he's residing at a local hospital right now. He's resting comfortably. And we'd just like to thank everybody that came out to support us here in this trying time. So, and that's all I have.
And we'll introduce others of the partners here today. As you can imagine, this has been a great joint local, state, and federal operation since early this morning, and we couldn't have done it without all the partners here, and we'll give them each an opportunity to introduce themselves. But I will just go into the facts of what we've been investigating today. I will tell you that we are investigating this incident today that happened at about 9:45 this morning as an act of terrorism. We have just filed a complaint charging an individual by the name of Amor Fatui. He's a 50-year-old resident of Canada who legally entered the United States in Lake Champlain, New York on June 16th and made his way to Flint, and today arrived at the Flint International Airport. Obviously, I know a lot more about this, and we're sort of at 0 hour of this investigation right now, and since it is a pending investigation, I'm not going to go into great detail as to what we do know, but we do know Mr. Fatui entered the airport. He spent a little time on the first level, then he went upstairs, he spent some time in the restaurant up there, and then he came out. He was carrying baggage. He went into a restroom. He spent a little time in the restroom, dropped both bags, and came out, pulled out a knife, yelled Allah Akbar, and stabbed Lieutenant Neville in the neck. As was mentioned by the chief, he's in stable condition and is expected to fully recover, and that's the most blessed thing I think we can say about this today. It's a good outcome. We had some incredible acts of heroism up there today, and in questions we can perhaps talk a little bit about the efforts to take Mr. Fatui into custody. The complaint that's been filed is charging a violation of 18 U.S. Code 37A1, which basically is violence at an international airport. And just to give a little more background on that, that is when someone unlawfully uses a device to commit an act of violence at an international airport that could have or did cause serious injury, which we had in this instance. There's a 20-year penalty associated with that, but this, as I said, is very, very early in the investigation, and as we progress and take this matter to grand jury for indictment, other charges could be pending later on. As I mentioned, it's an ongoing investigation. There's joint operations going on in Canada as we speak. We want to thank our Canadian partners who are helping us further investigate this attack. And with that, I would like to defer to some of my partners here to make brief statements as well.
Sir, can you spell suspect's first and last name for us, please?
The name is Amor, A-M-O-R, Fatui, F-T-O-U-H-I. And as I mentioned, he's approximately a 50-year-old Canadian.
When did he enter the country?
Pardon me, he entered the country on June 16th. And as I mentioned, it's a pending investigation. We know he came to the airport this morning. That's as far as we're going to go with. We're trying to develop further information as to his timeline and where he went after he entered the United States in Lake Champlain, New York.
Can you describe what he needs?
We'll take questions at the end, and I will describe the weapon.
Yep, just to let everybody know, again, we're going to do a question and answer segment towards the end, about 10 minutes worth. Right now, we'll go ahead and have the introductions of all of our local, state, and federal partners that are here with us assisting.
The Special First Lieutenant David Kaiser with the Michigan State Police. First and foremost, the Michigan State Police would like to extend their thoughts and prayers to Lieutenant Neville and his family during this very difficult time. The Michigan State Police has supplied many different resources here today to work with our local, state, and federal partners. Some of the resources provided included officers, detectives, bomb-sniffing canines, and our Michigan State Police Crime Lab. They were all involved in this investigation and worked well with the partners in this. I'd also like to mention that Governor Rick Snyder has been in frequent contact with the Michigan State Police headquarters today, inquiring about the status of the injured officer as well as the status of this investigation. And the Michigan State Police is very appreciative of this contact. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Timothy Johnson, City of Flint Police Chief. Just want to thank everybody for your concerns. We have a multiple jurisdiction police here trying to get to the bottom of this, and we have the Mayor of Flint that's here also, and she's going to come up and make some comments. But just thank you for your concerns, and we appreciate everybody coming out to be concerned about what happened here at Bishop International Airport. Tragedy, but thank God that the officer is alive. He's doing well now. He's out of critical condition, so he's recovering right now. So thank you for your concerns, Mayor.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to say that, you know, what happened here at Bishop Airport is just a tragedy. I think it's absolutely awful, and that a police officer was injured like this, because every day we know our law enforcement gets up and they come to work prepared to protect us, and don't know if they're going to come home to their families or not, or the condition that they're going to return to their families in. And so I really need to have an opportunity to commend Chief Miller and his staff, and thank my own Chief of Police, Tim Johnson, the Michigan Township, you know, Flint Township, the state police, the sheriff, the federal agents that are here, because it showed that we all came together at a time like this. And this is what we need the community to see, is that when these kinds of things happen, we do come together. And I hope it gives the people of Flint and the people in the surrounding areas the confidence to know that this was not taken lightly, and people came together quickly to make sure that we were protected. So I do want us to continue to keep Officer Neville lifted in prayer, and his family. And again, this is just, you know, it's a sad day, but it could have been worse. It could have been worse, and thanks to the quick response of all of the law enforcement that's out here today, things weren't any worse. And we also need to thank the other person. There was an unsung hero that saw what happened, and she came to his aid to help. And had that not been, you know, had she not been in the place she was at that time, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. So we need to keep her in prayer, and the rest of the staff that's out here at the airport, because when you go through things like this, it impacts you, and it impacts them, and it makes it more difficult for them to do their jobs. So this was a day where we showed unity, and everybody came out here and responded. And so I hope that just shows the community that we're working together to make things better. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Airport Director Craig Williams, and on behalf of the Bishop International Airport Authority, I want to thank you all for coming out here. It's been a traumatic day for us. One of our own was stabbed, and that's really it's touching. It hurts on me personally. It hurts on our staff. First and foremost for us is making sure that our safety and security of our passengers and our employees are paramount to everybody. Even though we did have some disruptions this afternoon, we're working to get back to normal operations. I'll answer questions during Q&A time. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nick Starcevic. I am the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Detroit ATF Field Division. First and foremost, our thoughts and prayers go out to the officer as he recovers from his wounds. Today, ATF deployed assets from the Flint field office as well as an office from our Detroit division. We will continue to support this investigation throughout its entirety, and we will support the FBI in any way it needs. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Juan Sanchez, the Federal Security Director for TSA out of Detroit, Flint, Lansing, and Saginaw airports. And I just wanted to say thanks to all our federal, state, and local partners for ensuring the safety of not only TSA employees, but the entire American public at Flint Airport. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Lieutenant Dan Owen, Bishop Airport Fire Department and EMS Department. We responded as soon as the call for help went out, and we rendered first aid to our officers, and we maintained a fire presence and safety of this airport throughout the whole incident. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dershawn King, and I'm the Assistant Federal Security Director, Office of Law Enforcement, TSA, and my main role here is to support our federal, state, and local law enforcement officers in this matter. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Peggy Franklin-Aller with Homeland Security Investigations. First of all, Homeland Security Investigations would like to wish a full, quick, and speedy recovery to Lieutenant Neville. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family and him. And we just want to commend the great work that was done by all agencies out here today. Thank you.
All right, before I take a few questions, the question I heard earlier was about the knife. The knife was about a 12-inch knife with an 8-inch serrated blade. As you will see in the complaint, when the subject went up to the officer and stabbed him, he continued to exclaim Allah, and he made a statement something to the effect of, "You have killed people in Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan, and we are all going to die." Thus, our determining, obviously, this, we're going to investigate it as a terrorist act. I can tell you, based on the information we have presently, we don't believe that anyone was involved with this individual. We have no information to suggest a wider plot, but it's certainly very, very early in the investigation. We're seeking search warrants for electronic media, for his vehicle. Much of that work is going on right now, so time will tell over the next several days whether anyone had any knowledge of this, but at this time we view him as a lone wolf attacker.
I know it's early, but any indication this was a self-radicalized individual, or was he received training from somewhere? Or?
Yeah, we have no information to suggest any training. I can tell you we interviewed the subject for a good period of time. He was cooperative and has talked to us about what his motivations were, and I think it's suffice it to say he has a hatred for the United States and a variety of other things which in part motivated him towards coming to the airport today to conduct this act of violence.
Sir, can you explain how do we know how the gentleman was able to bring a 12-inch knife? Was it through the airport security? Was he coming from a plane when he came in here? It seems like that's not within TSA guidelines.
Actually, that's an excellent question, and to just be clear on that, he entered the public area, non-secure area of the airport. He spent a little time. He went up just outside the TSA screening area, spent some time in the restaurant, went to open to the public restroom, and then came out and attacked Lieutenant Neville prior to the screening area. So there wouldn't have been any screening at that point.
How long was the attack? How long did it take to stop?
Yeah, my understanding is they brought him into, took control of him within about a minute, and I'll defer to the chief, but it's my understanding the chief personally, one of the members of the fire department here with us right now, and actually a non-sworn public safety officer, someone who isn't involved in that, assisted in taking this individual down and restraining him, and thus my comment earlier that there were some acts of heroism here, because had he been able to get free and try and attack additional people, we could be talking about much greater harm today than occurred.
Was there any sort of incident before the attack?
I'm sorry?
The officer and the victim, the suspect, was there any sort of argument, or did he just go up to this officer and start stabbing?
We have no indication there was any sort of dialogue between this officer, and we're recovering all videos and that sort of thing, and again, we'll know that, but there's no indication whatsoever he had any dialogue with anybody prior to this attack.
Why you selected for
Yes, sir.
surgery?
My understanding is, Chief, do you want a lieutenant with surgery?
Yes, Lieutenant Neville did require some surgery. The surgery didn't take a lot of time. He got through it very well, and he is resting comfortably at this time. To answer questions in reference to any engagement between the suspect and Lieutenant Neville, there was none. He, from what we can tell, he engaged Lieutenant Neville and just started stabbing.
Is there any indication why Flint?
We don't have any information to answer that.
Can you be more specific as to who brought him down, who actually got him to stop stabbing him?
Lieutenant Neville got him to stop stabbing him. Lieutenant Neville fought him right to the end, right until I was able to handcuff this person. After Lieutenant Neville never stopped fighting until I handcuffed this person, along with Lieutenant Neville and Lieutenant Dan Owen and maintenance person Richard Cruel. The four of us were able to subdue this person, get him handcuffed, and get him under control.
Were you in the area when the attack happened?
I was close by, but I was only seconds away.
Do you think he was targeted because he was an officer, because he was in uniform?
I think I can't really answer why he did what he did, but obviously it was Lieutenant Neville that he engaged.
Did he say anything else during the struggle?
The statements that he made were the answers that the FBI SAC gave you. He had some Muslim dialect, and that's much as we have at this time.
And nothing tying the suspect to Flint, no family in the area, no family from Michigan. Did he mention anything in the interrogation?
Not that we know of at this time, but I can't really expound upon that because, again, the FBI is in charge of this investigation, and I'll refer those questions to them.
Lieutenant Dan Owen, you were one of the first responders. Can you tell us what it was like helping your friend and colleague at that time?
Yes, I was. We were here setting up for a meeting with our public safety partners in our county. I was about 10, 15 feet away when I witnessed the attack. Myself and Chief Miller responded to it fairly quickly. Like you said, he already had him on the ground. We assisted in handcuffing the suspect, and then I called for our paramedics to respond to the terminal from the fire station. They responded within about 90 seconds. They were on scene, rendering Lieutenant Neville first aid and getting him ready for transporting to a local hospital.
So what was going through your mind when you helped? He's your friend as well.
He's a good friend of mine. Yes, it was very terrifying to see something that quick and respond. Luckily, we were very, very close distance to respond and take care of the incident as quick as we possibly can.
A question for the FBI: was this man, as you know, on your radar? Any watch list? Any evidence? Has he come onto your radar at all?
Well, it's very early in the investigation, so, and as a pending matter, as I said, I'm not going to get into the details. Preliminary indications are we had no visibility on this individual. But there's a great deal of work to be done, and I hope that remains the answer, which makes the challenge for us in dealing with individuals who pose this sort of threat all the greater.
Did he have an issue getting weapons? Was there, I mean, we've been hearing through sources he had wanted to get a gun and it wasn't available. Is that something you can go into, his struggles to get Because his knife was his second option?
I'm not going to comment on that. He had a knife.
Was the president involved in this?
I can't speak to whether we certainly brief our brass at headquarters, so the acting director is certainly aware. Beyond that, we've been busy here today trying to deal with this incident. And again, I can't say enough about the partnership. When these sorts of things happen, you hope that what you think will happen on paper will actually happen when these sorts of things happen. And the operation here today, with all the partnerships coming together and working this investigation, has just been outstanding.
Question for the airport director. Question for the airport director. If you can come up, sir. Is this a reason or perhaps an opportunity to rethink airport security? Because practically every airport has that open area where practically anyone can go in before you go through metal detectors and any sort of security checkpoint and what have you. Is this an opportunity to rethink airport security in light of what happened and in light of other incidents where violence has happened in the public part of the airport where there's no security, if you will?
Understand. Certainly security is a top priority of the airport and all of our aviation partners. I'm really not in a position to make a policy comment on what kind of security makes sense at what level, but certainly we take it seriously. Our officers and really everybody on our staff, it's a top priority, and that's why we were able to respond and be ready for this so quickly.
Mr. Williams, can you say how long the suspect was in the airport before the actual attack happened?
I cannot. I do not know that.
How many people were affected by this? How many flights, and what are their chances of getting out tonight?
I can't tell you how many people because I don't know how many people are on the planes, but we've had 5 flights that were impacted. We were able to bring aircraft in and deplane them, as you might have seen throughout the day, aircraft coming in. So people were able to deplane and exit the airport, but nobody was able to actually enplane and take off until approximately 4 o'clock was when we opened the airport up for those kind of operations.
Did he have a ticket? Did he have a ticket to go anywhere? He had bags, you said, and I think that he dropped the 2 bags in the restroom. What was in those bags, and what about the bags?
I did not say anything about bags, and I do not know the answer to that.
How many people were in the terminal at the time of this?
I do not know. It was before a few flights there, so I don't know how many exactly.
What's your name and title?
Craig, C-R-A-I-G, Williams, Airport Director, Bishop International Airport Authority.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take 2 more questions. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take 2 more questions.
Okay. Right now, we are experiencing delays as everything ramps up. I would ask people to check with their airline to coordinate any travel that they have. But we'll be returning to normal operations as time goes on.
Sir, can you talk about what was in the bags? Can you talk about what was in his other 2 bags?
And did he have a knife with him when he got off his plane this morning?
He again, let's clarify, he was not a airline passenger. We have no indication he had any tickets to travel on an airline. He went into the airport with bags. The searches are ongoing. I'm not going to comment as to what we're recovering from his personal belongings, but those are searches that are ongoing. As I mentioned, the complaint, as I understand it, is unsealed, so it will be available to you. I would encourage, there's a lot of questions we have about this individual, obviously, and if anyone in your viewing audiences have any information or saw this individual at any time, we encourage you to call our mainline number, which is 313-965-2323 or tips.fbi.gov, and we would like to follow up on that sort of information. So with that, I guess I'll take one more question.
Do you know where and when he'll be arraigned?
He will be arraigned in Detroit, I believe, and we'll get you that answer. He'll be arraigned at U.S. District Court in Detroit, but it could possibly be Flint.
But he's cooperating with you now, is that my understanding?
He was interviewed and was not uncooperative.
Can you get us an image of him, a mugshot?
We will do our best with that through our media spokesperson.
Can you spell your last name for me, please?
It is G-E-L-I-O-S. And thank you again for the patience you've demonstrated out here today. We appreciate it.
And then just in closing, I want to thank all of you for being such great media partners. You've hung in there with us all day long out here in the sun. I do want to mention, though, in speaking with some of the officials here, there were many different local agencies, both fire, police, and ambulance. There were a wide variety of folks that all responded here to assist with this. The folks that you see behind me are not the only group that are represented, but they obviously were able to be here with us for the press conference. just know that we are so appreciative for all those local partners that all showed up in great numbers to support us. And during the evacuation, I'm being told by the chief, it went very well. It was smooth. It wasn't chaotic. They had ambulances staged, making sure that if anyone needed assistance, that those things were taken care of. So a great deal of work was done here and is going to continue moving forward. We appreciate, again, your patience in being here with us and making sure that we have accuracy in our reporting and getting the right information out there. So thank you so much, and have a great day, folks.
All right, that's the press conference.
Okay, everybody, that was an update on the police officer who was stabbed at Bishop International Airport in Flint, Michigan. Taking you to the next top story here in the show, we're going to continue to stream for you the New Orleans weather presser from earlier today. They're under tornado watch until 7 o'clock tonight.
Without panicking, which is I'm hoping nobody's going to do that because we don't think that it rises to this level, but it is a good chance. This is a good opportunity for us to check your plan, to really think through whether you have what it is that you need in the event that it turns bad quickly, or if this doesn't, God forbid, that we have another one that does. So again, that's why we're trying to be very measured here. I think we're in a good place in the city. I don't want people to let their guard down. Remember, it's loss of life that is the most important thing, and even in the most minimal storm that we've seen throughout our history, unfortunately, we from time to time lose somebody because they are trying to cut down a branch with a power line down that they're not paying attention to. Or we'll drive into a space with more water because we're not paying attention. So, again, nobody needs to panic. We're all sophisticated players here. We all have a lot of common sense. We've been through this. Just stay awake, stay, vigilant, and just look out for your neighbor, and everything ought to be okay. And then we'll get back into our regular rhythm of what we do here in the city. Anybody else? Yes.
So with the rain yesterday, were there points where the pumping stations were not able to keep up? Were they?
No, we were all fine. It really is. This is really an engineering calculation. If the rain falls so much in such a short period of time, the pumps won't be able to keep up. Unless it does, then it will, because the pumps really work. They're great at what they do, but not even the biggest pumps in the world can handle an inundation that's higher than a certain amount. So everything was fine yesterday. The pumping stations are working. They have full power, and we have redundancy. So I feel very good about that system, unless we get overwhelmed, as Mother Nature tends to do from time to time.
Okay, everybody, we're going to cut out of that again to take you to some breaking news. This is here locally in Phoenix. Let me pull this up for you guys. A pretty bad crash here. It's on the eastbound I-10 at 91st Avenue. The crash has closed down the lane. It looks like that one car has completely flipped over. We are working on getting more information about this for you guys as we stream this live on the Fox News Now stream. Again, if you're just joining us live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, we are streaming for you right now a pretty bad wreck on the eastbound I-10 at 91st Avenue. The crash has closed down the lanes there, as you can see, and it looks like that one vehicle has completely flipped over. We are working on getting more details for you as we stream this live on Fox News Now. Looks like they've stopped traffic even coming through at this point. A little bit earlier we were showing you guys that traffic was able to get by just a little bit there on the other side, but it does look like all traffic has completely come to a stop here. Eastbound I-10 at 91st Avenue completely shut down due to this accident. Again, you can see that one vehicle there completely flipped over. If you look closely in front of those two fire trucks there, you can see that vehicle flipped over. Still working on getting the details of how this wreck happened and the extent of the driver's injuries, but as you can see, this looks like a very critical accident here as all traffic has come to a stop. We appreciate you watching with us live on the Fox News Now stream. We'll keep you updated. Looks like traffic is moving pretty slow on the other side as well, but we are getting towards the rush hour time here in Phoenix. But you can see again, eastbound I-10 at 91st Avenue completely shut down. It does look like they're making some moves here, though. I'm seeing an ambulance now on its way to the hospital. It looks like they have put the driver in that emergency vehicle there, and it looks like the fire trucks are leaving as well. So it seems as though traffic is going to be picking up again here shortly. A very critical accident, as you can see. We're streaming this live on Fox News Now. We'll keep you updated. You can see the car that flipped over has been moved to the side of the road there. It does look like the police officer also moving his vehicle over to the side of the road, so maybe they will be allowing traffic to come through again shortly as they inspect the vehicle. All right, it does look like traffic is moving again. For more information on this wreck, just head to fox10phoenix.com. We appreciate you watching with us live on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. All right, you guys, moving on to the next top story for you here in the show. We are going to be bringing you to a DNC event. Let me just pull this up here. Joe Biden is expected to receive an award at this LGBT Gala happening. So let's take you there and see what the speakers are saying before Joe Biden comes out.
Dad, I thank you. Let's take a moment and watch this video.
You could also.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bill Darrow, and as the new DNC treasurer and as an out gay man, I'm very sorry not to be with you tonight in person. The DNC LGBT dinner is always a great evening with lots of entertainment and lots of great speeches, lots of great people, and we all owe a huge debt of gratitude to Andy.
Husband instead of partner. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you.
Now I want to introduce someone very special to the DNC, someone who served our... No, they're not moving.
Guys, can we keep moving with her? She's the roll-up. Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
Someone who served as our treasurer for nearly 2 decades. Andy Tobias doesn't just understand that the economy does better under Democrats. He's worked tirelessly for 18 years to make sure we've had the opportunity to prove it. He's someone who doesn't just believe in equality and gay rights. He has fought on the front lines of the Democratic Party as an openly gay champion of those rights. And he is the driving force behind tonight's gala, and was the driving force behind the first event of this kind for the DNC in the late 1990s. Andy, on behalf of the DNC, thank you for your years of service, through the ups and downs, through the swings in and out of power. Thank you for everything you've done to elect more Democrats. And now, to show you our enormous love and respect for you and for your work, it's my honor to present you with this enormous check for $18. $1 for every year of service you've given to our party. Ladies and gentlemen, Andy, do it. Ladies and gentlemen, Andy Tobias. And where will he be?
He's going to be right there. Okay. This won't be me. But, so you come up. The stanchions will be gone. Yes, so you can just come right up the steps.
Hi, Andy.
Come around to this side, Andy.
All right. So he'll come behind me, or
yeah.
how will this?
And then the check will be brought out to you.
Am I going to hold on check too?
Well, that's a question of then what happens next. What would you like to happen? Do you want this person to hold the check?
There's going to be another person?
It's going to, yes,
Someone
it won't
will
be
bring
me.
it out.
It's going to be someone here. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
It's not that. So it will be.
So they'll be here.
Yeah. It's, yes.
Okay. I don't have to cry.
No.
Okay.
No.
If we do it right, you will, though.
Yeah.
Well, so basically, at that point, so
yeah, now
where?
Yep. Okay. So just hold that, Jess, for a second.
Sure.
Where did you put the pencil? You probably don't want to do that now.
No. Where is it though, physically? Carl, perfect. Yeah. No. So then I'll just come give it to you. Here. Let me I don't want to put it in. I'll just get it. You just come get it for me right here. Or I can walk out to you. Either way. So you're going to sort of look at it. You're going to look there.
So I mean, they'll probably take a couple pictures. I'll get
All right, so we're all holding
pencil.
this, and you're going back for that.
But then I'm going to use the mic.
Yep. Take that.
I'm going to explain what happened. And I'm going to do my little.
And do you need the check for your 5 minutes? No. So then the check and Jess can leave.
I may
Yeah.
just hold this while I talk, or I can always,
So then can the check and Jess leave before you get the pencil? Because if the pencil's not connecting to the check, that would be better. Is that you have your moment, and then Jess and the check leave.
Okay.
Is there any way
That's how I always want it. I'm leaving with the check.
The check can't be just put on an easel over here?
Should be. I think
That
we
would be a
have.
good idea, because then you just have that easy.
Yep. We can get an easel.
So hi. So we have so much to talk about. How was you had a good lunch with Henry? I'm sorry I don't have a stamina to do. Yeah. I'm still working on seeing things and getting some nice Do you know what happened? And do you know
Okay, so then what?
Robbie did the case. Monica saw it. So I think hoping push it.
What I would suggest is that they leave with the check. You come to the podium to start your remarks, and you ask for the pencil. Does that work? Or you just want it handed to you, and then you're going to explain it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So you can just come. It'll be right on the steps. Or you know what? Even as they're walking off with the check, I'm walking on. Okay. Perfect. so they're working off their business, but I don't think it affects any of us. It's basically just the transition from Jess to Andy. Someone's going to bring out the check. Rob, Andy, like an easel to check up. Once we're done with this.
All right, everybody, you're still watching live here on the Fox News Now stream. It does look like they're just rehearsing before this event begins, in case some of you were wondering, what is going on here? It does look like the room has not even filled up yet with any guests, so it does look like we've gotten the shot pretty early. So we'll take you to some other events here in the show before this award ceremony begins with Joe Biden, because it does look like they're still setting up and getting ready for the event. So in the meantime, I do want to take you to the next top story for you here in the show. The Department of Health and Human Services held an LGBT Pride Month observance meeting where they discussed sexual and gender minority. Let's hear what they had to say.
Minority Health Seminar, and we have 3 of the department's most outstanding employees who will be presenting on topics such as sexual and gender minority health research, a view from the NIH, the impact of sexual and gender minority status on health, and the strides in addressing sexual and gender minority health concerns. We thank those of you who have joined us in the room and those who are live streaming for being with us today. Before we actually get started and have our presenters join us on the stage, we would like to let you know about a couple of other upcoming events. On next Thursday, the 21st, we're going to have a presentation from Cynthia Richardson Crooks, who is the director of the EEO Compliance and Operations Division. And that presentation will be a part of our day-to-day diversity and inclusion Lunch and Learn series. For LGBT Pride Month, we have determined that we would have our Lunch and Learn series dedicated to the topic regarding non-discrimination policies and procedures related to transgender employees. It's going to be a very interesting and informative presentation. So again, we ask you to join us. We also invite you to go to our website on max.gov, or you can send us an email, diversity@hhs.gov, to receive updates and information, not just pertaining to our activities, but also pertaining to the activities of the employee resource groups that are part of the department. We'd like to remind you that we have 6 LGBT ERGs in the Department of Health and Human Services. And if you have a max.gov account, you'll be able to go to our max.gov page and see the complete listing of all of the ERGs, employee resource groups, in the department, as well as you'll be able to see an agenda for today, and you'll be able to see the listing of all of the LGBT ERGs in the department. And we're going to take a moment and ask our speakers to come up to the stage, and we'll introduce each, and we'll turn it over to them thereafter. Our first speaker, Karen Parker, is Director, Sexual and Gender Minority Research Office, Division of Program Coordination, Planning, and Strategic Initiatives in the Office of the Director at NIH. Dr. Parker was instrumental in the formation of that office in the fall of 2015 and was appointed as director in June 2016. The office coordinates NIH research related to the health and gender and sexual minorities across NIH institutes, centers, and offices. In her new role, she also serves as co-chair of the Trans NIH Sexual and Gender Minority Research Coordinating Committee and has served on the committee since its inception in 2011. Dr. Parker comes to the NIH Office of the Director from the National Cancer Institute, where she served as an acting branch chief in the NCI Office of Science, Planning, and Assessment and Women's Health Officer for the Institute. Prior to this, she was Special Assistant to the President's Cancer Panel. She began her career at NIH in 2001 as a Presidential Management Fellow. She has long been part of the discussion on the diverse health issues affecting sexual and gender minority communities and the need for initiatives to support research and training in this area. Dr. Parker is past president of the Ulman Cancer Fund for Young Adults. She received her Bachelor of Arts in English from Indiana University and her Master of Social Work from the University of Michigan, where she studied community organization, social policy, and evaluation. She completed her PhD at the University of Maryland School of Social Work. Our second speaker today is Christina Dragon, who is the Sexual and Gender Minority Lead in the Data and Policy Analytics Group in the Office of Minority Health at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. At CMS, Christina works on transgender Medicare beneficiary research, increasing sexual orientation and gender identity data collection, and she participates on SGM data-related work groups. She's also the chair of CMS Pride, an employee resource group for LGBTQ and allied CMS employees. Previously, she worked at the National Center for Health Statistics, CDC, as a data analyst for the Healthy People 2020 initiative, including LGBT health and social determinants of health topic areas. She holds a master's degree in public health from the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health and a double major from Smith College in neuroscience and women and gender studies. In her free time, she drinks third wave coffee, rows crew for DC Strokes, and entertains her hound dog. Our last speaker this afternoon is Elliot Kennedy, who is the Senior Advisor for LGBT Health in the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Health at the Department of Health and Human Services. In this role, Elliot serves as the departmental level and liaison for LGBT issues and helps support the work of the HHS LGBT Issues Coordinating Committee. He was previously the Special Expert for LGBT Affairs at the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, SAMHSA, where his work focused on planning and coordinating LGBT policy and programmatic initiatives, integrating LGBT cultural competency throughout the agency, and staffing the LGBT Issues Coordinating Committee. Prior to joining HHS, Elliot was Government Affairs Counsel at the Trevor Project, where he advocated for laws and regulations that support LGBTQ youth and young adult mental health. Among other areas, Elliot's work focused on increasing access to mental health services, building safe and supportive educational environments, and ending youth homelessness. So there you have it on all of our presenters. They will present in the order that they've been introduced, and at the end of each presentation, there will be an opportunity for Q&A. Thank you again for joining us, and we'll now turn it over to our first speaker, Dr. Karen Parker.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Benita, for the invitation to come and provide an update on what the National Institutes of Health is doing within sexual and gender minority health research space. So for folks who don't know, the National Institutes of Health defines sexual and gender minorities. We basically use that term as an umbrella phrase, so it really includes lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender community, along with others who may not identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, but who may be gender nonconforming, asexual, two-spirit. So basically that entire realm of persons whose health conditions we are interested in increasing research on. This also includes folks who have disorders of sex development, oftentimes referred to as intersex. So in 2009, the National Institutes of Health commissioned the Institute of Medicine to do a report on the health of LGBT populations. And at that time, NIH really demonstrated its support for this work because 17 of our 24 grant-making institutes provided either financial or in-kind support for that report. In 2011, that report was released, and it really was the first seminal report on the health of LGBT persons. And so this report was really critical at NIH because we were able to take that report and really make lots and lots of progress over the past several years. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about that progress. The report recommendations, first, the Department of Health and Human Services, it recommended that HHS in general collect in its electronic health records information on sexual orientation and gender identity. And then it really laid out a broad range of things for NIH to do to focus specifically on laying out a research agenda, thinking about measures within this space, those types of things. So there were really specific recommendations related to a research agenda, which included things like demographic research, transgender-specific health research, really a broad range of things that NIH really sat back and said, where is it that NIH can make the most impact, and how can we increase our funding in the actual research to better understand these conditions? So our major response to the report, the very first thing that the NIH director did was to establish what was then called an LGBT coordinating committee. And that group came together in the first year to basically do a portfolio analysis of what we were funding. And so we did that portfolio analysis, presented it to the NIH director, and he quickly realized that we certainly were not funding enough, considering all of the health issues and disparities that were pointed out in the Institute of Medicine report. So that coordinating committee, after that report, became a long-standing trans-NIH coordinating committee. It updated its name in 2012 to be the LGBTI coordinating committee, including at that time intersex populations. And then in 2015, in January of 2015, we moved at NIH towards the sexual and gender minority language, and so it became the Sexual and Gender Minority Research Coordinating Committee. That group is still incredibly active at NIH. Benita mentioned that I co-chair that group. We meet monthly, and we really look at trans NIH activities and trans NIH issues that as a group we can think about how we can help move them forward or remove barriers. So one of the big things that that committee did was an NIH SGM strategic plan. And that really is sort of cross NIH. It is something that the Sexual and Gender Minority Research Office really uses to think about how we're going to move forward. But this plan is for the entire agency. And basically, it was developed with lots and lots of input. So one of the first things that we did was an RFI regarding the strategic plan, and we got comments from the public. We worked across NIH with program officers and other experts in this area to think about how we should be shaping a strategic plan for the office. And then we held listening sessions. So there were 3 listening sessions. The first one was at NIH. Dr. Tabak, who is the Principal Deputy Director at NIH, Dr. Michael Gottesman, who's the Director of the Intramural Program, and Dr. Collins, the Director of NIH, all participated in the first listening session. Dr. Tabak went on to participate in 2 others, one in Chicago and one in San Francisco. And so we really took accepting public comment and understanding what the extramural research community had to say about this to heart. So our strategic plan was released in late 2015. So goal 1 is to expand the knowledge base. And so as you can imagine, that makes sense. We work at NIH, we fund research. And so that's sort of like our big, our main sort of push of the strategic plan is to think about how we can get folks across all of the institutes and centers at NIH thinking about how does sexual and gender minority health intersect with the specific health disease or health condition that institute is looking at in terms of their research. Goal 2 is to remove barriers to conducting this research, and so we take this, this goal area very seriously. So the very first objective under this goal area was to establish an office, a sexual and gender minority research office at NIH, which obviously we did. And we really serve in many ways as a point of contact for extramural researchers and for intramurally folks at NIH who have questions or who want to think about how they can better incorporate sexual orientation and gender identity questions into their work, those types of things. People can come to our office. Within Goal 2, we're also thinking about ways that we can think about peer review and how the Center for Scientific Review works, and are there barriers to applicants who are doing research in sexual and gender minority health, and maybe reviewers don't understand some of the intricacies of that work. So Goal 2 is really critical as we think about a fairly nascent field of research and how we can help researchers move this forward. Goal 3 is to strengthen the community of researchers and scholars who conduct this work. And we think of this in a 2-pronged way. So we certainly are interested in strengthening the community of researchers who are conducting SGM-related work, but we're also interested in SGM researchers who are doing science in all types of areas, whether it's sexual and gender minority health research or not. And so we really want to think about how can we strengthen both of those. In some areas there is overlap, in others there is not. And so NIH is really taking seriously how can we better train people, how can we provide more resources, how can we help do things like provide mentoring or networking opportunities for maybe postdocs and early investigators who don't necessarily have a mentor who understands navigating this area of research. And then Goal 4 is to evaluate our progress in advancing SGM research. And we're doing that by hopefully very soon publishing a portfolio analysis that will demonstrate to people where our portfolio sits, how many grants we have, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. And then also we're working on a Sexual and Gender Minority Research Office annual report that will hopefully be live and available soon. So in terms of the office, sorry, let me go back. So we're missing a graph here. So basically that demonstrates that there are 27 different institutes and centers at the National Institutes of Health and the Office of the Director. We sit within the Division of Program Coordination, Planning, and Strategic Initiatives, which is in the Office of the Director. And this is a very busy slide, I apologize, but this gives you a sense of where we fit within our division. So we're really a cross-cutting office. We work on collaborations and coordination, and so we want to have that bird's eye view at NIH. So the other offices within our division that do similar work are the Office of Research on Women's Health, the Office of Behavioral Social Sciences Research, the Office of AIDS Research. So really, we're looking at those areas of research where we don't want them to be siloed within one institute or center. So we don't want folks at the National Institute on Aging to say, oh, well, the National Institute for Minority Health and Health Disparities, they're in charge of the SGM work. We want every single institute and center to be thinking about how can we incorporate this into our research portfolios. So our office really focuses on coordinating activities and collaborating and looking for is there infrastructure at NIH? Are there opportunities for us to work alongside institutes and centers so that we can really maximize our impact? And so that's a lot of what we do, is working across the institutes and centers and to collaborate. We have great collaborations with many of the institutes and centers and other offices within the Office of the Director, such as the Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. So I'll just quickly talk a little bit about our portfolio analysis and give you the overarching summary. And so in FY 2015, we funded 301 projects for nearly $162 million. And in 2016, we're getting some preliminary data from FY 2016, and trends are looking good, where we are funding more projects for more money, which is great. About 73% of that portfolio is in HIV/AIDS, and so we're really thinking about ways that we can look at that other 27% and increase research in those spaces. So thinking about things like cancer or heart disease or suicide, and really beginning to make sure that our research portfolio is taking into account sexual and gender minority populations in a more holistic way. So 3 institutes, the National Institute for Allergy and Infectious Disease, the National Institute for Mental Health, and the National Institute for Drug Abuse, account for the majority of the projects and the majority of the funding within this space. And we do find that that large numbers of projects sit within a relatively small number of extramural institutions, and that sort of makes sense because lots of the institutions that are doing a lot of work are becoming more center-like, so there are mentorship opportunities and networking opportunities, and so they are the ones who sort of have the infrastructure in order to compete for NIH resources. So in terms of legislation, so I'm sure many people have heard about the 21st Century Cures Act. So that bipartisan legislation did include some provisions related to sexual and gender minority health, which was great. So basically, the 21st Century Cures Act said that NIH needed to improve research in sexual and gender minorities, and so that meant that the Public Health Service Act was amended. And so we are thinking about ways that we can increase and track SGM participants in clinical research. We're certainly thinking about ways that we can get a hold of measurement. So as many people know, there are lots of questions related to measurement. Are we appropriately capturing the population? How do measurement needs change over time across the lifespan? How do folks' identity evolve? Those types of things. And so we're thinking about ways that NIH can best think about that and then lay out a research agenda that's specific to measurement. And of course, there are methodological challenges that folks are interested in related to many different small populations. And so we're thinking about how work related to SGMs can be incorporated into that. So recent accomplishments of the office. So in terms of Goal 1, which is expanding research, we have a number of funding opportunity announcements that have been on the street in the past. Some are still active. The office's sort of main program in terms of research are administrative supplements, and in 2015 we funded 9 of those, and for nearly $1 million, which was great. We have a funding opportunity announcement out on the street that is on the health of sexual and gender minority populations, and we also have some work being done that's for the disorders of sex development population specifically. So Goal 2 highlights removing barriers. I mentioned that the office was established, which was one of the really great things that happened at NIH in terms of being able to coordinate the work. The Division of Program Coordination, Planning, and Strategic Initiatives has what's called the Council of Councils, which is a group of extramural folks who advise the council. And so we established the Sexual and Gender Minority Research Working Group of that council. And so we have 7 experts who advise the office on our work and give feedback on where we're headed and how we're implementing our strategic plan, which is really great. And you can see that we have several other activities that have happened in that space. In terms of Goal 3, the NIH Academy is a program out of the Office of Intramural Training and Education, and that's a program that trainees at NIH can apply for, and it's really about health disparities research, and it's about helping people understand more about the breadth and depth of health disparities. And so that academy has been able to incorporate work on sexual and gender minority health research, and so that's been really great. Another thing that happened in October 6th of 2016 was that Dr. Eliseo Perez-Stabla, who's the director of the National Institute on Minority Health and Health Disparities, officially designated sexual and gender minority populations as a health disparity population. And so that's been really great in terms of NIH research and opening up some of the funding opportunities on health disparities to folks who are doing sexual and gender minority health research, and also made people who are doing health disparities research in sexual and gender minority populations eligible for the NIH loan repayment program. And then Goal 4, in terms of evaluating our progress, NIH has what's called NIH Reporter, which is our public-facing website where people can go and search all of the many grants at NIH and see how we're spending our tax dollars and the types of projects that we're funding. So we were able to get a category within that reporter, which makes it very easy for folks to go in, search SGM grants, look for collaborators, see who's being funded for what institution they're at, who their program officer is. So it's a breadth of knowledge that now we are able to better search and better provide analyses of our portfolio because of that. We also, as I mentioned, did an FY 2015 portfolio analysis. We will continue to do those on an annual basis so we can start to look at trends and monitor our progress in increasing research. And then finally, we go back to that SGM fingerprint within NIH Reporter and continue to validate that to make sure that we're capturing the right grants within our portfolio that are, in fact, SGM related. So in terms of our next steps, we're always interested in exploring new opportunities for collaborations and coordination. That's at NIH and across the department and with stakeholders. We are definitely working with the HHS LGBT Coordinating Committee, and along with folks like Christina and others, we established a working group of the Coordinating Committee specifically to focus on research and surveillance so that we know that we are talking enough so that we're not duplicating efforts, and we're really kind of understanding what we're doing at our prospective agencies. We're also working in-house at NIH at the Clinical Center to make sure that we have SGM-friendly policies in place, and we're working on training sexual and gender. We're working on training people at the Clinical Center on working with sexual and gender minorities, and we're also looking. We will be collecting gender identity and eventually sexual orientation data at the NIH in their very specific electronic health record. So. I think that's all that I have in terms of an update, so I'm happy to take questions.
Yeah. We have the microphones here in the room. If you're asking a question, you'll need to use it so that the people who are live streaming can hear the question.
Yes, ma'am. So you mentioned in your 2015 portfolio analysis that you spent nearly $162 million, I'm assuming, on, so it's 301 projects, mostly research, I'm assuming. What are some of the results that you're getting from those funded projects?
Oh, that's a great question. I don't feel particularly prepared to answer that. Well, so like I mentioned, a lot of the work that we're doing is in HIV.
All right, everybody, we are going to move to Cedar Rapids, Iowa right now, where Air Force One has landed. Let's take a look.
To that rally that is scheduled tentatively right now to begin at 7 p.m. Again, a very tight schedule as the president arrives here about 5:42 Central Standard Time here in eastern Iowa. As Air Force One makes its way towards us. Again, it's actually a standard protocol that the Air Force One will only be 150 feet from us, but we were able to see the president disembark, meet up with Governor Reynolds, Lieutenant Governor Gregg, and then again they will just be here for a matter of moments before they make their way to Kirkwood and then to downtown Cedar Rapids. Of course, our Kevin Barry is stationed downtown at the U.S. Cellular Center getting ready for that rally. Connor Morgan is outside with reaction and protests. And of course, our Matt Hamill also stationed at Kirkwood Community College awaiting the president's arrival there. As Air Force One makes its way toward us here on the tarmac. All right, Kelly, we'll keep every sights on here. Shuts off.
Thanks for joining us live here on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. You're looking at Air Force One landing in Iowa right now, Cedar Rapids, Iowa, for tonight's event. They'll be holding a rally there. A rally for the voters who put him in office in November. And also to celebrate a nationally watched Republican congressional victory in an election some viewed as an early event onto his presidency. The president began his day reveling in Republican Karen Handel's victory in Georgia's special election. Political analysts saw the victory as a blow to Democrats who bolstered their anti-Trump sentiments in the most expensive U.S. House race in history. Trump tweeted Tuesday night, "We are all very proud of you." Again, you guys are watching live here on the Fox News Now stream. President Trump arriving in Iowa.
Tasha, can you talk to me, please?
That is a reporter that is live there in the field. We'll just keep his audio down as we continue to stream this live footage of President Trump landing in Iowa for his rally tonight. All right, everybody, that was President Trump arriving in Iowa for tonight's rally, which we will be streaming for you live here on the Fox News Now stream. If you haven't already, hit that like button on our Facebook page or that subscribe button on our YouTube page. That way you will always be alerted when we stream live. We stream events from all over the United States. And happening tonight, President Trump holding a rally in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and Joe Biden is being honored at a DNC event. We'll have those two events live for you tonight. Stick with us live on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody, giving you a live look of the White House right now. Taking you back to the LGBT Pride Month observance, where they're discussing sexual and gender minority health.
Culturally appropriate, and that can then basically help prevent AIDS, help treat, help people better adhere, those types of things. There's other work being done, for example, in tobacco cessation, like looking at the specific tailored needs of sexual and gender minority communities in terms of how we can best reach them to help with cessation, help with prevention, those types of things. So. Hi.
Is this on?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, sort of piggybacking off of that last question, you know, 3/4 of the funding going to HIV/AIDS it's a big number.
Yeah.
What, and obviously HIV/AIDS is a big problem, but you know, and this might be just like to your mind, what are areas that you aren't currently funding or haven't looked at that much that would be good priorities for the future?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So that's something that in our office we think about a lot. And so I think really focusing on things like mental health, suicide, right? We know that's a huge problem. Thinking about things like resilience. So what are protective factors? There's not been as much research that's been looking more at the positive, looking at family formation, looking at gender identity formation, those types of things. And then there's just other basic things like cardiovascular disease. Like we have very little research on sexual and gender minority populations and cardiovascular disease. So are there issues related to increased stress, minority stress, structural stigma? How are those things impacting basic things like cardiovascular disease? We need to look more at diabetes, certainly at cancer. Things like interactions within the healthcare system. So are there specific stigmas within the interactions? For example, the IOM report pointed out a lot about how the healthcare systems oftentimes discriminate against folks, and so how is that impacting people's willingness and interest in even going to the doctor, preventive care, those types of things. Smoking is an issue. Teen pregnancy is actually an issue that's not being looked at that people think might be sort of an increased issue in some SGM communities. And so there are lots and lots of unanswered questions. And so when our office is working with institutes and centers, we certainly are not saying like don't fund the HIV/AIDS stuff. That's critical, and that will continue to be funded. We have the National Institute on Allergy and Infectious Diseases. We have an Office of AIDS Research, and they are funding amazing research. But we want to get sort of a lot of these other institutes and centers to think about where are the other really large gaps and how can we start to fill those in. And so when we talk about priorities in our office, HIV/AIDS is obviously critical, but all those other disease areas that you can imagine, we don't know if, in a lot of cases, we don't know if there are health disparities because nobody's asked the questions or looked. So that's one reason why we need to begin to make sure that large surveys and that other research studies are asking questions about sexual orientation and gender identity so you can begin to understand are there differences within health outcomes.
Do we have any other questions?
I'll ask another question. So So you're focusing on increasing research into specific SGM community research, but are there things that you're doing or you can do to make sure that other funding at NIH on topics that are not necessarily specific to, sexual and gender minorities, sort of incorporates that into the research, or like doesn't miss out on issues of, if you have like transgender people in the population that you're using?
Yes. So that goal 1, when we think about expanding research, so we are interested in expanding research that's specific to SGM populations, but we also, especially when we talk at NIH, we talk about what's the research that's currently happening that we can, even just asking about sexual orientation and gender identity so that you have the data to analyze. And so we talk a lot about incorporating those questions into studies on diabetes or cancer or whatever. And so that's a lot of sort of the technical assistance that we provide at NIH for people across the different institutes and centers who will come to us and say, hey, we're kind of interested in including this, where do we start? And then we also have some really large cohorts out of NIH and some new ones that are starting. And so we reach out to them and say, hey, you're starting this cohort of thousands and thousands of people. Are you asking about sexual orientation and gender identity? And so we're working with folks to sort of always have it on their mind. And our the SGM portfolio, so the applications that are funded, the 301 that we talk about 60% of those applications come in through funding opportunity announcements that are not sexual and gender minority specific. So those are applications where somebody wants to look at, diabetes or fibromyalgia or any number of issues, but it's an SGM-specific population that they're looking at. And so I'm always telling researchers who are interested in this area, like, yes, we have some SGM-specific funding opportunity announcements, but, think about what's the topic area that you're looking at, and then regardless of your population, there are all these different funding opportunities that might fit within what you're working on. So we talk about that a lot because just looking at SGM populations in a bubble is not going to give us all of the answers that we need. So, thanks. Thank you.
Any other questions in the room?
Yes. Hi, Jared Tolbert, temporarily OWA.
All right, everybody, giving you a live look of the White House right now. Samia Khan coming up next to take you into the next few hours of the show. Stick with us live on the Fox News Now stream.
Hello everyone, Samia here. We are going to continue with News Now coverage in just a moment. Stay tuned. And in case you don't know, we do have a rally. President Trump holding a rally in the Midwest. We'll carry it live for you here on News Now, scheduled to start in the next hour. And some of you might be interested to already see the setup for President Trump's rally. I know our Simon editor is calling our sources in New York to see if we can get that early for you, so stay tuned for that. All right, everyone, while we wait for that Trump rally to start, I do want to show you Secretary of State Rex Tillerson speaking just earlier today.
Countries around the world and in the UN Security Council are joining in this effort, and we hope China will do their part as well. The United States remains committed to building North Korea, is committed to holding North Korea accountable for multiple violations of UN Security Council resolutions which expressly prohibit its nuclear weapons and ballistic missile programs. We regret that it is the North Korean people who suffer when the regime diverts resources to these prohibited programs, and we urge the DPRK regime to choose a better path for its people. We also had a frank exchange of views on the South China Sea. Secretary Mattis and I were clear that the U.S. position remains unchanged. We oppose changes to the status quo of the past through the militarization of outposts in the South China Sea and excessive maritime claims unsupported by international law, and we uphold the freedom of navigation and overflight. With that said, China has committed to resolve their disputes peacefully and in accordance with recognized principles of international law, including the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. During the dialogue, we also decided to adopt greater coordination to face the global threat posed by terrorism. We will be looking to China to help the Iraqi government in specific, meaningful ways to ensure the country's long-term stability and economic growth as it battles ISIS and begins its long process of rebuilding. An important part of our discussion about the next 40 years was increasing mutual trust and working toward a long-term risk reduction effort between our two militaries and our government. Building on what we've done in the air and maritime spaces, U.S. and Chinese civilian and military teams start discussions in new areas of strategic concern like space, cyberspace, nuclear forces, and nonproliferation issues. We need to enhance stability and develop strong international standards in these areas, and we need China to play a major role. Lastly, we discussed how this administration will stand up for American and universal values like human rights. We will not be shy about raising our concerns about China's human rights record, and I was direct and candid in our meetings today. Talk is not enough when it comes to increasing cooperation and narrowing differences between our two sides. The action items we have agreed upon today have set a foundation for additional areas of cooperation, and we look forward to our next interaction at this level and between our two presidents. And I'll turn it to Secretary Mattis.
Well, thank you, Secretary Tillerson. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A few words to add to Secretary Tillerson's report to give you something from the defense perspective. This has been a unique opportunity for our nations to engage in philosophical level discussions about how we discuss these issues and to discuss the way ahead together, hosting our counterparts, State Councilor Yang and General Fang. In this first round of dialogues agreed to by our presidents at the summit at Mar-a-Lago, we gained a glimpse of a mutually beneficial future that we can create. As Secretary Tillerson mentioned, the United States seeks a constructive and a results-oriented relationship with China. Events like the diplomatic and security dialogue we just completed represent our effort to elevate and focus our bilateral discussions. I'm committed to improving the U.S.-China defense relationship so that it remains a stabilizing element in our overall relationship. Our two nations can and do cooperate in mutually beneficial ways. We prioritize mechanisms that contribute to greater risk reduction between our armed forces, that open and maintain effective channels of communication between us, and that expand areas of cooperation where we can. At the same time, we do manage our differences where we have them, and while competition between our nations is bound to occur, conflict is not inevitable. This afternoon, we affirmed North Korea's nuclear and missile programs as a threat to peace and security in the Asia-Pacific region. We also affirmed our strong commitment to cooperate, including through the UN, to realize our shared goal of denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Meanwhile, we will continue to take necessary measures to defend ourselves and our allies. We also discussed the importance of freedom of navigation elsewhere in the region and the peaceful resolution of those disputes in the maritime space, and we discussed ways to decrease tension and reduce risk in the South China Sea. As we maintain open dialogue on this topic, the United States will continue to fly, sail, and operate wherever international law allows. And third, the United States and China agreed to explore new areas of mill-to-mill cooperation, including exchange of officers to improve transparency and mutual understanding, and to discuss strategic issues that Secretary Tillerson mentioned. We welcome the opportunity to engage with the Chinese counterparts on strategic topics to discuss our differences, and will now press forward where we can work together. Thank you.
We have two questions today. First, let's start out with Nike Chang from Voice of America. Nike.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary Tillerson. After your last visit to China in March, Vietnamese American from Houston, Cindy Van Gillis, was released. Now, today, after your discussion with the Chinese State Councilor Yang Jiechi, should we expect good news to come soon on the release of the 3 more Americans detained in North Korea? Separately, on Qatar, in a statement on Qatar issued by the State Department yesterday, the administration seems to have acknowledged that it's being played by the Saudis over the Qatar crisis. Isn't that embarrassing? Thank you.
With respect to the 3 additional American citizens that have been illegally detained, unlawfully detained by the regime in North Korea, our efforts continue towards their release. I have nothing to report further on that at this time. With respect to the situation in the Middle East between Qatar and the 4 countries who have issues with Qatar, our role has been to encourage the parties to get their issues on the table, clearly articulated, so that those issues can be addressed and some resolution process can get underway to bring this to a conclusion. Our desire is for unity within the Gulf and unity within the GCC, and that we redirect all of our efforts on the war against terror, the war to defeat ISIS and Daesh in the region.
Barbara Platt from the BBC.
Thank you. Secretary Mattis. The President seemed to signal yesterday that he was extremely angry and frustrated with North Korea and that China had failed in its attempt to help on that. Despite these continued efforts at cooperation, is the administration beginning to think that China will not be able to rein North Korea in? And is there any consideration of new direct action? In particular, has the military posture changed in any way? And if I may, a question on the South China Sea. Control of the South China Sea is a fundamental part of China's strategic policy. Freedom of navigation efforts notwithstanding, how far is the U.S. willing to go to prevent militarization? Thank you.
Yeah, in regards to the President's view of North Korea, I believe he represents the American people's view of North Korea right now. We see a young man go over there healthy and with a minor act of mischief come home dead, basically, die immediately after he gets here. There's no way that we can look at a situation like this with any kind of understanding. This goes beyond any kind of understanding of law and order, of humanity, of responsibility towards any human being. So what you're seeing, I think, is the American people's frustration with a regime that provokes and provokes and provokes and basically plays outside the rules, plays fast and loose with the truth, that sort of thing. As far as, China's role, China continues to work these issues. The reason for this dialogue that we had today was to have an open and frank dialogue about what more can be done in areas of common interest. And I would point out to you that China's end state on the Korean Peninsula in terms of nuclear weapons is the same as ours, and we continue to work towards that end state. On South China Sea, this is a dialogue where we identify areas where we can work together and to understand those areas where we have, I would call them disconnects, where our understanding of the problem is very different from theirs. And we had that discussion here today, and we'll continue to work to close gaps in our understanding and to work some kind of manner in the future that removes these irritants.
As you know, this
but I would say for right now, that's the whole purpose for the dialogue that we held here today, and we will be holding more in the future.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, we are taking you now to Iowa, the Trump rally officially starting.
From women, particularly from women. Our governor, Kim Reynolds. Our United States Senator, Joni Ernst. Our State Auditor, Mary Mosman. And our Speaker of the House, Linda Upmeyer. am working hard for you every day right here in Lynn County as a state representative. Every day, my focus is on doing what is best for the people of Iowa. I want Iowans to get the best deal. I want the United States to get the best deal. I want Americans to get the best deal. Who in this room is with me on that? Everyone. Absolutely. So I just finished my first legislative session, and as you can imagine, what a year it was. Normally, as a freshman legislator, I might have been trying to figure out which stairway to use in the state capitol under the Golden Dome, or maybe where the bathrooms were. But in this case, this year, I was off and running, floor managing some challenging bills and working for all Iowans to make our state a great place to live, work, and play. I was and continue to be focused on making sure that we all get that better deal. So I thought I'd run through a quick list of some of the ways that we in the state legislature worked for you here in Iowa to ensure you are getting a better deal. If you care about your kids getting a world-class education, how many of you care about our kids here in Iowa? I think everybody can agree that's a priority. Well, you can rest assured, schools in Iowa are getting a better deal. We, in a very tough year for our budget, protected K-12 education. We continue to invest in K-12 education, providing an additional $40 million for schools. Our budget, we afford $3.2 billion for education for K-12 schools in Iowa. That's worth clapping for, I think. We provided schools with more flexibility so they can meet specific needs, and we gave them home rule authority to encourage innovation. If you're a taxpayer, you're getting a better deal. We rebalanced Iowa's outdated collective bargaining law to provide local governments more flexibility. We removed the sunset on property assessment appeal boards so Iowans can ensure they are not being overtaxed. We combined school board and municipal elections to save taxpayers money, and state employees and legislators will be paying more toward their health insurance premiums. You're getting a better deal. If you're a young married couple or you have kids, you're getting a better deal. We created the first-time homebuyer savings accounts so young Iowans can put down their roots right here and purchase their first home in Iowa. We expanded Iowa's medical cannabis law to ease the suffering of sick Iowans. We worked to keep synthetic drugs out of kids' hands and off the streets, and we extended insurance coverage for autism treatments to Iowa families. And variation on a theme, if you own a business, guess what? You are also getting a better deal. We reset Iowa's workers' compensation law back to its original intent. We passed tort reform to reduce frivolous lawsuits. We paved the way for the next generation of high-speed internet access and 5G coverage. And we invested in community colleges to ensure Iowa workers have the skills and job training needed for 21st century careers here in Iowa. And we are not done yet. We have another legislative session coming up in about 6 months. We began laying the groundwork for comprehensive tax reform that will make our tax code simpler, fairer, and more competitive. A priority, I think, for everybody in this room, right? Tax reform, we need it. So we are going to make sure that Iowans get a better deal. That's my focus every day, and it is not easy to do. I wasn't elected to do an easy job. I was elected to go make those tough decisions, as are all of my colleagues here, but sometimes they're downright hard, but you put your trust in me, and it is an honor to serve as a state legislator every day. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Keep your applause going for the Honorable Pat Grassley, State Representative.
So you may have noticed, I'm not the senator, but I'll do the best that I can for all of you. Unlike the senator, I won't speak for 2 hours and put you all to sleep. So you can, I kid, I can kid him that way. But it's great to be here in Cedar Rapids, and I see there's a lot of young people. I brought my daughters with me here today because I love for them to experience things like this, and I see a lot of you did the same. And I have a daughter, my youngest daughter, named Reagan Grassley. She may run for office someday, by the way. And So I try to tell this story, and since there's not very many people here today and not many cameras, I'll still share this one. I usually only save this for the small events. But she was at the New Hartford Baptist Church Bible School here a few years ago, and they were talking about lying and how lying is a sin. Has anyone ever lied to you? I guess my daughter was the first one to have her hand up in the air. They call on her, and she goes, "You mean like Obama?" So... So I will tell you, I'm not the only Grassley who loves that story. So first, I want to just thank each and every one of you in here. I know many of you from all across the state were reaching out to legislators throughout session. Representative Hinson covered a lot of the issues that we went over, but it's because of people like you and the encouragement that we continue to have to push forward a bold agenda, not only to get us elected to office, but also this session when we had a tough session. You guys were there making those phone calls and emails and showing up to town meetings and having your voice heard. So thank you very much. We greatly appreciate that. Oh, and one more thing. I sure hope you guys enjoy getting to light fireworks off here in a couple weeks, that the legislature made that happen. Now, I'm only the grandson of a farmer from Iowa, so I'm really not that important if you really think about it. But he just happens to be chair of the Judiciary Committee, and I think that there's something kind of important about that when it comes to President Trump and what we have here in Iowa with my grandfather, Senator Grassley. There was a campaign promise that President Trump made each and every one of us, and I think it was one of the issues and the reasons why we were so fired up to support him. That's the Supreme Court of the United States. We were very, very fortunate to have a list given to each and every one of us before the election. Think about that. You have someone running for office who's actually going to follow through with what they said they were going to do. I wonder why there's so many people here today to support Donald Trump. So when it comes to President Trump, I think one of the things that we can all admire about him is the fact that he does not travel across the world and apologize for America's greatness. I assume, based on that reaction, I'm not the only one that loves seeing the President of the United States travel all over the world and promote how great this country is and that we still are a world leader and not tear us down in front of other countries. Now, as a farmer, and I know there's not as many farmers in Iowa as there once was, but we are all somehow still connected to agriculture in the state of Iowa. And I will tell you, I had the opportunity to be at a meeting with the new United States Department of Agriculture head of that department. And the president has appointed someone in Sonny Perdue who has done a great job. And I think that is a theme that we've seen throughout the president's administration, is surrounding himself with good people who know what they're doing, who are not afraid to root out the bureaucrats, which I think we're all ready to see that happen in Washington. So Iowa farmers, I can tell you this. Iowa farmers, I can tell you this. I've had the opportunity to meet with some of these individuals that are under this new administration, and they're here to root out that bureaucracy. No longer will the federal government come in and tell us that a creek running through our farm should be treated the same as the Mississippi River, or that dust...
All right, everyone, we're cutting out of this rally. We're going to take you to Kirkwood Community College, where President Trump is speaking now.
But this will be tremendous humility. They built these studios. They built everything. They were set. Believe me, had our wonderful candidate lost, this would have been one of the great big stories in the history of American politics. Those studios would have been up for weeks. They would have been talking for weeks about this tremendous defeat. And after it said projected winner was they just slinked out of there. They slinked out. One of them actually said, well, maybe it was the weather. You know, it was drizzling, a little bit like this, but a little bit less. It was drizzling. Did you hear that one, Ambassador? It was drizzling. Maybe that was the difference. And won by a lot. Won by a lot. So we're very happy, and Karen is going to be a great person in Congress, and we have some incredible people, and we're doing some really wonderful things, including the taxes are coming along and the health care is coming along. And we have Gary Cohn, the president of Goldman Sachs, who left Goldman Sachs on a slightly higher salary than he's getting right now by like hundreds of millions of dollars, like by a lot. And where's Gary? He's around here someplace. And Gary's working on some incredible plans, not only taxes, but we're going to be rebuilding our country. We're going to do things in terms of infrastructure that we need, our roads, our highways, our bridges, our schools, our airports. We spent, as of a few months ago, $6 trillion in the Middle East. We have nothing. We're back further than we were 16 years ago when this whole thing started. $6 trillion. And if you want to spend $3.50 to build a school, or you want to spend any money in this country, it's like a big deal. But we spent $6 trillion in the Middle East. And we're going to get that whole situation under control. That's not an easy one. I was dealt a very difficult hand, believe me, when I took over, between North Korea, the Middle East. You look at Afghanistan, what's going on there. This was a tough hand. But you put me there for a reason, and I think you're going to be very happy with the end result, believe me. American farmers and ranchers are the best, absolute best at what they do. And they can compete anywhere if they're given a level playing field. They're not given that level playing field because of our terrible, terrible trade deals. And we're going to start doing much better. You produce the product, but you have to work too hard and too long to make a living. We're cracking down on foreign trading abuses, making it easier to produce and grow in America, eliminating job-killing regulations all over the place. And we're training our great American workers. That's why it's so important to support schools like Kirkwood, which are helping to train young people in cutting-edge new technologies that will make American agriculture greater and more productive than ever before. Farming, which is something that is very beautiful to me. I'm not a farmer, but I'd be very happy to be one. It's a very beautiful world to me. And it's a truly noble American profession. Today we're celebrating the dignity of work and the greatness of the American farmer and the American worker. George Washington once wrote, "I'd rather be on my farm than be emperor of the world." We understand that. Especially after I spend all this time in Washington, I can really understand. I want to make sure the next generation of Americans has that opportunity as well. And in particular, that includes your children and your grandchildren, and working very hard to get rid of the death tax so that those farms can be passed on. Very, very hard to get rid of that. We're working very hard so your farms can be passed on to your children and your grandchildren, and they'll keep them going and they'll run them with love. We want to eliminate the intrusive rules that undermine your ability to earn a living, and we will protect the corn-based ethanol and biofuels that power our country. And you remember during the campaign I made that promise. And I also made a promise I'm coming back. And here I am, and that promise has been kept. And even Terry's clapping about that one, but he was fighting very hard for that, believe me. For the past 2 weeks, my administration has been working extensively on vocational education, infrastructure, and technology. Here at this great facility, we've just seen fantastic examples of how vocational training in new technologies can help make American farming even more productive so we can compete and win on the world stage. We saw how today's farmers can adjust application rates of fertilizers in their fields with just the touch of a smartphone. It's changed a lot over the years. They showed us how they use precision agriculture to produce crops more efficiently and for far less cost. They've demonstrated how drones, of all things, are used to gather data on crops and how simulators are used to train students in the next generation of farming equipment. If we continue to train our workers in these new technologies, then we will usher in a new era of prosperity for American agriculture and for the American farming family. We must also ensure that these students have the broadband internet access they need in order to succeed and thrive in this new and very modern and very changed economy and world. That is why I will be including a provision in our infrastructure proposal, $1 trillion proposal, you'll be seeing it very shortly, to promote and foster enhanced broadband access for rural America also. We know that Wall Street wants it very badly, but you know what else? The farmers also want it, and you're going to have it. We have to make sure American farmers and their families, wherever they may be, wherever they may go, have the infrastructure projects that they need to compete and grow. And I mean grow against world competition, because that's who you're up against now. We will rebuild rural America. American farmers, thank you. American farmers pour their hearts into their crops and their love into their great communities. That's why they call this the Heartland. And those maps, those electoral maps, they were all red, beautiful red. Beautiful. You look at those maps, it's almost like, wow. A lot of places that people weren't thinking about turned red. A couple of little blue dots on the sides. But they are red farmers. And our farmers' work ethic feeds America, and their toughness and grit define America. They're tough and they're smart. Our rich and abundant soil provides more than a living. It provides a beautiful way of life for a lot of people. Today we honor and treasure this noble history and embrace the new technology that will power this industry well into the future. With incredible leaders and students like all of you, I know that the future of American farming has never looked brighter. Believe me, and with me as your president, it's going to be that way. I will tell you that. So it's a great honor to be here with you today. People that I know, people that I love, very special people, the people of Iowa that were so good to me during the election. So many friends. I want to thank you for being here. God bless you. And God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
right, everyone, that's the end of that President Trump speech in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I know we missed the beginning of it, so what I'm going to do is replay the beginning of it for you. President Trump in Iowa, Kirkwood Community College.
Thank you very much. I just learned more about farming than I ever thought I'd learn. What a good place. I love it. I want to thank also Dean Scott Irmer, along with the students and faculty at Kirkwood Community College, for hosting us. What a beautiful place. We're here today to talk about how we're going to empower America's farmers and protect our nation's proud farming legacy, including ethanol, which I've done. Family farmers are the backbone of America, and my administration will always support the farmer. I want to begin by congratulating Iowa's new governor, Kim Reynolds. Where's Kim? I'm so proud of Kim. I've known Kim for a long time and her husband, and I said, you know, one of the other things I get with Terry, by moving him out, Kim becomes governor and Terry can take on China. That's not bad. She is doing a great job. Thanks also to Lieutenant Governor Adam Gregg and Iowa Secretary of Agriculture, a man who's been to so many of my stops, Bill Northey. Thank you, Bill. Thank you for all that support. And Congressman, a very popular guy, Rod Blum, doing a fantastic job in Washington. All right. So, most importantly, I have to say, they will all agree, is a great friend of mine with an incredible family, very talented son, Eric, that I can tell you. But I'm really, truly proud. I wanted to be here for this reason, to congratulate your former governor, our new ambassador to China, Terry Branstad.
All right, everyone. So what we're going to do actually is take you live to the Trump rally that's happening right now, and we'll replay the Kirkwood Community College event for you following the Trump rally. So we're going to take you live now to what's happening at the Trump rally. Looks like Trump's daughter-in-law speaking now.
Deplorables. As you heard, my name is Laura Trump, and I am so proud to say that I am the daughter-in-law of our president, Donald J. Trump. You know, I had the incredible opportunity throughout the campaign to travel around this great country. I was here in your state very often with Tana. And I have to tell you, everywhere I went, I said the same thing. I said I could not wait until January 20th, 2017, when I could officially call my father-in-law the President of the United States. And let me tell you something else. Ladies and gentlemen, we are over 5 months in, and it is not getting old yet, is it? You know, this hasn't been easy. It hasn't been easy for our family. It certainly has not been easy for the president. It would have been much easier for Donald Trump to do what so many other people have done and say, you know what, this country is going in the wrong direction. I know it, we all see it, but I'll be okay, my family will be okay, most everyone I know will probably be fine. But you see, that's not the kind of guy that Donald Trump is. Because Donald Trump loves this country. Donald Trump loves the people of this country. He loves the military. He loves our law enforcement. And he saw what was happening in this country. He saw a country that had given him everything crumbling before his very eyes. Let's not forget, this country has made Donald Trump the epitome of the American dream. And he saw that being stripped away from all of us, and he said, you know what? I know that I'm the only person who can bring the American dream back. And that is why he is in the Oval Office working harder than I've ever seen him work. And we saw him work pretty hard on that campaign trail, didn't we? I have never seen him work as hard as he is right now, because although the left is trying to stop him, although the media is trying to stop him, it doesn't matter to Donald Trump, because he has one concern and one concern only: you, the American people. And I think we can all agree, this was not a normal election. It was not just a campaign. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a movement in our country. This was the American people saying enough is enough. We are sick and tired of what we see happening in Washington, D.C. We are sick and tired of having no representation there, and we're taking our country back. That's what happened on November 8th. By the way, did anybody see what happened in Georgia last night? We are 4-0, ladies and gentlemen. And you look at the other side, I gotta say, looks like they're struggling a little bit, aren't they? You know what? Our president is doing an incredible job across the board. I am so proud of him. But I have to say thank you to all of you. Because as you heard, I am pregnant with my first child, due in September. This will be the president's 9th grandchild, but I am so happy that I can bring my son into a world where Donald Trump is our president. So thank you for voting him into office, because all of you made it happen. And we're going to do it again in 2020, aren't we? And we feel the love and support. I have so many people come up to me to tell me they're still supporting the president, that they haven't lost faith, that they know that he's doing an incredible job. Keep up the faith, folks. He is killing it in Washington, D.C. And the only reason you hear bad stuff is because they are very scared of what they know he's going to do. They have 7.5 more years, so I suggest they buckle up, right? Thank you on behalf of my entire family. Thank you for supporting our family. Thank you for supporting our president. Thank you for supporting our country. It is so incredible to be among you today. And back here in Iowa, I had some of the greatest times here during the campaign. And I'll leave you with one thought. I knew we were going to win this election. So, didn't you? So many people asked me, so many times I was interviewed, so many people asked me, they said, do you really think that Donald Trump could win? I said, absolutely, I know he's going to win. And I'll tell you how I knew. Because everywhere I went, I had people coming up to me saying, we're praying for you, we are praying for your family, we are praying for Donald Trump. God was in this election, folks, don't forget it. It has been so nice to be with you tonight, Iowa. Thank you so much. The next act is the big act, so thank you for having me tonight. God bless you.
Dream on,
All right, everyone, while we wait for President Trump to take the stage at the rally, I'm going to replay his speech from just moments ago at Kirkwood Community College in the corner of your screen.
Than I ever thought I'd learn. What a good place. I love it. I want to thank also Dean Scott Irmer, along with the students and faculty at Kirkwood Community College, for hosting us. What a beautiful place. We're here today to talk about how we're going to empower America's farmers and protect our nation's proud farming legacy, including ethanol, which I've done. Family farmers are the backbone of America, and my administration will always support the farmer. I want to begin by congratulating Iowa's new governor, Kim Reynolds. Where's Kim? I'm so proud of Kim. I've known Kim for a long time and her husband, and I said, you know, one of the other things I get with Terry, by moving him out, Kim becomes governor, and Terry can take on China. That's not bad. She is doing a great job. Thanks also to Lieutenant Governor Adam Gregg and Iowa Secretary of Agriculture, a man who's been to so many of my stops, Bill Northey. Thank you, Bill. Thank you for all that support. And Congressman, a very popular guy, Rod Blum, doing a fantastic job in Washington. All right. So, most importantly, I have to say, they will all agree, is a great friend of mine with an incredible family, very talented son, Eric, that I can tell you. But I'm really, truly proud. I wanted to be here for this reason, to congratulate your former governor, our new ambassador to China, Terry Branstad. Terry is a true legend. The people of Iowa first made him governor in 1983. You elected him 6 times and made him the longest-serving governor of any state in the history of America. That's not bad. Under Terry, Iowa's economy is stronger, its farmers more successful, its schools better, its communities more prosperous, and its citizens safer. And I want to tell you, that's 3 decades. This is one great man. He's been in politics for more than 3 decades, and we're going to keep him there. I don't know, do we consider ambassadors politicians? Not really in the true sense, so perhaps we sort of pulled you out, but he's going to be doing a job. I'll tell you one quick story with Terry. When I was campaigning in Iowa, Terry would always say, do me a favor, don't say anything bad about China. See, in that day, those days, he didn't call me Mr. President. He'd say, Donald. He'd say, Donald, don't say anything bad about China. I said, why? He said, we have a great relationship with China, and I like it, and I really like President Xi, who he knew for 30-some-odd years. And it really dawned on me when I was thinking about ambassadors. I said, boy, wouldn't it be great if I picked a man that really likes China, and by the way, China really likes him? So that was an easy one. I called him up and I said, you know, I think after 24 years, it's maybe time for a change. So let me just steal you. I also knew about Kim, and Kim's been a great supporter and friend, and so I knew that that was going to be taken care of very nicely. So we're really happy and really proud of Terry. You know, his legacy will endure for a long, long time in this state. He loves the state and the people so much. And together we all join to express our deep gratitude to Terry for everything he has done for Iowa and for its people. Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much, and have a good time in China.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. For a farm kid from Iowa, my life's ambition was to serve the people as governor. I never imagined in my wildest dreams that President Trump would ask me to represent all of the United States of America in China. I will do my very best. Mr. President, first of all, I want to congratulate you on your leadership. We've been trying to get American beef in China for 13 years, and you've already got it done. So, and there's more to come. I am honored and proud to represent the United States of America and President Trump in the People's Republic of China, and I hope a lot of you will come to see us. Thank you.
Thank you. Great guy. Ambassador Branstad will be serving in Beijing, but he's going to be fighting for American farmers and for American workers and for Americans, and there's nobody I can think of that can do a better job or a more effective job. So, Terry, go out there. He'll be joining Secretary of Agriculture, somebody you all know very well, the legendary Sonny Perdue. And a man who's another legend on Wall Street, truly a legend. They just call him Wilbur. How about Wall Street? Where Wall Street's big and strong, and he's just known as Wilbur. It's Wilbur Ross. Wilbur Ross, Secretary of Commerce. Pretty good on Wall Street when they just say, I hear Wilbur is going to be Secretary of Commerce. Carl Icahn called me up. He said, Donald, I heard you got Wilbur. That was it. It wasn't Wilbur Ross, but there's Wilbur Ross, and he's doing a fantastic job. And also working along with Wilbur is U.S. Trade Ambassador Robert Lighthizer, another phenomenal talent. And I told you about fair trade. I told you about free trade. I told you about trade. We have the best in the world on our sides now, finally, after watching for many, many decades what's been happening with trade deficits that are beyond anything that anybody could imagine, hundreds of billions of dollars, and now we have the right people on our side. So Wilbur, go out and do it. Robert, go out and do it. We'll all have a good time together. And you know what? The world is going to like us even better, believe it or not. So they're going to be representing America's interests and delivering historic wins for our farmers and our factory workers and our workers generally. And I have to tell you, last night was very exciting. Karen Handel and Ralph Norman. I spoke to Ralph today. He won a great event. Now, a lot of people didn't show up to vote because they said, well, he's going to win by so much. So it got a little bit tighter than he thought. Sometimes when they think you're going to win by too much, I wouldn't say that's so good. Next time we're going to say it's going to be really close, but he still won easily. But what a fantastic guy he is. And between the two of them, that was a big night. So we're 5-0 in special elections, 5-0. 5-0. And I watched the faces on those newscasters in many cases. And they were going, no, this is going to be a big night. This will be great humiliation for President Trump. If she doesn't make it, well, they weren't thinking in terms of Ralph so much. In all fairness, Ralph sort of said he felt like the forgotten man last night. But this will be tremendous humility. They built these studios. They built everything. They were set. Believe me, had our wonderful candidate lost, this would have been one of the great big stories in the history of American politics. Those studios would have been up for weeks. They would have been talking for weeks about this tremendous defeat. And after it said projected winner was they just sort of slinked out of there. They slinked out. One of them actually said, well, maybe it was the weather. You know, it was drizzling, a little bit like this, but a little bit less. It was drizzling. Did you hear that one, Ambassador? It was drizzling. Maybe that was the difference. And won by a lot. Won by a lot. So we're very happy, and Karen is going to be a great person in Congress, and we have some incredible people, and we're doing some really wonderful things, including the taxes are coming along, and the health care is coming along. And we have Gary Cohn, the president of Goldman Sachs, who left Goldman Sachs on a slightly higher salary than he's getting right now by like hundreds of millions of dollars, like by a lot. And where's Gary? He's around here someplace. And Gary's working on some incredible plans, not only taxes, but we're going to be rebuilding our country. We're going to do things in terms of infrastructure that we need, our roads, our highways, our bridges, our schools, our airports. We spent, as of a few months ago, $6 trillion in the Middle East. We have nothing. We're back further than we were 16 years ago when this whole thing started. $6 trillion. And if you want to spend $3.50 to build a school, or you want to spend any money in this country, it's like a big deal. But we spent $6 trillion in the Middle East. And we're going to get that whole situation under control. That's not an easy one. I was dealt a very difficult hand, believe me, when I took over, between North Korea, the Middle East. You look at Afghanistan, what's going on there. This was a tough hand. But you put me there for a reason, and I think you're going to be very happy with the end result, believe me. American farmers and ranchers are the best, absolute best at what they do. And they can compete anywhere if they're given a level playing field. They're not given that level playing field because of our terrible, terrible trade deals. And we're going to start doing much better. You produce the product, but you have to work too hard and too long to make a living. We're cracking down on foreign trading abuses, making it easier to produce and grow in America, eliminating job-killing regulations all over the place. And we're training our great American workers. That's why it's so important to support schools like Kirkwood, which are helping to train young people in cutting-edge new technologies that will make American agriculture greater and more productive than ever before. Farming, which is something that is very beautiful to me. I'm not a farmer, but I'd be very happy to be one. It's a very beautiful world to me. And it's a truly noble American profession. Today we're celebrating the dignity of work and the greatness of the American farmer and the American worker. George Washington once wrote, "I'd rather be on my farm than be emperor of the world." We understand that. Especially after I spend all this time in Washington, I can really understand. I want to make sure the next generation of Americans has that opportunity as well. And in particular, that includes your children and your grandchildren, and working very hard to get rid of the death tax so that those farms can be passed on.
Stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you, everybody. It is great to be back in the incredible, beautiful, great state of Iowa. Home of the greatest wrestlers in the world, including our friend Dan Gable. Some of the great, great wrestlers of the world, right? We love those wrestlers. It's always terrific to be able to leave that Washington swamp and spend time with the truly hard-working people. We call them American patriots, amazing people. I want to also extend our congratulations this evening to Karen Handel of Georgia. And we can't forget Ralph Norman in South Carolina. He called me and I called him. He said, you know, last night I felt like the forgotten man, but he won, and he won really beautifully, even though a lot of people didn't show up because they thought he was going to win by so much. It's always dangerous to have those big leads. But he won very easily, and he is a terrific guy. And I'll tell you what, Karen is going to be really incredible. She's going to be joining some wonderful people and doing some wonderful work, including major, major tax cuts and health care and lots of things. Going to be reducing crime, and we're securing that Second Amendment. I told you about that. And that looks like it's in good shape with Judge Gorsuch. That looks like it's in good shape. I'd like to also take this moment to send our thoughts and prayers to our courageous friend, somebody that I've gotten to know very well, Steve Scalise, and everyone recovering from the assault. Never fails. Never fails. Thank you. Thank you. And we love our police. We love our police. So to Steve we say, and he's a great guy, he was in my office the day before, incredible. We're praying for you. We're pulling for you. You have our absolute support and our deepest admiration. And our gratitude goes out tonight as well to the Capitol police officers who saved so many lives. You know, they ran from the outfield in. They were being hit by rifle fire. They only had handguns, and they were able to get them. It was an amazing show of talent and bravery. So we want to thank all of the police officers who so bravely serve and protect us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hopefully our nation emerges from this ordeal. It was an ordeal, terrible. More unified and more determined than ever before, and I can see it, and we are indeed more unified in our own way than ever before. You just have to take a look at what's happening here, right? If we set aside the cynics and the critics We have a chance, and it's a great chance. It lies before us to do extraordinary things for our country in the years ahead. History is written by the dreamers, not the doubters. So, while we are here tonight to celebrate the amazing progress that we've already made, and we have made amazing progress, we're also here to lay out the next steps in our incredible movement to make America great again. Everyone gathered in this arena is bound together by common values. You love our country, you obey our laws, you honor our traditions, and you care for your families and you love your communities. All you want is a government that shows you the same respect and loyalty in return. You believe that America must protect and defend its own citizens. With that conviction deep in your hearts, you showed up on Election Day, November 8th, and voted to put America first. It's about time. It's about time. And from the moment I took that solemn oath of office, and every single day since, that is exactly what I've done. Put America first. After years of sending our jobs and our wealth to other countries, we are finally standing up for our country. And you see it happening. You see it happening. You see what's going on. Jobs are just about the best they've ever been. We've created almost $4 trillion in wealth. If you look at your stock values and you look at what's going on with our country, but we've created tremendous wealth. The enthusiasm and spirit on every single index is higher than it's ever been before for our manufacturers and for our company. After spending billions of dollars defending other people's borders, we are finally going to defend our borders. After decades of rebuilding foreign nations all over the world, we are now rebuilding our nation. As of a few months ago, our country has spent $6 trillion in the Middle East, wasted. And the lives, thousands and thousands and thousands of lives. $6 trillion and thousands of young, beautiful lives. We started 16 years ago, and it's in far worse shape than it was 16 years ago, by many times over. So we spent all of this money, all of these lives, and let me tell you, I came in and took over a very, very difficult hand, but we're going to get it fixed. That's what you put me here for. We're going to get it fixed. We'll get it fixed. It's a shame. It's a shame. And then you look at North Korea. Thank you. Then you look at we're praying, and I'm praying for you. That's true. Thank you very much. But you look at North Korea, what's going, look at Otto, beautiful Otto. Went over there, a healthy, wonderful boy. And you see how he came back. You see how he came back. So we've been given a bad hand, but we're going to take that bad hand and it'll all be good. In addition to that, we're going to start taking care of our country. The people are the rulers of this country once again. One by one, we are keeping the promises we made to the people of Iowa and the people all over our country. We are not going to let the same failed and tired voices in Washington keep us from delivering the change you voted for and the change that you deserve, I do not answer to any donors or financial contributors. I don't care about them. I am not beholden to any consultants or any of the very powerful special interests. I don't care about them. I have to do what's right. And if they're right, that's good. And we will never be intimidated by the dishonest media corporations who will say anything and do anything to get people to watch their screens or to get people to buy their failing papers. They are failing. These entrenched forces are fighting only for themselves and in many cases for their survival. But I'm fighting for you. I'm fighting for you. Fighting for your hopes, because your hopes are my hopes. I've had a great time in this country. I've had a great run. And it was time to do something. We all saw what was happening. It was time to do something. Your dreams are my dreams, and your future is what I'm focused on each and every day. We're going to make America great again. Believe me, we're going to make America great again. Here are just some of the historic accomplishments we've achieved in just a very short period of time. And I have to just preface it by saying, thank you, darling. I have to preface it by saying, I've been watching, and they're saying, President Trump has not produced health care. I've been there for 5 months. If you remember, during the Clinton period, they worked for years and years and years. They never got health care. Obama, although after listening to that testimony, I fully understand. But President Obama, his whole administration, pushing for Obamacare, which has now failed. In fact, I was just told by your great governor and ex-governor that your insurance companies have all fled the state of Iowa. Pretty sad, isn't it? Well, they're flooding. I tell you what, they're going from every state. They're leaving all of the states. Obamacare is a disaster. It's over. And there's nothing to compare what we're doing. I hope the Republican Senate, if we went and got the single greatest health care plan in the history of the world, we would not get one Democrat vote because they're obstructionists. They're obstructionists. We wouldn't get one Democrat vote. If we came to you and said, here's your plan, you're going to have the greatest plan in history, and you're going to pay nothing. They'd vote against it, folks. Every single vote. So we have a very slim 52 to 48. That means we basically can't lose anybody. And I think, and I hope, can't guarantee anything, but I hope we're going to surprise you with a really good plan. You know, I've been talking about a plan with heart. I said, add some money to it. A plan with heart. But Obamacare is dead. But it is interesting how they say Donald Trump is not producing health care. Not producing. So we've produced so much legislation. I don't think any president, it could be somebody, I have to be a little careful because they'll say, he lied. So few presidents, just have to be a little careful because they'll say, headline, Donald Trump lies to the people of Iowa. I don't want to. But very few have done what we've done when you look at the regulations, when you look at all of, you know, they were saying, but he didn't pass legislative bills. I think it's 38, and we're going to be talking about them. 38. And they if you listen to them, 38. But, and some of them are really big, having to do with regulation, having to do with lots of different things. But we're working really hard on massive tax cuts. It would be, if we get it the way I want it, the largest tax cut in the history of the United States of America. Because right now, we are one of the highest taxed nations in the world. Really, on a large-scale basis, we are the highest taxed nation in the world. And we're going to get it down really low, okay? I don't say the lowest, because there are a couple that are really down there. But that doesn't mean you want to be there. But we're going to have one of the lowest taxes from the highest tax, and we're working hard on it. And I think it's going to happen. And I'll tell you, I think healthcare is going to happen, and infrastructure is going to happen. You're going to have a lot of exciting things over the next few months. And I look forward to being able to produce it. Let's see what happens. And by the way, if we had even a little Democrat support, just a little, like a couple of votes, you'd have everything. And you could give us a lot of votes, and we'd even be willing to change it and move it around and try and make it even better. It's going to have good heart, but even better. But again, they just want to stop. They just want to obstruct. A few votes, seriously, a few votes from the Democrats, it could be so easy and so beautiful, and you'd have cooperation. And their plan isn't working because they thought they were going to win last night in Atlanta. They thought they were going to win. And they've been unbelievably nasty, really nasty. And they thought they spent close to $30 million on this kid who forgot to live in the community that he was in. I mean, you know. Look, I'll tell you about the Democrats. I am making it a little bit hard to get their support, but who cares? But I'll tell you about the Democrats. They raised a fortune for him. They fought like hell. They said they were going to win. All of the television networks, other than Fox, which really has treated us fairly, by the way. They have. But they built these studios. CNN. Whoop. Hey, the camera just went off. I can't imagine. It's covered live. The camera just went off. I can't imagine why. This phony NBC television network. They actually had one of the people say, you know, it was a little rainy last night. Maybe that was the difference in Karen's race. Can you believe that? But they had these beautiful studios. And if Karen Handel had lost, they would have blamed it on me, which is fine. But if she had lost, they would have been there for weeks talking about this. This would have been the greatest defeat in the history of American politics. when she won, when they said, projected winner is Karen Handel, then they said, we switch to another program, right? So it was so short. They couldn't get out of there fast enough. And don't forget, this happened in Montana, right? In Kansas. Last night, South Carolina, with Ralph, who was expected to win and he won. California. So, but it's been incredible. So we're 5-0. We're 5-0. And they thought they were going to win at least like 3, right? Wouldn't you say? At least 3. And it would be a devastating defeat. The truth is, people love us, all of us. They love us. They don't get it. They haven't figured it out yet. You know, they're still trying to figure where all of those voters came from. Those voters came out of the hills. These are hard-working. We have the hardest working, the smartest people, the toughest people. They're very lucky that our people don't protest, believe me. Believe me. They're very lucky. True. Yeah, we have them. We have the smart ones. We have the toughest ones. Great, great Americans. And Hillary said the deplorables. These are just the opposite, believe me, of the deplorables. These are just the opposite. We have a group, Bikers for Trump. You ever see them? They come by the thousands. Oh, my man. Look, how are you? We have the I didn't know you were here. They're here. Now we know we're protected. That's great. Good to have you, man. These are great people. And when I see them, I say, now we're safe. And they like Trump, and I guess we're well into the 90s. What do you think? The 90s, 95s. But we love our people, and they love us. And more importantly, they love our policy. They love what we're doing. You see what we're doing. You see what we've already done. Home builders are starting to build again. We're not confiscating their land with ridiculous rules and regulations that don't make sense. Farmers are able to plow their fields. If they have a puddle in the middle of their field, a little puddle the size of this, it's considered a lake, and you can't touch it. And if you touch it, bad, bad things happen to you and your family. We got rid of that one too, okay? Unemployment is at a 16-year low. And manufacturing is doing phenomenally, and we have companies moving back. They're coming back. You know, in the state of Michigan, which has just been like an exit pool where car companies have left, I told them, you know what? You want to start leaving? You want to fire all these people? You watch what we're going to be doing. You watch what we're going to be doing. Not going to be too long. We have the legendary Wall Street genius Wilbur Ross here. He's our Secretary of Commerce. We have Gary Cohn, who is the president of Goldman Sachs. In fact, he's the president of Goldman Sachs. He had to pay over $200 million in taxes to take the job, right? So somebody said, why did you appoint a rich person to be in charge of the economy? I said, no, it's true. And Wilbur's a very rich person in charge of commerce. I said, because that's the kind of thinking we want. I mean, you know, really, because they're representing the country. They don't want the money. They're representing the country. And they had to give up a lot to take these jobs. They gave up a lot. When you get the president, this is the president of Goldman Sachs, smart. Having him represent us, he went from massive paydays, to peanuts, to little tiny. I'm waiting for them to accuse him of wanting that little amount of money. They wanted that. But these are people that are great, brilliant business minds, and that's what we need, that's what we have to have, so the world doesn't take advantages of it. We can't have the world taking advantage of us anymore. And I love all people, rich or poor, but in those particular positions, I just don't want a poor person. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? If you insist, I'll do it, but I like it better this way, right? So we've achieved a historic increase in defense spending, and we've created a new office of accountability at the VA, our veterans, to ensure that our veterans get the care that they so richly deserve, our veterans. We've eliminated restrictions on the production of American energy. They wanted to take away our wealth. The world wanted to take away our wealth. We happen to be lucky. Under our feet, we have great wealth. Not only in the form of your kind of wealth, which is beautiful, fertile soil, but also in other locations in the form of energy. They wanted to take that power and that wealth away from us. And we've ended the war on clean, beautiful coal. And we're putting our miners back to work. In fact, you read about it, last week a brand new coal mine just opened in the state of Pennsylvania, first time in decades. We've reversed it. And 33,000 mining jobs have been added since my inauguration. And again, we're going to have all forms of energy. But coal is something we have a tremendous advantage of. But we're going to have all, whether it's natural gas, whether it's alternative sources, we're going to have everything. But a power is coal. It's a power for our electric different plants and for our furnaces. It's a power. We use electric, we use wind, we use solar, we use coal, we use natural gas. We will use nuclear if the right opportunity presents itself. We're going to be strong for the future. We're going to be strong for the future. I don't want to just hope the wind blows to light up your homes and your factory. As the birds fall to the ground. But I like all of them, and that's what we need. And by the way, we're saving your ethanol industries in the state of Iowa, just like I promised I would do in my campaign. And believe me, they are under siege, folks. I don't know if you know it, but they are under siege. We've approved, first day, the Keystone XL pipeline and the Dakota Access pipeline. First day, day one. $38,000 jobs. And better for the environment, by the way. Better. Underground. Better for the environment. And safer. Can you imagine the executive for Keystone who a year and a half ago was told it's dead and they have billions invested, they bought half of the pipe, and somebody walks into his office, probably a consultant that charged him tens of millions of dollars. Sir, the pipeline was just approved. Now, you know what he's going to do. He said, I did a great job, sir. I'm entitled to millions of dollars in consulting fees. It was just Trump approving the pipeline. We approved it. We approved it. It's good for the country. My man. And by the way, speaking of that, when I'm signing for the XL pipeline and the Dakota, I said, by the way, who made the pipe? You don't want to know. No, not the USA, believe me. I said, who made the pipe? Now, in all fairness to them, they bought a lot of their pipe already, so it's a little hard to say, throw that away, we're giving you, you know. But I put a little clause, handwritten. It said, anybody builds a pipeline in the United States will use American steel and fabricate in America. No more taking it over on boats. Very simple. We've signed 39 pieces of legislation. That means going through Congress, folks, because, you know, they tell you, these guys, the fake news, they tell you it's fake news, fake. Not all of it. Some of it's good, and some of the people are great, actually, but some are real bad, and they're really fake. But if you listen to them, we didn't pass any. We passed 39. I'm not talking about executive orders, which we've signed a lot. I mean, we have really signed a lot. And we've gotten rid of a lot of really bad pieces that were signed by President Obama, believe me. But if you listen to the fake news, they say, like, he didn't pass any legislation. Everything's executive. It's wrong. 39 pieces as of today. Some of them very important. Now, my biggest pieces are yet to come. Hopefully, taxes. Hopefully, health care. Hopefully, infrastructure. And when they come, that won't be good enough either, so you watch. But we've also done a record number of resolutions to eliminate the job-killing regulations on our workers, our companies, and our farmers. They're gone. They're gone. We are ending the federal intrusion into your family farms and your ranches. And we're also working very, very hard to get rid of the death tax so that you can pass your farms onto your children and onto your grandchildren. I don't know if we're going to pull that one off, but we're working very hard to do it. Right, Chris? This way you can pass your motorcycle on, okay? Forget about the farm, right? That's not so bad either. I've seen what you ride. Not so bad. But we're working on, I don't know if that one's going to get pulled off, but it should, because you should have a right. Why should you be double taxed? You should have a right to pass your farm onto your children and onto your grandchildren. You should have that right. Without having them going out and borrowing a fortune, not being able to make payments, losing it to the banks. It's not fair, so we're working hard. Let's see if we pull it off. We're going to try very hard, I can tell you. I don't know, but we're going to try. No longer will the EPA be telling you how to run your business or do your job or live your life. Instead, it will focus on its true mission: clean air and clean, beautiful, crystal water, nice, beautiful, clean water. That's what we want, right? Right? We're also ending the last administration's federal land grab. We believe states, communities, and private landowners know best how to manage their own resources. We've made a lot of progress in that. Ryan Zinke. We want to see local control. That also means we're not going to let foreign bureaucrats plan our economy or tell Americans how to run their country. You know what I mean? When I campaigned for president, I promised to renegotiate or to leave any deal which fails to serve America's interests. And I'm not going to allow other countries to take advantage of the United States any longer. And for that reason, I totally cut off negotiations. I will not do our great, what is it? P, go ahead. P, do you know what it is? Huh? PPP, yes. You guys weren't listening to that, huh? But for that reason, and that too, as you know, I formally announced that the United States will withdraw from the disastrous Paris Climate Accord. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. And by the way, Trans-Pacific Partnership, we don't even talk about it anymore because that was done early, but Trans-Pacific Partnership, bye-bye. That was another NAFTA catastrophe that we're going to, by the way, renegotiate. You know, I announced I'm going to get rid of NAFTA, and I've always told you I'll either renegotiate or terminate NAFTA. So I announced that essentially I was going to terminate, but I got a very, very nice call from Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada, from the President, good guy, of Mexico, asking me not to terminate it. Could we negotiate? And I'm always willing to negotiate. I'm always willing. So we'll see. We'll see how it works. But it's been very unfair to the United States. Now, all you have to do is look at all the empty buildings, all the empty plants and factories all over the country. NAFTA has been a disaster, so we're going to either renegotiate it successfully, which would be my first choice, or we're going to terminate it, and that's going to be that. Now, the Paris Agreement, and it's amazing how the people of this country get it, because the press covers it so unfairly. The Paris Agreement would have cost America millions of lost jobs and billions of lost dollars and put us at a permanent economic disadvantage. China doesn't kick in until 2030. I could tell you stories, I could give you stats, I could go on all day. It's a catastrophe if we would have agreed. And they all say it's non-binding. Like hell it's non-binding. When we get sued by everybody because we thought it was non-binding, then you can tell me it was non-binding. I was elected to serve the citizens of Iowa and Pennsylvania and Ohio and Michigan and Wisconsin and Florida and all 50 states and all 320 million American citizens. By the way, this is a big place. This place is... And you know, I used to say it during the campaign. I'm sure it hasn't changed, but we're not even campaigning, and look at this crowd. So, you know, it's easier during a campaign. The place is packed with thousands of people trying to get in. Look at the size of this place. They'll never show the crowd. They'll never show the crowd. They'll never show the crowd. That's the only good thing about the protesters, which we don't have very much of. I mean, this guy was blowing a whistle, you know. He's a Bernie Sanders guy. But we don't have many. But when we do have one, the only good thing is the cameras have to go, and they have to go sometimes up into the look at the corners, way up in that arena. Every seat is packed. Look at that. Every seat. Every corner is packed of this big, big arena, so it's an honor. Wouldn't it be great if they showed... You know, it's funny. I'd go home and my wife would say, Melania, who, by the way, has become very popular. They're liking her. They're liking her. But she'd say, I never saw the crowd, but it sounded like a lot of people. You know, you can tell. You can't imitate the sound of this many people. This is not like 500 people, 1,000. This is big stuff. You can't imitate that. You know what they don't understand? They get these massive ratings. I hate to give it. They probably charge a fortune. I know they charge a fortune. But all those television cameras, all those live ones, and I hate to do this, but they'd get even better ratings if they'd show that. And I try and convince them, but that they can't do. They just can't mentally handle that one. So it's one of them. But it's such a great crowd. To all of those people watching, it's an unbelievable place. It is a big, beautiful arena, and it is packed. So as you may know, there is another absolutely terrible deal from the previous administration. See how nice I am? I say the previous administration as opposed to the Obama administration. That I have recently rescinded. Last week I announced that we are canceling the prior administration's completely one-sided deal with the Castro regime in Cuba. Isn't it amazing? Obama can deal with Cuba. Kills thousands of people, people in prison, horrible to women, horrible to everyone. Can deal with Iran. You talk about bad, the gays, the women, the bad to everybody, killed, brutal. I deal with anybody. It's like Donald Trump is a terrible human being. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Isn't it unbelievable? It's unbelievable. But America will stand strong against communist oppression. We will make a much better deal. I mean, the fact is, the deal with Cuba is a bad deal. We'll probably make a deal, and maybe we won't. Maybe we won't. But you know what? If we make a deal, it's going to be a fair deal and a good deal for us. It's not going to be a one-sided giveaway. We're also fighting every single day to achieve those fair trade deals for American factories and your farmers and your ranchers. Heading up our effort to represent America's interests in China will be a man you know very well. I just left an event where I honored him, introduced him to a crowd of people that adore him to discuss how to create. I mean, he's been doing this for years in Iowa. He's the longest-serving governor in American history, and now he carries the title of ambassador to China, Terry Branstad. He's a fantastic guy. You know, I told the story today. I said, I'd come here to make a speech. We'd have a big crowd in Iowa. And Terry would come and say, at that time he didn't call me Mr. President, he called me Donald. I said, that's okay. I didn't think about it. Now if he called me Donald, I'd be very angry with him, right? Kidding. But he said, Donald, could you do me a favor? Don't say anything bad about China. We do a lot of business with China. I like China a lot. I've known President Xi for a long time. I really like him. And he also, by the way, likes Terry a lot. And just please don't say anything bad about China, which is hard for me to do. And I wouldn't. But then when I won, and we're looking for somebody to represent us with China, which is a very, very powerful country, and we've had a very good relationship with China in all fairness, and I do like President Xi. I wish we would have a little more help with respect to North Korea from China, but that doesn't seem to be working out. But I do like the president a lot. So when I was thinking of who am I going to make the ambassador to China, after, having a good retentive mind, I said, I remember about a year ago when Terry Branstad was saying all of these great things, your governor. So I called him up. I said, listen, you've been doing this for 24 years. You want to do something else? Like, how would you like to be ambassador to China? And I didn't think he'd really do it. It's a long trip. 21 hours, that's a lot of plane time. But he wants to do what's right for the country. And I said to him tonight, I said, I wasn't sure you were going to do it. He said, when my president calls me to help him with our great country, I do it. That's what he said to me. I thought it was nice. Thought it was nice. So central to that economic agenda is a plan to restore America's crumbling infrastructure. We will rebuild not only America, but we will rebuild rural America. In this great national rebuilding, we will follow two simple rules. We will buy American, and we will hire American. We want to get our people off of welfare and back to work. We also want to preserve our safety net for struggling Americans who truly need help. We want to help them. People that truly need help, right, Chris? We want to help those people. But others don't treat us fairly. That's why I believe the time has come for new immigration rules which say that those seeking admission into our country must be able to support themselves financially and should not use welfare for a period of at least 5 years. And we'll be putting in legislation to that effect very shortly. Another core principle is that those coming to our country must embrace our values and love our people. And yes, we will build the wall. We've already started planning. It will be built. We will build the wall. We need it. We need it. We have to stop the drugs from flowing in. You know, people don't realize we're already spending a lot of money on design, but I'll give you an idea that nobody has heard about yet, and I'm not sure, but I'm a builder. That's what I love to do. That's probably what I do best. I'm a builder. And we're thinking of something that's unique. We're talking about the southern border. Lots of sun, lots of heat. We're thinking about building the wall as a solar wall, so it creates energy and pays for itself. And this way, Mexico will have to pay much less money. And that's good, right? Is that good? You're the first group I've told that to. It's solar wall. Makes sense. Let's see. We're working it out. We'll see. Solar wall panels. Beautiful. I mean, actually, think of it. The higher it goes, the more valuable it is. It's like... pretty good imagination, right? Good. My idea. So we have a good shot. That's one of the places that solar really does work. The tremendous sun and heat, it really does work there. So we'll see what happens with that. That would be great. And I think we could make it look beautiful, too. It would really look beautiful. So that would be nice. We're also working night and day to restore law and order to our country. Law and order. You know that. We're reversing the last administration's soft-on-crime policies that helped enable a tragic rise in violent crime. You see what's happening. Look at Chicago. What the hell is going on in Chicago? What's that all about? We have also issued new directives to protect our police officers and our sheriffs. And will always stand with the incredible men and women of law enforcement. All American children, no matter where they live, have the right to grow up in a safe community. No issue is more central to public safety than the issue of immigration and border security. After years of lawlessness, the United States is now enforcing our laws, first time in a long time, and protecting our workers, our schools, and our families. Since I was elected, illegal border crossings, and this is without the wall, before the wall, have decreased by more than 75%, a historic and unprecedented achievement. So we're building the wall on the southern border. We've got the greatest security people in the world. I'll tell you, ICE and the Border Patrol folks, these are incredible people. You know, they endorsed me when I ran for president, knowing that if I win, they're going to have to work much, much harder. But they love this country, and they want the job done, and they want the job done right. They have to work harder, and it's much more dangerous. The other thing that I have to tell you, you have a gang called MS-13. A friend of mine who's a very, very high-level police officer said to me in describing them, they are the equivalent or worse than Al-Qaeda. I would say that's a bad statement. They don't like to shoot people. They like to cut people. They do things that nobody can believe. These are true animals. We are moving them out of the country by the thousands, by the thousands. And the people moving them out are, guess what? A hell of a lot tougher and meaner than they are, but they're on our side. We're getting them out. MS-13. During my campaign for president, I met with the families of Americans killed by illegal immigrants, many, many families, including the parents of Sarah Root, a 21-year-old Iowa girl who was killed the day after she graduated from college with a 4.0 GPA. You know what that is? To those of you that don't know, that means solid A's straight across, #1 student. Thousands of beautiful American lives like Sarah's have been stolen for the simple reason that our government has refused to enforce already existing laws. The media, these people, like to talk about separating families. But the families they never talk about are the American families separated forever from the ones they love because we don't protect our borders and uphold the immigration laws of the United States. These families and the victims have been ignored totally by the media. They were ignored by the consultants. They've been ignored by Washington. But these Americans were not ignored by me or by you, and we know who they are. And they rise now to the highest level. They rise to the highest level. I promise those families the deaths of their loved ones will not have been in vain, and that we will take strong and forceful action to fulfill our sacred duty to save and protect American lives. Every single day, we are finding these gang members, these drug dealers, thieves, robbers, predators, criminals, killers, horrible killers. And we are throwing them the hell out of our country. And when they're gone, our now very strong borders, especially with the wall, will never allow them back in. So we're doing a lot of things. We're very proud of what we've done. Justice Gorsuch was a big, big deal. Big deal. Somebody explained it to me beautifully. They said, when you pick a Supreme Court judge, you want great intellect, you want all of the things, but you also want youth, because they'll be there for 40 years. So if Judge Gorsuch, who I've gotten to know, who I think is a fantastic human being, aside from being a brilliant, brilliant student and person, and one of the great legal writers that exists in our country, probably in the world today, every time you see a decision written over the next 30 or 40 years, and especially if it's a 5-4 decision, like perhaps on Second Amendment or so many other things, you have done something that you can't value. It's so important. Think of it. For a 30 to 40-year period, potentially, you've influenced this country. And I've always heard, long, that just about the most important thing you can do, I always say defense, but perhaps outside, because we are going to have a strong military and strong defense, and we need it now. But I've always heard that the most important thing a president can do is pick a great Supreme Court justice. So I've got one, probably have some more, but it is really important. And think of that, over years and years, those decisions that are so important, values, great values. So I'm very, very proud of that pick. He's already been there now for almost 2 months, and people are saying, wow, that is a tremendous person and a tremendous intellect. So we're all very proud of that pick. And you made it possible. So I began this campaign on June 16th. A couple of days ago, 2 years. This is my birthday on June 14th, Flag Day of all things. And we came down the escalator, that famous escalator ride, Melania, myself, and the place went nuts. And hopefully because they like me, but I think also they like the policies. I said the truth. I talked about immigration. I talked about what was happening on the borders. I talked about our military. I talked about the drug problems, which are tremendous, even in Iowa, tremendous problems, beyond anything we've ever seen before. I talked about all of it. And you know what? We were never off center stage in the debates. We stayed, you know what that means. We were number one all the way through. All the way through. We were number one all the way through because of people like you. Never off center. 17 people running. I kept looking up and down. I said, boy, that's a lot of people. Some of them very talented. But 17 people running. We were never off center stage in those debates, and that's because of people like yourselves, because you agree with me, and we are making such incredible progress. We are making progress like nobody can believe. These people are being driven crazy. Crazy. I mean, they have phony witch hunts going against me. They have everything going. And you know what? All we do is win, win, win. We won last night. They can't believe it. They're saying, what is going on? What is going on? We won last night. And even the worst of them said, that was a big win for Trump. I couldn't believe it, actually. Thank you very much, folks. I appreciate it. But we have made a journey together like no other ever in the history of this country, and maybe beyond that. But you look in the history of this country, there's never been anything like this that's happened. We're straightening out through common sense and through a good heart. We're straightening out our country. We're straightening out our country. No matter our beliefs, no matter our party, it's time for us to remember that we are all Americans and that we are in this together. And it would be great if the Republicans and the Democrats could come together and get really, really great legislation passed. Some of the geniuses were saying this morning, you know, from the time he announced on June 16th, 2 years ago, they've been hitting the hell out of him. Hillary took almost all negative ads. The problem was when people went to vote, they didn't know what she stood for other than she was saying bad things about me. And I almost became like... Yes. Think of it. So from the time I announced, I've been hit. Then from the time I got in, I said, oh, this is going to be great. Finally, we're going to all come together. They hit me harder. They've now learned, I think, that doesn't work. 5-0. It doesn't work. They need to be positive. They can't continue to be obstructionists. That's all they have going. So they should come together. I don't think they will. But I will tell you, it would be a beautiful, beautiful thing if we could get together as two parties that love our country and come up with that great health care and come up with that great tax deal for our people and tax reform and infrastructure and so many other things. Just think about what a unified American nation could achieve. Nobody could even come close to us. And by the way, even if we're not totally unified, nobody's coming close to us either. Don't worry about it. Gleaming new roads and bridges that would inspire awe and wonder all over the world. You know, we used to be the leader in airports. We'd have the most beautiful airports. Now we're like a third world country. LaGuardia, Newark, LAX, Kennedy, they're like third world airports. Take a look. We used to be the leader. Now you go to Saudi Arabia, where I just came back, a monumental, epic trip. Because I said, you cannot continue to fund terrorism. You cannot continue to fund terrorism. And the king of Saudi Arabia, who is really become he's a very special man. I mean that. He is taking it to heart. And now they're fighting with other countries that have been funding terrorism. And I think we had a huge impact. We will see. But I think we had a tremendous impact. We cannot let these incredibly rich nations fund radical Islamic terror or terrorism of any kind. We cannot let it happen. Cannot let it happen. It was one of the great 2 days of my life, and I'm sure a lot of you watched it on television. 54 Muslim nations coming together, some immensely powerful, wealthy nations, and everybody in that room was unified, and the ones that weren't, they're trying to get them to be unified and to do the right thing. I think it could have a tremendous impact. But not only that, I said, for me to go, I'm only going, we had to negotiate, if you spend billions of dollars, billions, on having things manufactured in our country with our jobs and our workers for your country. And hundreds of billions of dollars was spent and given to American companies who are going to make American products and send those products over to the wealthy countries of the Middle East. I mean, hundreds of billions of dollars. And people haven't talked about that, but to me that was very important because we want those jobs. We want those jobs. So they're making airplanes, they're making all sorts of things, hundreds of billions of dollars, and it's going back, and I'm very proud of that. That's something people don't talk about because the real purpose of my being there was to make sure these countries do not fund terror any longer. So I just want to leave Iowa. I said that I'd come back. Oh, I love that you're not. Look at that. You don't want me to leave. I don't want to leave either. I don't want to leave either. I don't want to leave either. But I said I would come back. And I made lots of statements to your governor and to your current governor. Kim is going to be a fantastic governor. She's here. She's going to be a fantastic governor. But I said that I was going to come back. I said that I was going to protect your ethanol for good reason, only for good reason. And it was very important to me. I said that I was going to do things for the people of Iowa, and I want to let you know, I've done it for the people of Iowa, but I've really done it for the people of our country. Our country is getting stronger. It's getting better. We're going to be setting records in so many different ways. We're going to straighten out all of the mess that's happened over the last long period of time where we went into other nations to tell them how to run their country, and we had no idea. But I just want to thank all of the people that are here tonight. I want to thank the people of Iowa. You are incredible people. I want to thank you for your incredible support. And I just want to let you know that God blesses you. And I want to just say, you are special in every way. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
the reception. A glass of wine in her hand. I knew she was gonna meet her connection.
Yes, that was President Trump holding another one of his signature rallies in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. It had been a while since we had seen a rally from the president. This is the rally that he had to reschedule. As you may remember, this rally was scheduled for earlier this month. Again, the president speaking for over an hour to his dedicated supporters there in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Now, prior to this rally, President Trump made an appearance at Kirkwood Community College where he made remarks on agricultural innovation, agriculture technology. We're going to play more President Trump coverage right here on News Now. Stay with us. In case you missed any Trump coverage, we'll have it right here for you on News Now. All right, everyone, so we are going to play more Trump event coverage for you. We're going to replay the agricultural technology speech that he gave at Kirkwood Community College, and then later we're going to show a replay of this rally, so stay tuned for that. In the meantime, President Trump giving remarks at Kirkwood Community College.
Thank you very much. I just learned more about farming than I ever thought I'd learn. What a good place. I love it. I want to thank also Dean Scott Irmer, along with the students and faculty at Kirkwood Community College, for hosting us. What a beautiful place. We're here today to talk about how we're going to empower America's farmers and protect our nation's proud farming legacy, including ethanol, which I've done. Family farmers are the backbone of America, and my administration will always support the farmer. I want to begin by congratulating Iowa's new governor, Kim Reynolds. Where's Kim? I'm so proud of Kim. I've known Kim for a long time and her husband, and I said, you know, one of the other things I get with Terry, by moving him out, Kim becomes governor and Terry can take on China. That's not bad. She is doing a great job. Thanks also to Lieutenant Governor Adam Gregg and Iowa Secretary of Agriculture, a man who's been to so many of my stops, Bill Northey. Thank you, Bill. Thank you for all that support. And Congressman, a very popular guy, Rod Blum, doing a fantastic job in Washington. All right. So, most importantly, I have to say, they will all agree. He's a great friend of mine with an incredible family, very talented son, Eric, that I can tell you. But I'm really, truly proud. I wanted to be here for this reason, to congratulate your former governor, our new ambassador to China, Terry Branstad. Terry is a true legend. The people of Iowa first made him governor in 1983. You elected him 6 times and made him the longest-serving governor of any state in the history of America. That's not bad. Under Terry, Iowa's economy is stronger, its farmers more successful, its schools better, its communities more prosperous, and its citizens safer. And I want to tell you, that's 3 decades. This is one great man. He's been in politics for more than 3 decades, and we're going to keep him there. I don't know, do we consider ambassadors politicians? Not really in the true sense, so perhaps we sort of pulled you out, but he's going to be doing a job. I'll tell you one quick story with Terry. When I was campaigning in Iowa, Terry would always say, do me a favor, don't say anything bad about China. See, in that day, those days, he didn't call me Mr. President. He'd say, Donald. He'd say, Donald, don't say anything bad about China. I said, why? He said, we have a great relationship with China, and I like it, and I really like President Xi, who he knew for 30-some-odd years. And it really dawned on me when I was thinking about ambassadors. I said, boy, wouldn't it be great if I picked a man that really likes China, and by the way, China really likes him? So that was an easy one. I called him up and I said, you know, I think after 24 years it's maybe time for a change. So let me just steal you. I also knew about Kim, and Kim's been a great supporter and friend, and so I knew that that was going to be taken care of very nicely. So we're really happy and really proud of Terry. You know, his legacy will endure for a long, long time in this state. He loves the state and the people so much. And together we all join to express our deep gratitude to Terry for everything he has done for Iowa and for its people. Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much, and have a good time in China.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. For a farm kid from Iowa, my life's ambition was to serve the people as governor. I never imagined in my wildest dreams that President Trump would ask me to represent all of the United States of America in China. I will do my very best. Mr. President, first of all, I want to congratulate you on your leadership. We've been trying to get American beef in China for 13 years, and you've already got it done. So, and there's more to come. I am honored and proud to represent the United States of America and President Trump in the People's Republic of China, and I hope a lot of you will come to see us. Thank you.
Thank you. Great guy. Ambassador Branstad will be serving in Beijing, but he's going to be fighting for American farmers and for American workers and for Americans, and there's nobody I can think of that can do a better job or a more effective job. So, Terry, go out there. He'll be joining Secretary of Agriculture, somebody you all know very well, the legendary sunny Purdue. And a man who's another legend on Wall Street, truly a legend. They just call him Wilbur. How about Wall Street? Where Wall Street's big and strong, and he's just known as Wilbur. It's Wilbur Ross. Wilbur Ross, Secretary of Commerce. Pretty good on Wall Street when they just say, I hear Wilbur is going to be Secretary of Commerce. Carl Icahn called me up. He said, Donald, I heard you got Wilbur. That was it. It wasn't Wilbur Ross, but there's Wilbur Ross, and he's doing a fantastic job. And also working along with Wilbur is U.S. Trade Ambassador Robert Lighthizer, another phenomenal talent. And I told you about fair trade. I told you about free trade. I told you about trade. We have the best in the world on our sides now, finally, after watching for many, many decades what's been happening with trade deficits that are beyond anything that anybody could imagine. Hundreds of billions of dollars, and now we have the right people on our side. So Wilbur, go out and do it. Robert, go out and do it. We'll all have a good time together. And you know what? The world is going to like us even better, believe it or not. So they're going to be representing America's interests and delivering historic wins for our farmers and our factory workers and our workers generally. And I have to tell you, last night was very exciting. Karen Handel and Ralph Norman. I spoke to Ralph today. He won a great event. Now, a lot of people didn't show up to vote because they said, well, he's going to win by so much. So it got a little bit tighter than he thought. Sometimes when they think you're going to win by too much, I wouldn't say that's so good. Next time we're going to say it's going to be really close, but he still won easily. But what a fantastic guy he is. And between the two of them, that was a big night. So we're 5-0 in special elections, 5-0. 5-0. And I watched the faces on those newscasters in many cases. And they were going, no, this is going to be a big night. This will be great humiliation for President Trump. If she doesn't make it, well, they weren't thinking in terms of Ralph so much. In all fairness, Ralph sort of said he felt like the forgotten man last night. But this will be tremendous humility. They built these studios. They built everything. They were set. Believe me, had our wonderful candidate lost, this would have been one of the great big stories in the history of American politics. Those studios would have been up for weeks. They would have been talking for weeks about this tremendous defeat. And after it said projected winner was they just sort of slinked out of there. They slinked out. One of them actually said, well, maybe it was the weather. You know, it was drizzling, a little bit like this, but a little bit less. It was drizzling. Did you hear that one, Ambassador? It was drizzling. Maybe that was the difference. And won by a lot. So we're very happy, and Karen is going to be a great person in Congress, and we have some incredible people, and we're doing some really wonderful things, including the taxes are coming along, and the health care is coming along. And we have Gary Cohn, the president of Goldman Sachs, who left Goldman Sachs on a slightly higher salary than he's getting right now by like hundreds of millions of dollars, like by a lot. And where's Gary? He's around here someplace. And Gary's working on some incredible plans, not only taxes, but we're going to be rebuilding our country. We're going to do things in terms of infrastructure that we need, our roads, our highways, our bridges, our schools, our airports. We spent, as of a few months ago, $6 trillion in the Middle East. We have nothing. We're back further than we were 16 years ago when this whole thing started. $6 trillion. And if you want to spend $3.50 to build a school, or you want to spend any money in this country, it's like a big deal. But we spent $6 trillion in the Middle East. And we're going to get that whole situation under control. That's not an easy one. I was dealt a very difficult hand, believe me, when I took over, between North Korea, the Middle East. You look at Afghanistan, what's going on there. This was a tough hand. But you put me there for a reason, and I think you're going to be very happy with the end result, believe me. American farmers and ranchers are the best, absolute best at what they do. And they can compete anywhere if they're given a level playing field. They're not given that level playing field because of our terrible, terrible trade deals. And we're going to start doing much better. You produce the product, but you have to work too hard and too long to make a living. We're cracking down on foreign trading abuses, making it easier to produce and grow in America, eliminating job-killing regulations all over the place. And we're training our great American workers. That's why it's so important to support schools like Kirkwood, which are helping to train young people in cutting-edge new technologies that will make American agriculture greater and more productive than ever before. Farming, which is something that is very beautiful to me. I'm not a farmer, but I'd be very happy to be one. It's a very beautiful world to me. And it's a truly noble American profession. Today we're celebrating the dignity of work and the greatness of the American farmer and the American worker. George Washington once wrote, "I'd rather be on my farm than be emperor of the world." We understand that. Especially after I spend all this time in Washington, I can really understand. I want to make sure the next generation of Americans has that opportunity as well. And in particular, that includes your children and your grandchildren, and working very hard to get rid of the death tax so that those farms can be passed on. Very, very hard to get rid of that. We're working very hard so your farms can be passed on to your children and your grandchildren, and they'll keep them going and they'll run them with love. We want to eliminate the intrusive rules that undermine your ability to earn a living. And we will protect the corn-based ethanol and biofuels that power our country. And you remember during the campaign I made that promise. And I also made a promise I'm coming back. And here I am, and that promise has been kept. And even Terry's clapping about that one, but he was fighting very hard for that, believe me. For the past 2 weeks, my administration has been working extensively on vocational education, infrastructure, and technology. Here at this great facility, we've just seen fantastic examples of how vocational training in new technologies can help make American farming even more productive, so we can compete and win on the world stage. We saw how today's farmers can adjust application rates of fertilizers in their fields with just the touch of a smartphone. It's changed a lot over the years. They showed us how they use precision agriculture to produce crops more efficiently and for far less cost. They've demonstrated how drones, of all things, are used to gather data on crops, and how simulators are used to train students in the next generation of farming equipment. If we continue to train our workers in these new technologies, then we will usher in a new era of prosperity for American agriculture and for the American farming family. We must also ensure that these students have the broadband internet access they need in order to succeed and thrive in this new and very modern and very changed economy and world. That is why I will be including a provision in our infrastructure proposal, $1 trillion proposal, you'll be seeing it very shortly, to promote and foster enhanced broadband access for rural America also. We know that Wall Street wants it very badly, but you know what else? The farmers also want it, and you're going to have it. We have to make sure American farmers and their families, wherever they may be, wherever they may go, have the infrastructure projects that they need to compete and grow. And I mean grow against world competition, because that's who you're up against now. We will rebuild rural America. American farmers, thank you. American farmers pour their hearts into their crops and their love into their great communities. That's why they call this the Heartland. And those maps, those electoral maps, they were all red, beautiful red. Beautiful. You look at those maps, it's almost like, wow. A lot of places that people weren't thinking about turned red. A couple of little blue dots on the sides. But they are red farmers. And our farmers' work ethic feeds America, and their toughness and grit define America. They're tough and they're smart. Our rich and abundant soil provides more than a living. It provides a beautiful way of life for a lot of people. Today, we honor and treasure this noble history and embrace the new technology that will power this industry well into the future. With incredible leaders and students like all of you, I know that the future of American farming has never looked brighter. Believe me, and with me as your president, it's going to be that way. I will tell you that. So it's a great honor to be here with you today. People that I know, people that I love, very special people, the people of Iowa that were so good to me during the election. So many friends. I want to thank you for being here. God bless you. And God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, everyone. So that was the end of President Trump's speech in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. He gave that speech before holding his rally in Iowa. Speaking of President Trump, I want to give you guys a live look at the White House. That is President Trump's house. That is his house indeed. Now we have a couple options about as far as what we're going to show you next. We can show you the House Intelligence Committee hearing on Russia with the former Department of Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson, or I can show you a speech given by the former Vice President Joe Biden, or we can replay the Trump rally. You tell me in the chat, and I'll go ahead and play that for you. All right, everyone, it looks like a majority of the chat room is asking for the replay of President Trump. So we're going to give that to you here on News Now. A replay of the Trump rally. Stay tuned for that. We'll carry it for you right here on News Now. Following the replay of the Trump rally, we will play for you a speech from former Vice President Joe Biden.
Thank you, everybody. It is great to be back in the incredible, beautiful, great state of Iowa. Home of the greatest wrestlers in the world, including our friend Dan Gable. Some of the great, great wrestlers of the world, right? We love those wrestlers. It's always terrific to be able to leave that Washington swamp and spend time with the truly hard-working people. We call them American patriots, amazing people. I want to also extend our congratulations this evening to Karen Handel of Georgia. And we can't forget Ralph Norman in South Carolina. He called me and I called him. He said, you know, last night I felt like the forgotten man, but he won, and he won really beautifully, even though a lot of people didn't show up because they thought he was going to win by so much. It's always dangerous to have those big leads. But he won very easily, and he is a terrific guy. And I'll tell you what, Karen is going to be really incredible. She's going to be joining some wonderful people and doing some wonderful work, including major, major tax cuts and health care and lots of things. Going to be reducing crime, and we're securing that Second Amendment. I told you about that. And that looks like it's in good shape with Judge Gorsuch. That looks like it's in good shape. I'd like to also take this moment to send our thoughts and prayers to our courageous friend, somebody that I've gotten to know very well, Steve Scalise, and everyone recovering from the assault. Never fails. Never fails. Thank you. Thank you. And we love our police. We love our police. So to Steve we say, and he's a great guy, he was in my office the day before, incredible. We're praying for you, we're pulling for you, you have our absolute support and our deepest admiration. And our gratitude goes out tonight as well to the Capitol police officers who saved so many lives. You know, they ran from the outfield in. They were being hit by rifle fire. They only had handguns, and they were able to get them. It was an amazing show of talent and bravery. So we want to thank all of the police officers who so bravely serve and protect us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hopefully our nation emerges from this ordeal. It was an ordeal, terrible. More unified and more determined than ever before, and I can see it, and we are indeed more unified in our own way than ever before. You just have to take a look at what's happening here, right? If we set aside the cynics and the critics, we have a chance, and it's a great chance. It lies before us to do extraordinary things for our country in the years ahead. History is written by the dreamers, not the doubters. So, while we are here tonight to celebrate the amazing progress that we've already made, and we have made amazing progress, we're also here to lay out the next steps in our incredible movement to make America great again. Everyone gathered in this arena is bound together by common values. You love our country, you obey our laws, you honor our traditions, and you care for your families, and you love your communities. All you want is a government that shows you the same respect and loyalty in return. You believe that America must protect and defend its own citizens. With that conviction deep in your hearts, you showed up on Election Day, November 8th, and voted to put America first. It's about time. It's about time. And from the moment I took that solemn oath of office, and every single day since, that is exactly what I've done. Put America first. After years of sending our jobs and our wealth to other countries, we are finally standing up for our country. And you see it happening. You see it happening. You see what's going on. Jobs are just about the best they've ever been. We've created almost $4 trillion in wealth. If you look at your stock values and you look at what's going on with our country, but we've created tremendous wealth. The enthusiasm and spirit on every single index is higher than it's ever been before for our manufacturers and for our company. After spending billions of dollars defending other people's borders, we are finally going to defend our borders. After decades of rebuilding foreign nations all over the world, we are now rebuilding our nation. As of a few months ago, our country has spent $6 trillion in the Middle East, wasted, and the lives, thousands and thousands and thousands of lives. $6 trillion and thousands of young, beautiful lives. We started 16 years ago, and it's in far worse shape than it was 16 years ago, by many times over. So we spent all of this money, all of these lives, and let me tell you, I came in and took over a very, very difficult hand, but we're going to get it fixed. That's what you put me here for. We're going to get it fixed. We'll get it fixed. A shame. It's a shame. And then you look at North Korea, thank you. Then you look at we're praying, and I'm praying for you, that's true. Thank you very much. But you look at North Korea, what's going, look at Otto, beautiful Otto. Went over there, a healthy, wonderful boy. And you see how he came back. You see how he came back. So we've been given a bad hand, but we're going to take that bad hand and it'll all be good. In addition to that, we're going to start taking care of our country. The people are the rulers of this country once again. One by one, we are keeping the promises we made to the people of Iowa and the people all over our country. We are not going to let the same failed and tired voices in Washington keep us from delivering the change you voted for and the change that you deserve, I do not answer to any donors or financial contributors. I don't care about them. I am not beholden to any consultants or any of the very powerful special interests. I don't care about them. I have to do what's right. And if they're right, that's good. And we will never be intimidated by the dishonest media corporations who will say anything and do anything to get people to watch their screens or to get people to buy their failing papers. They are failing. These entrenched forces are fighting only for themselves and in many cases for their survival. But I'm fighting for you. I'm fighting for you. Fighting for your hopes, because your hopes are my hopes. I've had a great time in this country. I've had a great run. And it was time to do something. We all saw what was happening. It was time to do something. Your dreams are my dreams, and your future is what I'm focused on each and every day. We're going to make America great again. Believe me, we're going to make America great again. Here are just some of the historic accomplishments we've achieved in just a very short period of time. And I have to just preface it by saying, thank you, darling. I have to preface it by saying, you know, I've been watching, and they're saying, President Trump has not produced health care. You know, I've been there for 5 months. If you remember, during the Clinton period, they worked for years and years and years. They never got health care. Obama, although after listening to that testimony, I fully understand. But President Obama, his whole administration, pushing for Obamacare, which has now failed. In fact, I was just told by your great governor and ex-governor that your insurance companies have all fled the state of Iowa. Pretty sad, isn't it? Well, they're flooding. I tell you what, they're going from every state. They're leaving all of the states. Obamacare is a disaster. It's over. And there's nothing to compare what we're doing. I hope the Republican Senate, if we went and got the single greatest health care plan in the history of the world, we would not get one Democrat vote because they're obstructionists. They're obstructionists. We wouldn't get one Democrat vote. If we came to you and said, here's your plan, you're going to have the greatest plan in history, and you're going to pay nothing, they'd vote against it, folks. Every single vote. So we have a very slim 52 to 48. That means we basically can't lose anybody. And I think, and I hope, can't guarantee anything, but I hope we're going to surprise you with a really good plan. You know, I've been talking about a plan with heart. I said, add some money to it. A plan with heart. But Obamacare is dead. But it is interesting how they say Donald Trump is not producing health care. Not producing. So we've produced so much legislation. I don't think any president, it could be somebody, I have to be a little careful because they'll say, he lied. So few presidents, just have to be a little careful because they'll say, headline, Donald Trump lies to the people of Iowa. I don't want it. But very few have done what we've done when you look at the regulations, when you look at all of, you know, they were saying, but he didn't pass legislative bills. I think it's 38, and we're going to be talking about them. 38. And if you listen to them, 38. But, and some of them are really big, having to do with regulation, having to do with lots of different things. But we're working really hard on massive tax cuts. It would be, if we get it the way I want it, the largest tax cut in the history of the United States of America. Because right now, we are one of the highest taxed nations in the world. Really, on a large-scale basis, we are the highest taxed nation in the world. And we're going to get it down really low, okay? Real. I don't say the lowest, because there are a couple that are really down there. But that doesn't mean you want to be there. But we're going to have one of the lowest taxes from the highest tax, and we're working hard on it. And I think it's going to happen. And I'll tell you, I think health care is going to happen, and infrastructure is going to happen. You're going to have a lot of exciting things over the next few months. And I look forward to being able to produce it. Let's see what happens. And by the way, if we had even a little Democrat support, just a little, like a couple of votes, you'd have everything. And you could give us a lot of votes, and we'd even be willing to change it and move it around and try and make it even better. It's going to have good heart, but even better. But again, they just want to stop. They just want to obstruct. A few votes, seriously, a few votes from the Democrats, it could be so easy and so beautiful, and you'd have cooperation. And their plan isn't working because they thought they were going to win last night in Atlanta. They thought they were going to win. And they've been unbelievably nasty, really nasty. And they thought they spent close to $30 million on this kid who forgot to live in the community that he was in. I mean, you know. Look, I'll tell you about the Democrats. I am making it a little bit hard to get their support, but who cares? But I'll tell you about the Democrats. They raised a fortune for him. They fought like hell. They said they were going to win. All of the television networks, other than Fox, which really has treated us fairly, by the way. They have. But they built these studios. CNN. Whoop. Hey. The camera just went off. I can't imagine. It's covered live. The camera just went off. I can't imagine why. This phony NBC television network. They actually had one of the people say, you know, it was a little rainy last night. Maybe that was the difference in Karen's race. Can you believe that? But they had these beautiful studios. And if Karen Handel had lost, they would have blamed it on me, which is fine. But if she had lost, they would have been there for weeks talking about this. This would have been the greatest defeat in the history of American politics. When she won, when they said, projected winner is Karen Handel, then they said, we switch to another program, right? So it was so short. They couldn't get out of there fast enough. And don't forget, this happened in Montana, right? In Kansas. Last night, South Carolina, with Ralph, who was expected to win and he won. California. So, but it's been incredible. So we're 5-0. We're 5-0. And they thought they were going to win at least like 3, right? Wouldn't you say? At least 3. And it would be a devastating defeat. The truth is, people love us, all of us. They love us. They don't get it. They haven't figured it out yet. You know, they're still trying to figure where all of those voters came from. Those voters came out of the hills. These are hard-working. We have the hardest working, the smartest people, the toughest people. They're very lucky that our people don't protest, believe me. Believe me. They're very lucky. True. Yeah, we have them. We have the smart ones. We have the toughest ones. Great, great Americans. And Hillary said the deplorables. These are just the opposite, believe me, of the deplorables. These are just the opposite. We have a group, Bikers for Trump. You ever see them? They come by the thousands. Oh, my man. Look, how are you? We have the I didn't know you were here. They're here. Now we know we're protected. That's great. Good to have you, man. These are great people. And when I see them, I say, now we're safe. And they like Trump, and I guess we're well into the 90s. What do you think? The 90s, 95s. But we love our people, and they love us. And more importantly, they love our policy. They love what we're doing. You see what we're doing. You see what we've already done. Home builders are starting to build again. We're not confiscating their land with ridiculous rules and regulations that don't make sense. Farmers are able to plow their fields. If they have a puddle in the middle of their field, a little puddle the size of this, it's considered a lake, and you can't touch it. And if you touch it, bad, bad things happen to you and your family. We got rid of that one too, okay? Unemployment is at a 16-year low. And manufacturing is doing phenomenally, and we have companies moving back. They're coming back. You know, in the state of Michigan, which has just been like an exit pool where car companies have left, I told them, you know what? You want to start leaving? You want to fire all these people? You watch what we're going to be doing. You watch what we're going to be doing. Not going to be too long. We have the legendary Wall Street genius Wilbur Ross here. He's our Secretary of Commerce. We have Gary Cohn, who is the president of Goldman Sachs. In fact, he's the president of Goldman Sachs. He had to pay over $200 million in taxes to take the job, right? So somebody said, why did you appoint a rich person to be in charge of the economy? I said, no, it's true. And Wilbur's a very rich person in charge of commerce. I said, because that's the kind of thinking we want. I mean, you know, really, because they're representing the country. They don't want the money. They're representing the country. And they had to give up a lot to take these jobs. They gave up a lot. When you get the president, this is the president of Goldman Sachs, smart. Having him represent us, he went from massive paydays to peanuts, to little tiny. I'm waiting for them to accuse him of wanting that little amount of money. They wanted that. But these are people that are great, brilliant business minds, and that's what we need. That's what we have to have, so the world doesn't take advantages of it. We can't have the world taking advantage of us anymore. And I love all people, rich or poor, but in those particular positions, I just don't want a poor person. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? If you insist, I'll do it, but I like it better this way, right? So we've achieved a historic increase in defense spending, and we've created a new office of accountability at the VA, our veterans, to ensure that our veterans get the care that they so richly deserve, our veterans. We've eliminated restrictions on the production of American energy. They wanted to take away our wealth. The world wanted to take away our wealth. We happen to be lucky. Under our feet, we have great wealth. Not only in the form of your kind of wealth, which is beautiful, fertile soil, but also in other locations in the form of energy. They wanted to take that power and that wealth away from us. And we've ended the war on clean, beautiful coal. And we're putting our miners back to work. In fact, you read about it, last week a brand new coal mine just opened in the state of Pennsylvania, first time in decades. We've reversed it. And 33,000 mining jobs have been added since my inauguration. And again, we're going to have all forms of energy. But coal is something we have a tremendous advantage of. But we're going to have all, whether it's natural gas, whether it's alternative sources, we're going to have everything. But a power is coal. It's a power for our electric different plants and for our furnaces. It's a power. We use electric, we use wind, we use solar, we use coal, we use natural gas. We will use nuclear if the right opportunity presents itself. We're going to be strong for the future. We're going to be strong for the future. I don't want to just hope the wind blows to light up your homes and your factory. As the birds fall to the ground. But I like all of them, and that's what we need. And by the way, we're saving your ethanol industries in the state of Iowa, just like I promised I would do in my campaign. And believe me, they are under siege, folks. I don't know if you know it, but they are under siege. We've approved, first day, the Keystone XL pipeline and the Dakota Access pipeline. First day, day one. $38,000 jobs. And better for the environment, by the way. Better. Underground. Better for the environment. And safer. Can you imagine the executive for Keystone who a year and a half ago was told it's dead and they have billions invested. They bought half of the pipe. And somebody walks into his office, probably a consultant that charged him tens of millions of dollars. Sir, the pipeline was just approved. Now, you know what he's going to do. He said, I did a great job, sir. I'm entitled to millions of dollars in consulting fees. It was just Trump approving the pipeline. We approved it. We approved it. It's good for the country. Right? My man. And by the way, speaking of that, when I'm signing for the XL pipeline and the Dakota, I said, by the way, who made the pipe? You don't want to know. No, not the USA, believe me. I said, who made the pipe? Now, in all fairness to them, they bought a lot of their pipe already, so it's a little hard to say, throw that away, we're giving you, you know. But I put a little clause, handwritten. It said, anybody builds a pipeline in the United States will use American steel and fabricate in America. No more taking it over on boats. Very simple. We've signed 39 pieces of legislation. That means going through Congress, folks, because, you know, they tell you, these guys, the fake news, they tell you it's fake news, it's fake. Not all of it. Some of it's good, and some of the people are great, actually, but some are real bad, and they're really fake. But if you listen to them, we didn't pass any. We passed 39. I'm not talking about executive orders, which we've signed a lot. I mean, we have really signed a lot. And we've gotten rid of a lot of really bad pieces that were signed by President Obama, believe me. But if you listen to the fake news, they say, like, he didn't pass any legislation. Everything's executive. It's wrong. 39 pieces as of today. Some of them very important. Now, my biggest pieces are yet to come. Hopefully, taxes. Hopefully, health care. Hopefully, infrastructure. And when they come, that won't be good enough either, so you watch. But we've also done a record number of resolutions to eliminate the job-killing regulations on our workers, our companies, and our farmers. They're gone. They're gone. We are ending the federal intrusion into your family farms and your ranches. And we're also working very, very hard to get rid of the death tax so that you can pass your farms onto your children and onto your grandchildren. I don't know if we're going to pull that one off, but we're working very hard to do it. Right, Chris? This way you can pass your motorcycle on, okay? Forget about the farm, right? That's not so bad either. I seen what you ride. Not so bad. But we're working on, I don't know if that one's going to get pulled off, but it should, because you should have a right. Why should you be double taxed? You should have a right to pass your farm onto your children and onto your grandchildren. You should have that right. Without having them going out and borrowing a fortune, not being able to make payments, losing it to the banks. It's not fair, so we're working hard. Let's see if we pull it off. We're going to try very hard, I can tell you. I don't know, but we're going to try. No longer will the EPA be telling you how to run your business or do your job or live your life. Instead, it will focus on its true mission: clean air and clean, beautiful, crystal water, nice, beautiful, clean water. That's what we want, right? Right? We're also ending the last administration's federal land grab. We believe states, communities, and private landowners know best how to manage their own resources. We've made a lot of progress in that. Ryan Zinke. We want to see local control. That also means we're not going to let foreign bureaucrats plan our economy or tell Americans how to run their country. You know what I mean? When I campaigned for president, I promised to renegotiate or to leave any deal which fails to serve America's interests. And I'm not going to allow other countries to take advantage of the United States any longer. And for that reason, I totally cut off negotiations. I will not do our great, what is it? Go ahead. Do you know what it is? PPP, yes. You guys weren't listening to that, huh? But for that reason, and that too, as you know, I formally announced that the United States will withdraw from the disastrous Paris Climate Accord. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. And by the way, Trans-Pacific Partnership, we don't even talk about it anymore because that was done early, but Trans-Pacific Partnership, bye-bye. That was another NAFTA catastrophe that we're going to, by the way, renegotiate. You know, I announced I'm going to get rid of NAFTA, and I've always told you I'll either renegotiate or terminate NAFTA. So I announced that essentially I was going to terminate, but I got a very, very nice call from Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada, from the President, good guy, of Mexico, asking me not to terminate it. Could we negotiate? And I'm always willing to negotiate. I'm always willing. So we'll see. We'll see how it works. But it's been very unfair to the United States. Now, all you have to do is look at all the empty buildings, all the empty plants and factories all over the country. NAFTA has been a disaster, so we're going to either renegotiate it successfully, which would be my first choice, or we're going to terminate it, and that's going to be that. Now, the Paris Agreement, and it's amazing how the people of this country get it, because the press covers it so unfairly. The Paris Agreement would have cost America millions of lost jobs and billions of lost dollars and put us at a permanent economic disadvantage. China doesn't kick in until 2030. I could tell you stories, I could give you stats, I could go on all day. It's a catastrophe if we would have agreed. And they all say it's non-binding. Like hell it's non-binding. When we get sued by everybody because we thought it was non-binding, then you can tell me it was non-binding. I was elected to serve the citizens of Iowa and Pennsylvania and Ohio and Michigan and Wisconsin and Florida and all 50 states and all 320 million American citizens. By the way, this is a big place. This place is... And you know, I used to say it during the campaign. I'm sure it hasn't changed. But we're not even campaigning, and look at this crowd. So, you know, it's easier during a campaign. The place is packed with thousands of people trying to get in. Look at the size of this place. They'll never show the crowd. They'll never show the crowd. They'll never show the crowd. That's the only good thing about the protesters, which we don't have very much of. I mean, this guy was blowing a whistle, you know. He's a Bernie Sanders guy. But we don't have many. But when we do have one, the only good thing is the cameras have to go, and they have to go sometimes up into the, look at that, the corners, way up in that arena. Every seat is packed. Look at that. Every seat. Every corner is packed of this big, big arena, so it's an honor. Wouldn't it be great if they showed, you know, it's funny. I'd go home and my wife would say, Melania, who, by the way, has become very popular. They're liking her. They're liking her. But she'd say, I never saw the crowd, but it sounded like a lot of people. You know, you can tell. You can't imitate the sound of this many people. This is not like 500 people, 1,000. This is big stuff. You can't imitate that. You know what they don't understand? They get these massive ratings. I hate to give it. They probably charge a fortune. I know they charge a fortune. But all those television cameras, all those live ones, and I hate to do this, but they'd get even better ratings if they'd show that. And I try and convince them, but that they can't do. They just can't mentally handle that one. So it's whatever. But it's such a great crowd. To all of those people watching, it's an unbelievable place. It is a big, beautiful arena, and it is packed. So as you may know, there is another absolutely terrible deal from the previous administration. See how nice I am? I say the previous administration as opposed to the Obama administration, that I have recently rescinded. Last week I announced that we are canceling the prior administration's completely one-sided deal with the Castro regime in Cuba. Isn't it amazing? Obama can deal with Cuba. Kills thousands of people, people in prison, horrible to women, horrible to everyone. Can deal with Iran. You talk about bad, the gays, the women, the bad to everybody, kill, brutal. I deal with anybody. It's like Donald Trump is a terrible human being. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Isn't it unbelievable? It's unbelievable. But America will stand strong against communist oppression. We will make a much better deal. I mean, the fact is, the deal with Cuba is a bad deal. We'll probably make a deal, and maybe we won't. Maybe we won't. But you know what? If we make a deal, it's going to be a fair deal and a good deal for us. It's not going to be a one-sided giveaway. We're also fighting every single day to achieve those fair trade deals for American factories and your farmers and your ranchers. Heading up our effort to represent America's interests in China will be a man you know very well. I just left an event where I honored him, introduced him to a crowd of people that adore him, to discuss how to create. I mean, he's been doing this for years in Iowa. He's the longest-serving governor in American history, and now he carries the title of ambassador to China, Terry Branstad. He's a fantastic guy. You know, I told the story today. I said, I'd come here to make a speech. We'd have a big crowd in Iowa. And Terry would come and say, at that time, he didn't call me Mr. President. He called me Donald. I said, that's okay. I didn't think about it. Now if he called me Donald, I'd be very angry with him, right? Kidding. But he said, Donald, could you do me a favor? Don't say anything bad about China. We do a lot of business with China. I like China a lot. I've known President Xi for a long time. I really like him. And he also, by the way, likes Terry a lot. And just please don't say anything bad about China, which is hard for me to do. And I wouldn't. But then when I won, and we're looking for somebody to represent us with China, which is a very, very powerful country, and we've had a very good relationship with China in all fairness, and I do like President Xi. I wish we would have a little more help with respect to North Korea from China, but that doesn't seem to be working out. But I do like the president a lot. So when I was thinking of who am I going to make the ambassador to China, after, you know, having a good retentive mind, I said, you know, I remember about a year ago when Terry Branstad was saying all of these great things, your governor. So I called him up. I said, listen, you've been doing this for 24 years. You want to do something else? Like, how would you like to be ambassador to China? And I didn't think he'd really do it. It's a long trip. 21 hours, that's a lot of plane time. But he wants to do what's right for the country. And I said to him tonight, I said, I wasn't sure you were going to do it. He said, when my president calls me to help him with our great country, I do it. That's what he said to me. I thought it was nice. Thought it was nice. So central to that economic agenda is a plan to restore America's crumbling infrastructure. We will rebuild not only America, but we will rebuild rural America. In this great national rebuilding, we will follow two simple rules. We will buy American, and we will hire American. We want to get our people off of welfare and back to work. We also want to preserve our safety net for struggling Americans who truly need help. We want to help them. People that truly need help, right, Chris? We want to help those people. But others don't treat us fairly. That's why I believe the time has come for new immigration rules which say that those seeking admission into our country must be able to support themselves financially and should not use welfare for a period of at least 5 years. And we'll be putting in legislation to that effect very shortly. Another core principle is that those coming to our country must embrace our values and love our people. And yes, we will build the wall. We've already started planning. It will be built. We will build the wall. We need it. We need it. We have to stop the drugs from flowing in. You know, people don't realize we're already spending a lot of money on design. But I'll give you an idea that nobody has heard about yet. And I'm not sure, but I'm a builder. That's what I love to do. That's probably what I do best. I'm a builder. And we're thinking of something that's unique. We're talking about the southern border. Lots of sun, lots of heat. We're thinking about building the wall as a solar wall, so it creates energy and pays for itself. And this way, Mexico will have to pay much less money. And that's good, right? Is that good? You're the first group I've told that to. It's solar wall. Makes sense. Let's see. We're working it out. We'll see. Solar wall panels. Beautiful. I mean, actually, think of it. The higher it goes, the more valuable it is. It's like pretty good imagination, right? Good. My idea. So we have a good shot. That's one of the places that solar really does work. The tremendous sun and heat, it really does work there. So we'll see what happens with that. That would be great, and I think we could make it look beautiful, too. It would really look beautiful, so that would be nice. We're also working night and day to restore law and order to our country. Law and order. You know that. We're reversing the last administration's soft-on-crime policies that helped enable a tragic rise in violent crime. You see what's happening. Look at Chicago. What the hell is going on in Chicago? What's that all about? We have also issued new directives to protect our police officers and our sheriffs. And will always stand with the incredible men and women of law enforcement. All American children, no matter where they live, have the right to grow up in a safe community. No issue is more central to public safety than the issue of immigration and border security. After years of lawlessness, the United States is now enforcing our laws, first time in a long time, and protecting our workers, our schools, and our families. Since I was elected, illegal border crossings, and this is without the wall, before the wall, have decreased by more than 75%, a historic and unprecedented achievement. So we're building the wall on the southern border. We've got the greatest security people in the world. I'll tell you, ICE and the Border Patrol folks, these are incredible people. You know, they endorsed me when I ran for president, knowing that if I win, they're going to have to work much, much harder. But they love this country, and they want the job done, and they want the job done right. They have to work harder, and it's much more dangerous. The other thing that I have to tell you, you have a gang called MS-13. A friend of mine who's a very, very high-level police officer said to me in describing them, they are the equivalent or worse than Al-Qaeda. I would say that's a bad statement. They don't like to shoot people. They like to cut people. They do things that nobody can believe. These are true animals. We are moving them out of the country by the thousands, by the thousands. And the people moving them out are, guess what? A hell of a lot tougher and meaner than they are, but they're on our side. We're getting them out. MS-13. During my campaign for president, I met with the families of Americans killed by illegal immigrants, many, many families, including the parents of Sarah Root, a 21-year-old Iowa girl who was killed the day after she graduated from college with a 4.0 GPA. You know what that is? To those of you that don't know, that means solid A's straight across, #1 student. Thousands of beautiful American lives like Sarah's have been stolen for the simple reason that our government has refused to enforce already existing laws. The media, these people, like to talk about separating families, but the families they never talk about are the American families separated forever from the ones they love because we don't protect our borders and uphold the immigration laws of the United States. These families and the victims have been ignored totally by the media. They were ignored by the consultants. They've been ignored by Washington. But these Americans were not ignored by me or by you, and we know who they are. And they rise now to the highest level. They rise to the highest level. I promise those families the deaths of their loved ones will not have been in vain, and that we will take strong and forceful action to fulfill our sacred duty to save and protect American lives. Every single day, we are finding these gang members, these drug dealers, thieves, robbers, predators, criminals, killers, horrible killers. And we are throwing them the hell out of our country. And when they're gone, our now very strong borders, especially with the wall, will never allow them back in. So we're doing a lot of things. We're very proud of what we've done. Justice Gorsuch was a big, big deal. Big deal. Somebody explained it to me beautifully. They said, when you pick a Supreme Court judge, you want great intellect, you want all of the things, but you also want youth because they'll be there for 40 years. So if Judge Gorsuch, who I've gotten to know, who I think is a fantastic human being, aside from being a brilliant, brilliant student and person, and one of the great legal writers that exists in our country, probably in the world today, every time you see a decision written over the next 30 or 40 years, and especially if it's a 5-4 decision, like perhaps on Second Amendment or so many other things. You have done something that you can't value. It's so important. Think of it. For a 30 to 40-year period, potentially, you've influenced this country. And I've always heard, long, that just about the most important thing you can do, I always say defense, but perhaps outside, because we are going to have a strong military and strong defense, and we need it now. But I've always heard that the most important thing a president can do is pick a great Supreme Court justice. So I've got one, probably have some more, but it is really important. And think of that, over years and years, those decisions that are so important, values, great values. So I'm very, very proud of that pick. He's already been there now for almost 2 months, and people are saying, wow, that is a tremendous person and a tremendous intellect. So we're all very proud of that pick. And you made it possible. So I began this campaign on June 16th. A couple of days ago, 2 years. This is my birthday on June 14th, Flag Day of all things. And we came down the escalator, that famous escalator ride, Melania, myself, and the place went nuts. And hopefully because they like me, but I think also they like the policies. I said the truth. I talked about immigration. I talked about what was happening on the borders. I talked about our military. I talked about the drug problems, which are tremendous, even in Iowa, tremendous problems, beyond anything we've ever seen before. I talked about all of it. And you know what? We were never off center stage in the debates. We stayed, you know what that means. We were number one all the way through. All the way through. We were number one all the way through because of people like you. Never off center. 17 people running. I kept looking up and down. I said, boy, that's a lot of people. Some of them very talented. But 17 people running. We were never off center stage in those debates. And that's because of people like yourselves, because you agree with me. And we are making such incredible progress. We are making progress like nobody can believe. These people are being driven crazy. Crazy. I mean, they have phony witch hunts going against me. They have everything going. And you know what? All we do is win, win, win. We won last night. They can't believe it. They're saying, what is going on? What is going on? We won last night. And even the worst of them said, that was a big win for Trump. I couldn't believe it, actually. Thank you very much, folks. I appreciate it. But we have made a journey together like no other ever in the history of this country, and maybe beyond that. But you look in the history of this country, there's never been anything like this that's happened. We're straightening out through common sense and through a good heart. We're straightening out our country. We're straightening out our country. No matter our beliefs, no matter our party, it's time for us to remember that we are all Americans and that we are in this together. And it would be great if the Republicans and the Democrats could come together and get really, really great legislation passed. Some of the geniuses were saying this morning, you know, from the time he announced on June 16th, 2 years ago, they've been hitting the hell out of him. Hillary took almost all negative ads. The problem was, when people went to vote, they didn't know what she stood for other than she was saying bad things about me. And I almost became like, yes. Think of it. So from the time I announced, I've been hit. Then from the time I got in, I said, oh, this is going to be great. Finally, we're going to all come together. They hit me harder. They've now learned, I think, that that doesn't work. 5-0. It doesn't work. They need to be positive. They can't continue to be obstructionists. That's all they have going. So they should come together. I don't think they will. But I will tell you, it would be a beautiful, beautiful thing if we could get together as two parties that love our country and come up with that great health care and come up with that great tax deal for our people and tax reform and infrastructure and so many other things. Just think about what a unified American nation could achieve. Nobody could even come close to us. And by the way, even if we're not totally unified, nobody's coming close to us either. Don't worry about it. Gleaming new roads and bridges that would inspire awe and wonder all over the world. You know, we used to be the leader in airports. We'd have the most beautiful airports. Now we're like a third world country. LaGuardia, Newark, LAX, Kennedy, they're like third world airports. Take a look. We used to be the leader. Now you go to Saudi Arabia, where I just came back, a monumental, epic trip. Because I said, you cannot continue to fund terrorism. You cannot continue to fund terrorism. And the King of Saudi Arabia, who is really become just, he's a very special man. I mean that. He is taking it to heart. And now they're fighting with other countries that have been funding terrorism. And I think we had a huge impact. We will see. But I think we had a tremendous impact. We cannot let these incredibly rich nations fund radical Islamic terror or terrorism of any kind. We cannot let it happen. Cannot let it happen. Was one of the great 2 days of my life, and I'm sure a lot of you watched it on television. 54 Muslim nations coming together, some immensely powerful, wealthy nations, and everybody in that room was unified, and the ones that weren't, they're trying to get them to be unified and to do the right thing. I think it could have a tremendous impact. But not only that, I said, for me to go, I'm only going, we had to negotiate, if you spend billions of dollars, billions, on having things manufactured in our country with our jobs and our workers for your country. And hundreds of billions of dollars was spent and given to American companies who are going to make American products and send those products over to the wealthy countries of the Middle East. I mean, hundreds of billions of dollars. And people haven't talked about that, but to me that was very important because we want those jobs. We want those jobs. So they're making airplanes, they're making all sorts of things, hundreds of billions of dollars, and it's going back, and I'm very proud of that. That's something people don't talk about because the real purpose of my being there was to make sure these countries do not fund terror any longer. So I just want to leave Iowa. I said that I'd come back. Oh, I love that you're not. Look at that. You don't want me to leave. I don't want to leave either. I don't want to leave either. I don't want to leave either. But I said I would come back. And I made lots of statements to your governor and to your current governor. Kim is going to be a fantastic governor. She's here. She's going to be a fantastic governor. But I said that I was going to come back. I said that I was going to protect your ethanol for good reason, only for good reason. And it was very important to me. I said that I was going to do things for the people of Iowa, and I want to let you know, I've done it for the people of Iowa, but I've really done it for the people of our country. Our country is getting stronger. It's getting better. We're going to be setting records in so many different ways. We're going to straighten out all of the mess that's happened over the last long period of time, where we went into other nations to tell them how to run their country, and we had no idea. But I just want to thank all of the people that are here tonight. I want to thank the people of Iowa. You are incredible people. I want to thank you for your incredible support. And I just want to let you know that God blesses you. And I want to just say, you are special in every way. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone. Per your request, that was the replay of the President Trump rally in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at Phoenix, Arizona right now, where the temperature is 114 degrees. The sun has just set, and that is what our sky looks like. I thought I'd just go ahead and show that to you. You know, promote tourism here. Promote Arizona tourism in case you were thinking of getting away for a weekend. I highly encourage a visit to right here in Phoenix, Arizona, the Valley of the Sun. It's a great place to visit. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and take you back now to another event. This event in New York City, the DNC hosted an LGBT gala with the special guest, Vice President Joe Biden. Let's go ahead and watch.
Ever stood in my lifetime. Just a moment ago, in this same month, I stood on the steps of the Supreme Court, where the words over the front door of our country say equal justice under the law. I was surrounded by thousands of people who were there to celebrate marriage equality. I looked down and my phone rang, and at the other end of that phone line was the Vice President of the United States, talking about the work that you all have done to bring equality to this country. He told me a story about how, as a young man, he and his father every morning, on their way to school and to work, ran into a couple, two men who would embrace and then go upon their day. And in that moment, Joe Biden said that his father told him, "It's just love, son." It's just love, something that David Mixner and Edie Windsor and Roberta Kaplan and all of you understand. And this man who didn't have to evolve into thinking about equality, who has always stood with us, whose very values of his family have led him into a selfless career of public service on behalf of all Americans and their rights, including us, the Honorable Joe Biden.
Thank you. As Adlai Stevens said, flattery's fine as long as you don't inhale. Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, you're both to me. Henry, my good friend, and former DNC Treasurer Andrew Tobias. Andy, I saw... Tom, am I allowed to talk about the check that's back there? I'm sitting waiting to be introduced, and I look, and there's one of these game shows, a great big check, and it says written to Andy Tobias for $18 for 18 years. So, Andy, I think you earned every penny of it. And Randy, you're here tonight, but Sean Patrick Maloney, God love him, as my mother would say, is doing a great job and sending a powerful, powerful message as well. And a woman I have unabashedly been in love with for a long, long time. I've known her a long time. I don't mean to imply we're close friends, but I consider her an incredible person. Whoopi Goldberg. Whoopi, you're out there somewhere. All kidding aside, try to imagine the last 25 years and important things with Whoopi not being around. You played such a big part in everything. And Billy Porter, I tell you what, if I could do my job like you do yours, hell, I'd have been president a long time ago. I'd have been. Could have been big. Henry, thank you for that kind introduction. And congratulations to you and Kyle on finally making it official. I was honored to officiate your wedding and bear witness to what the English playwright Christopher Marlowe once said. He said, "Come with me and be my love, and we shall all the pleasures prove." On that afternoon in my living room, not long ago, it was clear that you're well on the way. It's going to be an incredible journey, but to think how long it took. Remember all those who never got to feel the way you felt that day. So many unfulfilled dreams. They're a reminder of how progress is so precious and can never be taken for granted. And I want to make something really very clear tonight. And some of you have become my closest friends over the last 40 years, some of you more recently. But you've heard me say it before, but I want to say it again. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Over the years, many of you have thanked me for stating the obvious on Meet the Press. Some of you credit me with taking a political risk. No. I mean what I'm saying from the bottom of my heart. I give you my word as a Biden. I took no political risk. No, there was no risk. I took no chance. Though I acknowledged that I was doing something special. But folks, I was just answering a straightforward question directly put to me. And what I've known my whole life is a proposition that my dad taught me, my family, and that lies at the core of what made me a Democrat and the Democratic Party. And that is that everyone, my dad's expression is, Joey, everyone is entitled to be treated with dignity. Everyone, and respect. And so, the speed with which things have changed is not thanks to any one national figure or a celebrity. It's because of people like you. I will not mention them by name, although I've just spoken with several, who are only because they're closer to my age and don't want to give away their age. But the courage it took for so many of you, particularly those who are closer to my age, the incredible courage it took to speak out, to speak up. So many people here tonight that I want to just say thank you to. Again, not just for supporting the Democratic Party, although your generosity is greatly appreciated. I'm here to thank you for living with dignity and authenticity each and every day of your life, for the daily acts of coming out, knowing how some people will respond in a negative way. Harvey Milk, who I got to know, Harvey Milk said, hope will never be silent. With all due respect to Harvey, what he didn't say is that hope springs from courage. Courage. Courage to speak up. Courage to speak out. The courage to take risks. My mom used to say, Joey, the greatest virtue of all is courage. Because without courage, no one would love with abandon. Without courage, no one would love with abandon. And I don't just mean emotional courage. I mean physical courage. Again, many of you are especially closer to my age. You paid a personal, professional price when you came out. You risked your jobs, your livelihoods, and in some cases, and you know I'm telling the truth, your physical well-being. It takes courage. But your tenacity, your integrity, as a consequence of both, you bent that moral arc of this nation towards justice. That's what Pride Month is all about. It's about honoring generations of brave activists, from Stonewall to ACT UP to PFLAG moms to young transgender leaders. You know, we've come this far because you spoke up for who you are and you demanded. You didn't ask, you demanded justice. Justice has long been denied, despite some vicious voices of intolerance who tried to drown you out. The other expression my mom would use, and the Secretary has heard me say this before, she'd say to each one of us, she'd say, listen, bravery resides in every heart, and it will be summoned. Bravery resides in every heart, and it will be summoned. You're not just courageous, you've been brave. You've been summoned. You stood up. From the very first days of your activism to the Equality March earlier this month, you, honest to God, have made this country a better place. You have made it a better place. No, you really have. As a secretary, I can tell you, I travel the world. I've known every major world leader in the last 40 years just because of the nature of my job. You're not only changing the environment here, you're beginning to change the environment around the world. We got a long, long way to go. but discussions that weren't able to be even undertaken in the past in other countries are now underway. World leaders who are still homophobic are reluctant to be so vocal about it because things are beginning to change. Cultures are beginning to change. And thanks to you, and again, this is not hyperbole, it's literal, thanks to you, my children and my grandchildren are growing up in a world that is more just and open-minded and humane. The generation of the baby boom, think what you did. Think what you did with your activism and courage to change the millennial generation. It is the single most open, single most tolerant, single most embracing generation in the history of the United States. No, it really is. It is. And by the way, well, let me put it this way. You done good, kid. Because one of the reasons, in spite of this terrible period we're going through, I am confident will prevail, is because most change occurs culturally long before it occurs governmentally. The country is way ahead of the political leadership. And so what you did, you not only liberated so many LGBTQ people, you liberated an awful lot of straight folks. No, you did more to liberate straight folks who were never homophobic but lacked the courage to speak up. You gave them permission. You emboldened them to stand up and stand with you. Because of you, so much has changed. Even 5 to 10 years ago, if a group of folks were having a business lunch here in New York City and a gay waitress or waiter, a gay waiter came up and one of the people at the lunch made fun of him being gay, no one would have said anything. Today, that person would not be invited back to a lunch. Culturally, things are changing. So I think you underestimate the breadth and depth of what you've done with your activism. You freed them up to speak because now they know better and they know they will not be shunned. They should have had the courage to begin with. But you embolden a lot of people. Progress happens when fair-minded individuals, from political leaders to activists to regular Americans, stand up to hate and prejudice, violence in all forms. But we know that violence and vindictiveness is still present. We just marked the one-year anniversary of the hate that took the lives of 49 people and so many more lives forever changed in the shootings at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando. I went down there. I met with every one of those family members. I met with the survivors and the partners of every one of those who died and were injured. And the fact that the community responded, the fact that the nation responded, did not take away their pain, did not lessen their loss, but it made them realize that it can't be turned back no matter what happens. I remember the pain and the stories shared with me, the incredible strength and dignity of the survivors and their families I met. You know, there's this terrible situation that many of you find yourselves in. When people know you've lost a son or a daughter or a husband, a wife, someone you love, and they know it, they tend to be more open with you because they know you understand the loss. It was amazing, the resilience. It was amazing watching law enforcement officers introducing me to the families and embracing them, embracing the partner left behind. I don't think you would have seen that even 5 years ago. But the cops were liberated as well to be able to say, this is somebody I care about. In the face of such hate, silence and inaction are not permissible. They're inexcusable. Any person of conscience, regardless of their religious or partisan beliefs, should be able to agree that violence against any person in any form is intolerable. No one no one should be killed, tortured, assaulted, or harassed because of who they are. And to those who try to excuse this kind of discrimination in the name of culture, I say prejudice is prejudice is prejudice, inhumanity is inhumanity. It is wrong no matter what. There is no justification. And the change I see, and I think, Tom, you know this, the change I see from when I was chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee and I'd raise the issue of the barbaric nature of the laws in a country, I would be told I was violating cultural norms, whether it was the State Department or other elected officials would say, that is a different culture. There is no justification in any circumstances to deal with people in an inhumane way. None, none, none. Not religious, not culture, not anything, not history, period. We've got to get by this. It's the measure of our humanity. Using religion or culture to license discrimination, demoralizing LGBTQ individuals to score political points is no more justifiable around the world than it is here. And that's why Barack and I made it clear in our administration when we speak to other countries about aid and their behavior that it mattered how they treated the community. And I'm convinced, I really mean this. I know I'm always referred to as, when I was there, as the White House optimist, as if I'm the new guy. I've been there longer than all of them. I know the history, the journey of this country. Human nature, behavior that is reprehensible, that's been acceptable, can be changed by changing the culture. And so our party, our administration stood on the right side of history. We understood it wasn't enough just for all of you to take these risks. We're required to do our part to stand up, change the law, the policies that for too long have denied people of equality, stripped them of their dignity, put them in harm's way. And think about the progress we've made today. We have so much more to do, but it's sometimes important to look back, to give hope, to remember how far things have moved as rapidly as they have moved, even though they have much more to go. We abolished Don't Ask, Don't Tell. We laid the groundwork for the military that fully includes everyone, including transgender troops, women in combat. Together, because of you, we passed hate crimes bill bearing Matthew Shepard's name. We lifted the HIV travel ban. We authorized Violence Against Women Act, one of the greatest accomplishments of my professional life. We passed the Affordable Care Act. And both laws Both laws are fundamental to protecting the safety and dignity of every lesbian, gay, transgender American, period. And we stood up for equality around the world because, as I said, LGBTQ rights are basically simply distilled to one thing. They're human rights. They're basic human rights. We work to prevent bullying in schools and so much more to do. My wife, God love her, is so passionate about this. We fought with some successes and more failure to deal with discrimination in the workplace, intolerance in our communities. And together, we struck down the Defense of Marriage Act, and we lit the White House in rainbow lights. Without in any way diminishing the need for us to redouble our efforts, the pace of this progress has been nothing short of remarkable. But despite the progress we've made over the last 8 years, we have so much further to go. Today, we still don't have a federal law that explicitly protects the LGBT community people from being fired or evicted or denied service in a restaurant. It's barbaric to think that in America today, you can be married on Sunday and fired on Monday. 28 states can still fire you for being gay, 30 states if you're transgender. No explanation required. At the same time, transgender Americans are under attack in state legislatures from North Carolina to Texas. Some of these bills are targeted at young people, kids who are just trying to attend school in peace and safety. And too many of our young people are rejected by their families, subjected to the vile practice of conversion therapy, or even kicked out of their homes. Far too many. 40% end up homeless on the streets. And at the other end of the spectrum, we have a generation of elders who helped blaze the path to a more perfect union, but they need better support than they have now. We need to come together as a community to look to them and help them. Around the world, LGBTQ individuals face terror and torture from Syria to Iraq to Uganda to Tanzania. And we cannot remain silent. It is our business. It is our business. Countries such as Russia, where appalling reports recently surfaced that authorities in Chechnya were imprisoning and torturing men believed to be gay or bisexual, continue to be openly hostile to equality. Folks, there's a lot of people around the world hurting very badly. Political leaders have used anti-American sentiment to fuel the LGBTQ sentiment and hate in their countries. They've combined the two in Russia. In many parts of the world, the horrific assault of corrective rape is used to try to turn women straight and condoned by the society. This is barbaric, almost as genital mutilation. There's so much more to do. And as Democrats, notwithstanding who's in the White House, we can't stop now. We can't look and say, because of the team that's there now, there's not much we can do. That's not true. I was asked at a meeting I had earlier today, I was asked, what can we do to change the atmosphere in Washington? Change it on Main Street. Continue to change it on Main Street. That's the only way to change it. The first thing we should do, even though he won't respond, is hold President Trump accountable for his pledge to be your friend. Demonstrate that public opinion and history are on our side. Just because you don't have Barack and me in the White House doesn't mean it's time to give up, keep quiet, stay in the sidelines. If you excuse me for talking about our party for a second, I think it's time we remember what we stand for as a party. No, I really mean it. I really mean it. What made you, think about it, become a Democrat in the first place? Those of you who made a conscious choice to be a Democrat, beyond and including the rights of the community. I think there's three things that have driven most of us to become Democrats, who become the core principles of my party. One is, we have believed from the outset that everyone, as I said, is entitled to be treated with dignity. That's why we led in the civil rights movement. That's why we led on Social Security back in the 30s. That's why we led on all of these issues that are designed to do what? One thing: allow people to have their head raised. My dad used to say, you know, a job is about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your child in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay. That's what we're about. Across the board. It traverses human rights, political rights, economic rights. It's about giving people a chance, treating them with dignity. You know, the third thing I've found, the second thing I've found that makes us a Democrat, at least me, and most I know, is as a Democrats, we've always thought big. Tom, I must tell you, the one thing that disturbs me about our party now is so many of us are walking around with our head down. We're acting like, woe is me. We're acting like only way we can act is incrementally. When has America ever thought small? When have we ever thought incrementally? When have we ever been that? Who are we? We have done incredible things. We think big. But today, we say, well, maybe we can't do all that. We'll do part. Damn it. It's time to stand up. It's time to tell people we are the United States of America. We can and will do great things across the board. We're the ones that did the human genome progress, built the Hoover Dam, did all the things. I mean, God almighty, think about every generation of Americans. What have we done? In the middle of the damn Civil War, you had a progressive president who happened to be a Republican, like, God, if we had those Republicans back. Republicans. What'd he do? He's fighting the war, but he built the Transcontinental Railroad in the middle of a war, having not a damn thing to do with the war. Because we're Americans. We think big. We're on the verge, this generation, of so many astounding things that are going to occur in the next 3 to 5 years. You're going to be traveling 22,000 miles an hour subsonically before the decade is out, before the next decade is out. You're going to be able to travel from here to Tokyo in a matter of a half an hour or less. This is real. We're going to cure cancer. It's within our power to do it. We're in a position where we're going to fundamentally change the way in which this whole continent is able to be the energy that's supplied. We're now at the point, folks, where in most places it's cheap a kilowatt to have solar power as it is coal and wind. What are we doing? What are we doing walking around going, oh, I don't know, we can't do this? And the last thing, at least made me a Democrat, have you ever known a significant Democrat leader who wasn't optimistic? I'm not joking. Optimism. Optimism. That's always who we've been. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the people we represent, it's all about hope. It's about giving people hope, the most needed commodity in any society. And so I know you're all not so crazy about what I'm saying now, but damn it, I'm sick of people walking around with their heads down. I'm sick and tired of us acting like, woe is me. We are better positioned than any country in the world to own the 21st century. Nobody is a patch on our genes, as the saying goes. Ladies and gentlemen, I remember when I was debating folks from the Heritage Foundation in the late 90s about how Japan was eating our lunch, and I was arguing, no. Where's Japan? How many of you thought that when the Eurozone was created and the Euro was put in place, 390 million people, they were going to eat our lunch economically? Raise your hand if you think we want them to grow. And China. I've spent more time with President Xi than any world leader. 25 hours of private dinners with him, traveling over 25,000 miles with him. Ladies and gentlemen, I want China to do well. It's in our interest. But China, ladies and gentlemen, they don't have enough energy. They don't have enough water. They have a $2 trillion project just trying to figure out how to turn the rivers around. 35% of their land is polluted with cadmium. And we're sitting here going, oh, my God, what can we do? Get up! Get up, America, and start to act like who we are. Folks, as you can tell, I'm not very passionate about this. Look, I know it seems like we're hopelessly divided. I know that it seems like we're stuck in a political death match that we can't get out of. And I've been around a long time, since I was a 29-year-old kid as a senator. But I also know the history of the journey of this country. And it's one that ordinary people can do extraordinary things. The fundamental defining feature between good Republicans and good Democrats is we really do believe ordinary people have the capacity to do extraordinary things if we give them a chance. And ladies and gentlemen, when we have, the American people have never let their country down, not once. If we just remember what has always set this nation apart from every other nation in the world on the face of the earth, the next century will be the American century. I'll conclude by saying that I was in Chengdu, a city on the Tibetan plateau that was, I guess, 15 years ago, about 3 million people. It's now 22 million people. I was having a private dinner with Xi Jinping. And he looked at me and he said, "Can you define America for me?" And I said, "Yes, Mr. President, in one word, and I mean it. Possibilities." The single most defining feature of America is we've always believed, whether it's rectifying and reestablishing the rights of every LGBTQ person in America, whether it's building a future of infrastructure that will have the whole world repaired to our door, whether it's making sure we can pay for every single solitary kid to go to college, it's all within our wheelhouse. It's all about possibilities. Because there's nothing we are incapable of doing if we set our mind to it. Again, thank you for all you've done to make this country better. May God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You're a hero. There'll never be an award big enough to thank you for your life of public service. I know I still owe you $56 for a marriage certificate. Thank you, sir.
That's right.
Mama said.
And that Joe Biden speech ends with a little Whitney Houston playing at the very end of that gala. Whitney Houston's I Want to Dance with Somebody. That's right. Joe Biden getting an award at the DNC LGBT Gala. I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the White House now. We are going to get our next big event ready for you. Stand by. We have more news now in just a couple minutes. All right, everyone. So just a quick update. There was a chase in Southern California. The suspects have bailed. They've fled from the vehicle, and we are told there is now a search in the area. Our chopper in Los Angeles, Fox Los Angeles, is on their way to the scene, and hopefully we'll get a live update from there as authorities search for the suspects. Stay tuned for that here on News Now. In the meantime, though, I do want to show you another clip. As you know, there is a storm on its way to the south. Officials in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, holding a press conference on the pending tropical storm. This press conference took place earlier today.
Good morning. I want to thank all of you for being here. We just completed a meeting of unified. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen this year from the National Weather Service, but this is a very state official. We've been tracking through the Gulf. We certainly take our storm very seriously to take it right, and we urge everyone in Louisiana to do the same. Be a severe weather event. That last year we had 2 threats of rain and flooding weather events, but there also is a potential for wind damage as well. Good morning. I want to thank all of you for being here. We just completed a meeting of updates. Obviously,
All right, everyone. It looks like the audio is a bit jumbled with that feed. So instead, we are not going to watch that, and I'm going to show you part of another clip. We have a few different clips here on News Now, including a Republican GOP press conference from this morning.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. Last week weighs heavily on our hearts, and I know I speak for the entire conference when I say that we continue to keep Steve, his family, and all that were injured last week in our prayers. We saw tremendous courage from our Capitol Police, from Agent Greiner, from Agent Bailey, and they risked their lives so that there wasn't a worse tragedy. And we're grateful for their service every day, and we owe them just a debt of gratitude. As we continue our work in the People's House, we're reminded how grateful we are for every day. We're reminded that we are stronger when we are united, and that as a country, we must come together. We must come together around common values, common decency for everyone in this country, a common love for this country. One unifying vision that we have for every person in this country is the opportunity for a better life. And it often comes with a job. And I'm very excited today, this morning, to have G.T. Thompson and Carlos Cabello, 2 members that have taken the lead on legislation this week that's focused on workforce development, the importance of skills and education to getting a better job. Last week, President Trump announced his apprenticeship program expansion through the executive order, and we're building on that this week with legislation that is going to give people more opportunities for those higher, good-paying jobs. A job is so much more than a paycheck. It's what gives you purpose, dignity, it's the opportunity for a better life. So thank you, Cabello and Thompson, for your work to help build the workforce of the future and help Americans get the careers that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is my first time here, and it's an honor for me. My prayers and thoughts also remain with Steve Scalise, with his family, and with all who were injured in last week's tragic event. And I agree with Kathy McMorris Rogers. We must come together as a country and heal. I want to thank Leader McCarthy and Speaker Ryan for bringing my bipartisan bill, the Accelerating Individuals into the Workforce Act, to the floor this week. I also want to thank Chairman Brady and Ranking Member Neal for their support in the committee, and my Democratic colleague, Congressman Davis, for being my partner in this legislation. The federal government spends more than $500 billion each year on measures to combat poverty. Unfortunately, despite this large investment, there are still over 43 million people living in poverty in our country. Now, while we have made progress, there are additional steps we can take to help more individuals move from welfare programs to long-term employment. So this week, the House of Representatives is doing its part to make sure we are empowering Americans who are struggling to find work and improve their lives. H.R. 2842, the Accelerating Individuals into the Workforce Act, bridges the gap between low-income Americans looking for work and employers who want and need to fill jobs. It incentivizes employer partnerships with state and local agencies to provide jobs and work experience, including apprenticeships. And this all goes to recipients of the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program, transitioning them out of welfare and into the workforce. The bill also empowers local communities by giving them the ability to control how TANF dollars are spent instead of forcing them into an inflexible Washington-based program. A job is something that dignifies the human condition. It is an opportunity for every individual to make a contribution to their families, their local communities, and to our country. This bill is an innovative solution that will give more people access to that opportunity. We'll be voting on this legislation Friday, and given that poverty is an issue that affects every district, I encourage all of my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation and help the neediest Americans get on a path to success.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Congressman G.T. Thompson, Pennsylvania 5th Congressional District, co-chair of the Congressional Career and Technical Education Caucus, and a proud member of our Education and Workforce Committee. Proud today to be here today to talk about, well, first of all, I just want to thank our leadership and thank the bipartisan support for the legislation that we're going to have the opportunity to vote on later this week. It's the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act. And this is legislation that aims to restore the rungs on the ladder of opportunity for all Americans. You're like me. We've all met young people who haven't been inspired in a traditional classroom setting, and so they don't gauge. But if you put in their hands the tools of skills-based education or career and technical education, whether that's a welder or wrenches or a stethoscope or a paintbrush or farm implements, they're inspired and they excel. We all know people who have lost jobs and maybe sitting around, as we met here this morning, they're sitting around their breakfast table wondering and anxious and concerned about how they're going to make ends meet because of either unemployment or, quite frankly, underemployment in this nation. And they're looking for something more. We all know people who are aspiring. Maybe they've been working on a manufacturing floor for 15, 20 years, and they just want to do better by their families. They want to be able to earn more money, get a promotion, but they lack the qualifications, the training to be eligible for that promotion that sits with their current employer. They don't have to change employers. They just need to be qualified and trained. And we all know people, and may probably have folks in our family who are living in poverty, sometimes for generations. They've been living in poverty, some families, for so long, they don't even remember what was that initial thing that happened to them that put them into poverty, but they've been stuck there. The bill that the additional bill that this bill that's going to be on the floor is a bill for everyone, for all those folks, all the people that we know in all of our communities. We've heard the voices of those struggling to find opportunities that they need. We've seen their frustration. Many are stuck in a job market that transformed quickly, and it seems like that speed of transformation because of technology innovation that speed is increasing significantly each and every day. And this bill will change that. It puts emphasis on advancing policies that promote good-paying jobs, about connecting people, not just greater access to skills-based education, but better skills-based education that leads not just to a degree or a certificate or a completion, it leads to a good-paying job, and really leads to the American dream for Americans. And so everyone from all walks of life can have the opportunity to succeed. Quite frankly, that's the American way.
Thank you, Glenn.
I have to admit, and you probably feel it too, it just doesn't seem right without Steve here with us. For so many years, he's stood with us at this podium after each conference to talk to us. My wife, Judy, and I continue to keep Steve and everybody injured in their prayers. I'm happy to hear about the improvement. I know Steve's improving because he's beginning to question what do we have on the floor this week as well. So, knowing Steve, he's going to be back as soon as he possibly can. Knowing that we're keeping our commitment and our word to uplift all Americans, to focus on jobs. You just heard from Carlos and Glenn. Two areas that we want to continue to work, from TANF and from the technical jobs out there. I know in my own hometown that Bakersfield Junior College, place that I attended, their technical work there, 8 out of 10 students, when they graduate, almost immediately put into a job above the median income. When I look at the latest jobs report and what the AP wrote about it, in May they wrote, job data could signal shortage of qualified workers to hire. That is why this Congress continues to focus on the agenda that we said we would, to build an economy for all Americans, and that's what these two pieces of legislation do.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank all of you for your prayers for Steve. I've spoken to a number of you personally because you know Steve, and I want to thank you for your